Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and you are basking in the afterglow today. I know you are. You got up late this morning with a big old smile on your face. You said, was I dreaming last night? Did that happen? No, that really happened. That really occurred. Feeling good today on the back of a Seattle Seahawks victory, a drubbing, pounding, a decimation, an indoctrination to the dark side. What a game it was. What an experience it was. And so much fun to be able to take it in with you guys last night. Thank you to everyone that tuned on in. We had a hell of a night here. It was so much fun to be able to just not only celebrate this win, but be able to be lockstep with you folks. So many have been with me here for so many years, through so many different time periods of this team. It's been a lot of ups, travails, let's call it at that. But hell of a night. You guys got to be feeling good today. We had the opening game pop off here with Houston and New England. CJ Stroud and some of his struggles and things that were going on a little bit from the other game prior seemed to kind of carry over into this one. Injuries to the finger thing coming up as well. So a little bit of some oddities in that, but New England able to take the game out 28-16. The power of that home field advantage, especially when those weather elements start coming into play like they did there, maybe perhaps like they will here with Chicago and the Rams. We'll be doing the play-by-play today. If you can do me that favor and hit that like button as you walk in the door, I would really appreciate it. Also want to give a shout out here real quickly before we get started soon to the sponsor of the show. The sponsor of the show, of course, is Sleeper. Sleeper, the number one sports app running the game today. They are fantastic, and they are particularly nice because they've got your bonuses, your boosts that they put in there, 30% boost here on this one to the overall picks, and then they just got a nice assembly of different types of picks you can do, which you can see I kind of worked here on this one with my little ticket here. DeAndre Swift over 13.5 receiving yards, and I think Chicago's going to throw the ball a lot, and I think you end up doing a lot of checkdowns within that intermixed. Cameron Curl with more than 2.5 tackles. And then we got Kyron Williams with more than 11.5 receiving yards. I like the running back receiving yards because they tend to keep those low in one play. You're in the books on those kind of things. Use my code today, Nest, and they'll match up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. And then there is more on top. You can just create a login. No deposit needed. Just create a login. They'll put $20 in your account. So $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app. Please see their site for details. Terms and conditions do, of course, apply. And thank you to all of you guys for using that code this year, as you guys have. We will be starting this off very soon here with the game. So, yeah. We'll get this cooked up here shortly. They should be started fairly soon, but we'll check in with you guys in the chat, see how everybody's doing here tonight. Let's get everything put together here correctly, so it's looking good. Vince, what's up? Yeah, the 4 interceptions, harsh. Yeah, you saw it last week from him, and I don't know if maybe it's the finger, so I don't want to push this all on just bad decision making or bad play. The weather elements were not helping things out there for CJ Stroud, but at the same point in time, you look at last week's performance in the Steelers and go, Nick B, which team would you rather face next week? I think that the Rams prove the tougher matchup, probably by a significant amount. I mean, this is an indoor, dome team that's basically, carrying 3.5 points here on the road in Chicago. They're just a really good team. They're very, very much likely to be potentially us being the top 2 teams, especially watching the AFC playoffs. But this legit argument of these are the top 2 teams in the sport, I think is true. And so give me the tougher route or give me the easier route. Probably easier route. Weird decision there with D'Amico Ryans at the end of the game there, where a little bit too much trust in the defense. That was that was a bit of an odd one to me too. Like, really? Punt here? Even the broadcasters were like, okay. Kelly says, got to resign Ken. We're lucky to have him in Zach. Most teams don't have that other than maybe Atlanta, Detroit. We got to retain these guys. We won't have to worry about drafting one, but we would be set and can focus on other areas. I got no issues with that whatsoever, Kelly. Narc. I think the thing that stands out to me about the Kenneth Walker thing is I'd like to get him on an extension and try to find that place. The points that this helps you too a little bit is that running back contracts have still not kind of blown the lid off, and you can sign a guy to a healthy contract that's not going to necessarily decimate your cap. And, for instance, like a Kobe Bryant contract that he's going to get on the open market might actually be very similar to what Kenneth Walker would get on the open market. Now, there is the other specter of utilizing the franchise tag, which I think comes in like it might go up even up much to 15. I think it's 13.5 million, something like that, which to me, Walker on a 1 year, $13 million deal, if we can't come to a contractual spot, is not also the worst of places to arrive to. So I would like to be open to doing it. I think that there is the argument to be made about you can go find running backs all the way through there, and that running backs don't drive things, and it's more about the line and the scheme and all these other ancillary parts that make the running game go. And that is a true, that's definitely something that we've seen proven true even here with us, having these dynamic backs when we did have the line, we didn't have the scheme, we didn't have a defense. But there is the other secondary part of that to the running back rule of thumb by the analytic folks. And that is that though that is a truism, that part, the secondary part of this is that once you get that stuff established, though they can go make an average back look kind of great, if you have a really great back then paired with that, or really upper edge back paired with that, now you're really cooking with gas. And that's the part to me that has me open to re-signing Kenneth here, Narc, and giving it a run. Going Brenny? No, he says, go Bears, go Bears. Dad, Lenore equals Latrash. Yeah, that headbutt was not very nice. How you doing, Megan? Good to see you. Not feeling bad, so want to be around. Sounds good. We're going to be in and out today. We're going to just do the play-by-play on the stream today. Probably not go super late because I'm definitely, I got a little bit of a hitch in my giddy up today. Stroud is pure ass. The porta potty stench kind. I don't know what's happened. He's played in the playoffs. He's been in he's been in college playoffs. He's been in big games, but the last two games, the nerves seem to have really set in a way that I found very odd especially being a big pro CJ guy. What is going on here? Fender Deep says, will CJ have the narrative now that he's trash, cooked, washed like Sam did? Probably not. But it's a good point. And you guys have, shown this on a couple places like Justin Herbert too, where it's, you guys go, well, wait, what is this tool of metric we're using to decipher our particular quarterback that's not a tool that's used to any other quarterback? And you're 100% on point with this, guys. With me, I'm in the same place on the frustration side of this, where I'm just like, why does he only get this separate rules applied to him? Like, why does no other QB in this sport? And you come back to like, yeah, maybe these separate rules just shouldn't be applied on point. And it's all ridiculous right from the onset, this whole outlook on him as a player and who he is and what he is. And there's so many other examples of them not applying it, the same model over. And you go, why just him though? Why does he get that? Well, this guy's made a throw in 2020. Something like that, defender. You're like, all right. Scintillating argument. Damn, Addicted, you called it, man. Well done. Well done. The Warhammer guy, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. He says, whoever wins the NFC Championship conference game wins the Super Bowl. Hopefully us. Really does feel like that. I mean, it just does feel like that. Next week is going to be basically the Super Bowl for us. And it's not that it's not going to be a tough game going against Patriots or a Denver Bronco team, but I think we're just in a way different class than next week's potential game we could play. If it's going to be the Rams, I certainly think the Bears are more probably akin in the same area of what you have with a New England team. But I've watched all these AFC playoffs, and I just kind of end up coming away struggling. Boy, there's some ugly football being played here for this time of season. I get the weather and I get all that stuff coming into play, but it's not a pretty brand of football to watch, and it's a lot of like ugliness and all over the place a little bit. But we'll see how it goes. See how it goes, man, and hopefully it's us. When we get through next week, they've done so well, and it just continues on to be so well set up for Seattle. Not coming out of that with anything crazy major injury-wise. Hopefully, as long as Sharp's going to be okay off the back of the imaging. And that just does get you thinking, all right, we're in kind of a bit of a sub-pole position here, you know? Matthew Plowden, and thank you for the double dip, $5 donation. I don't know if it kind of got you accidentally there, Matthew, but appreciate the double dono. And best of luck to your Rams today. The game will just be kicking off here shortly. He says, while I sent it out without typing anything, usually catch the Rams call, but I figured I would hang with you guys a while. Oh, sounds good, man, Matthew. We're going to definitely doing some play-by-play with this, so trying to keep an eye on the action as much as we can. But thank you, man, as well for all of your support here. You've been so kind recently, and looking forward to this matchup, especially after that ugly game that I had to witness in the first part of today. This one I'm looking for a little bit more like, all right, come on now, let's play off football, right? But best of luck to your Rams. I think you guys probably do go get it today, Matthew. And we do have the opening kickoff is going to go to the Bears. Short kick at the 10, brought up there past the 20, 25, bouncing off that. Able to almost get away there. Boy, he just about busted that one out. The Rams special teams unit, Matthew. You got to be careful with that crew today, buddy. But sorry it sent it on you before for the chance to put in the typing. But thank you for all of your support, man. You've been very kind. Very, very kind here. Nolan in the house. What's up, Nolan? He says, I have a... Sorry, guys. My voice is going to be in and out today, so you guys are going to have to ride the roller coaster with me. It's going to get a little whiny. It's going to get a little wheezy. Just all part of the process. Bears come out here now. 2 tight ends set to start things out. Caleb's going to check the play based on what he's seeing. He's got a pretty heavy front here from the Rams. Probably go more pass. Yep. Throws it back underneath here to DJ Moore. DJ Moore is clear up the field. Just running up the field. Wide open. DJ Moore. First down. Fake play action pitch to one side, roll back the other way. Moore just coming around on a drag route, and Landman is the guy you're attacking there. And that's the thing with Landman is that he's really a really good tackler. He's got good peanut Tillman punch skills, but he's a guy that you can get after, and DeAndre Swift's going to run the ball right up the middle here. And Swift fumbled, but it looks like he was down on the ground when he did. Yeah, that's the fumble. That's the ground causing the fumble. That can't happen. So that's gonna hold up. And you see there, Landman, pretty good tackler. He ran right over Landman, kind of. But Landman's a really good tackler, and that part of his game is true. But you can get him and isolate him in coverage. Caleb Williams here. Boy, he has a man open. Roma Dunzier. That was a really nice throw, it looked like, by Caleb Williams. He stroked that ball right there. It's a little behind, but he's got to throw that ball on purpose to the backside. In cutting route here from Adunzier. Oh, buddy, you got to catch that. You got to catch that, Rome. That's a great throw by Caleb. He's throwing it behind the safeties. He's got to put it on the backside of him because the safety's closing on the front side. That's why that's a pinpoint pass where he put that. Bears are going to run into a little bit of a brick wall here, trying a third down read option give to DeAndre Swift, and he's going to gain about 2 yards. And let's see what Ben Johnson does. A very risky kind of coach. He's going to go for 4th down. I wonder what we got the over-under chat on his 4th down attempts today. 5, probably. Caleb steps out now here. 4th and 3. Empty look. Rams got 5 guys up on the line of scrimmage. They're bringing all 5 to try to contain him. Caleb sails it over the top. That ball's going to be picked off. and tackled down at the 18-yard line by Durant. Another finger-looking injury here with Caleb Williams slapping down his finger. A lot of quarterbacks getting their fingers dinged. Hands getting up, I suppose, by the defenders. Happened to Stafford last week. Nolan, thank you again for the $5, man. I have a friend that's a Bears fan, so I love when they lose, but I always want the easier win. So I guess I'm rooting for a meteor. Seattle Seahawks will progress to the next round on the back of the devastation of Comet Meredith, taking out both the Bears and Rams organizations in one fell swoop. Yeah, I totally get that. I love when they lose. Oh no, man. They're long suffering, bro. They're long suffering. You gotta have some mercy. Mercy rule. Oh Lordy. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go for the Bears on this one. Come on, Bears. Bears. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Texans are failures if they don't fix that O-line. Yeah, reared its head. Part of the probably contributing factor here to CJ. And I think that, somebody else was talking a little bit above about, well, now we're going to call CJ this and that because we're applying the Sam model. And of course we are applying the Sam model because we all know that's not an appropriate right one. And, CJ, you backtrack it. And things we talk about sometimes in the offseason are really just that true. It's not just you're playing guessing games, but that things that are done intelligently can add up on the surface to being smart in advance. Things done stupidly can add up to being looking dumb in advance. And the Texans' approach to their offensive line this offseason with CJ Stroud on a rookie contract, albeit a top 5 quarterback rookie contract, decides to go backwards with their offensive line this year. With their approach, by the way, not just, that was just what happened to them. It's like, no, that was your approach. That was your approach coming from July. They got to get fixed now this offseason. It's got to not only be a point of priority, but it's a little bit like us with it. Now you're going to have to really hammer it because it's such a deficiency to your team. And rather than being able to add up and top off your defense, you're going to be stuck a little bit in that lane having to deal with all that stuff as much as anything else. It's going to be a good team. They're going to come back next year. They're going to be strong once again, I'm sure. But that was just a silly situation. And why put your young quarterback in that kind of predicament? And stuff like this can happen, or it adds up over time. All right, the Rams come out here. They're going to put the ball at the 15-yard line. 3 wide receiver look for them. Stafford dropping back to throw. He's going to toss it over the top. That ball's going to sail a little bit, and both quarterbacks here may have a little bit of some issues today in trying to throw through these elements just a little bit. Stafford, I think, 100 times out of 100 makes that throw normally, and that ball just kind of sailed up over the top. I'll just see what goes on here with Caleb. They're showing the replay a bunch of times. He definitely smacked his finger good, just like the Stafford one last week, quite frankly. Appreciate you, Jordan. Thank you as well for all your donos last night. 12:49 to go here in the first quarter. 3 wide receiver look, shotgun look here for Stafford. He's going to drop back to throw, get it back underneath here. Puka Nacua, covered by a linebacker. They're masters of manipulating defenses to leave you in a position where you end up with a linebacker on him. It just blows me away. You're catching him in zone here, but we did the same thing. Pissed me off watching it. It's like, just man that guy up. Don't let him just run losing free through your zones. They're very good at it, though. Back to the 3 wide receiver look here, but under center with Stafford. Play action pass, pressure mounting around Stafford. He's going to try to throw this out late and can't quite get it into Kyron Williams. 2nd down. Tyzus, hey man, my phone speaker is on the outs and I'm trying to take a nap. Can you speak up, but also be more quiet, please? I'll try to find that balance, man. I will try to find that happy balance. And good luck on the nap. Appreciate you, Tyzus. All right, we got second and 10 here. Shotgun look for Stafford. Dropping back to throw. Gets it into Jordan Whittingham. Jordan Whittingham is going to be knocked down at the 45-yard line after a nice game. Good catch and run. There's the fiver, man. Matthew, thank you for another $5 donation as well. Says, I think Darnold gets it because he was on the sucky Jets. Same as Stafford not getting respect when he was with Detroit. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It's the same kind of situation. And frankly, it's the thing with Darnold that has me partly where I'm at with him is like all things that I like to think all things would take, I might have. I'll get back to just a sec, Matthew. This is interesting. We got under center Stafford again here with the two tight end look. Kyron bounces his way around looking for a hole here. Finds a nice little one. Little pocket of a hole there to scoot through. 5-6 yard gain. Rams got a nice opening drive here going. Bears defense, kind of synonymous with being one that's going to let you get yards, going to let you get points. We're going to find some turnovers over the course of the game. That's where we're going to live life. Hard life to live on defense. Not an easy one. Stafford's going to have to call a timeout here. No, we got a flag. Oh, no, they had the play clock winding down, I guess. So they're going to call a timeout to save the flag. Yes, and so Matthew, with me, I've been like this one, looking at, we go through so many discussions about stuff like this where it's like my outlook to running backs, and what, analytic folks were talking about 10 years ago and seeing how my team applied something that went to the antithesis of that at times. And this thing with Stafford, part of my outlook for Sam coming into this year and what has continued to be my outlook of Sam a bit is, like you say, we have other examples of this Sam-like situation occurring. Quarterback going to environment, not the greatest, and having to be there for a long period of time or having to wait a long period of time to get that true, real second opportunity. Come back out of timeout here. 13 personnel from the Rams. Handoff. Kyron Williams, great job on the backside there. Great job on the backside. Was that Nashawn Wright? Boy, he's a good player, isn't he? Kid just burst off the backside and chased that play down before Kyron Williams could turn it upfield. I mean, he's coming from a ways away there, too. That's great job of urgency on that play, getting the backfield. What an excellent pass, the ball carrier. Great play, kid. It's going to be a big run for the Rams if you don't get there. All right, 3rd and 3. Bears and 5 yards of off coverage on 3rd and 3. Completion to Puka Nacua on a stop route at 3 yards. So you're 5 yards off in coverage. Puka runs a 3-yard stop route. The route's surprisingly open. Isn't that wild? Even though they're rushing 4 and dropping. I mean, it's got to be so much with Stafford and Puka on this where they see that. They just got to look at each other, nod, and just route adjustment, even if they have a call going into your deep zone. 1st and 10, outside zone here to Kyron. He manages to carve out a nice little 8-yard run there. Just gets small, hard to spot, and finds that little hole and is able to just squeeze through that like a little mouse. So it is part of what's informed me to the Sam thing, Matthew. It is Baker Mayfield as well. It's that we've got a couple examples of this. Of course, Stafford is the most sparkling example, but it's one where I was that same kind of guy years ago when Stafford came to the Rams, thinking, oh, this guy's going to be your take you over the top guy. And I was wrong in that outlook of it. And that's where, as a football fan, when you're trying to understand the sport better, you got to learn your lessons on that stuff when you get it wrong. And we got a blitz here on 2nd and 3. Picked up by the Rams. They find Jordan Whittingham underneath, and Jordan up the field for a big old play for the Rams. They caught him with their pants down on that blitz. And so it is one where this has just been kind of, for me, evolved over time And I think that the reason that we have examples is because a lot of the same reasons these guys, fail to ascend to the height of heights in their first place they're going to. And it gets backtracked less to the being a problem with the player itself necessarily, and it is being more of a problem organizationally speaking with those organizations that just essentially can't get out of their own way, can't fall into good decisions. And that would look like a false start right there. What the hell happened there? We got to throw in the back of the end zone. Colby Parkinson, he is not able to reel it in there, so we'll have 2nd down and 10. Rams knocking on the door here. Thank you, though, Matthew. And well said, man. I see it that same way. I think we really have, I think, and it's maybe, I don't know why it's coming to so much clarity now, but we really have, I think, maybe like the NFL does in throwing away some of these quarterbacks, toss certain guys away with that premature, like, oh, well, he's just never going to be it because he didn't get done at that spot. We don't give him as much the thought of like, well, completion underneath here to Kyron Williams for a 6-yard gain. Just a quick little pass on an option route there. I think we're starting, maybe this is all of us kind of collectively as in fans and as we look at the position and go, well, wait, no, we got to reevaluate this and not just kind of wantonly throw away these quarterbacks, and kind of make it all simplified and actually look more closer at the situation. Was that really the case of what happened? Did they really fail there? Were they really set up for success? Stafford dropping back to throw here. Again, soft coverage, finds an out route there with Kyron Williams. He's wide open. Bears protecting against a deep pass that's not coming. .638 to go here on an opening drive by the Rams that has seen them move it right up the football field without much problem. Roll out here for Stafford. Looking nice and spry out there. Ooh, a little pump fake. And he's going to throw it away. Stafford moving good. Hit the brakes, made him fly by. A little bit of Top Gun there. Shadowbot, thank you for the $5 donation, Shadowbot. 41-6. Yesterday we showed who is the team to beat. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Shadowbot. Go Hawks, man. And I agree. I watch these playoffs. I watch how we play. Number 1 seed coming into it. And I know the Niners, whatever with that. That's the Niner team that just went on the road and beat the Eagles last week, though. Say what you will about that. Hand off inside here to Kyron. He makes a nice little cut there, finds that hole like he does, and such good vision. Downhill runner, doesn't mess around, just gets after it. And did so there. Great job. 14 play, 85-yard drive, consuming 6 minutes and 33 seconds. Puka Nacua in there lays a nice front line block. Linebacker completely slips and falls on his face in the hole. That's never going to help you make the play. Bears defense looking like the Bears defense. Shadowbot, go Hawks, and I agree. I think that we are the team to beat. I think this Rams team, if we got to face them, is going to be one hell of a challenge. But I like where we're at. I like how we're playing. I like that we get to play this at home. I like that that home field advantage is going to be back full force in effect next week once again. And the contributing factor, you can feel that is. And you certainly felt it this last week. Not a lot of teams in this playoffs are hanging 40 points on the board or blowing anybody out. Not that it was just like the fans in them, but that environment, that going up there, we're back, baby. We're back. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, looks like Mrs. Randy and I are going next Sunday. Let's go. Hey, let's go, Randall. Oh, man, that is awesome, bro. Oh, you're going to love that. God, you're going to have so much fun. That is very cool, bro. Very, very cool. Congratulations, man. Oh, that stadium is going to be electric next week. It is just going to be so alive. It was already, you could already feel just watching some of the videos out of the stadium and just the energy coming out of the stadium. And I was watching the telecast, obviously silent. I got to still rewatch the game with the main telecast. I just want to hear the fans in the stadium, but that's going to be a hell of an environment, Randall. Oh, man, let's go. Congratulations, man. Woo! That is so cool. What an experience that's going to be. And well done, 12s. Well done, by the way. I called everybody saying, get on point this week. You in that stadium, know what time it is. Big props to y'all out there. It felt like you guys definitely had that energy going hard and not going lightly. And it was playoff 12s we saw last night. Frogman 46, thank you for the $5 donation, Frogman. Excuse my confidence. No team left scares me anymore. Patriots only scored 28 on 5 turnovers, and Broncos, their quarterback, don't have their quarterback. NFC Championship is going to win the Super Bowl. Indeed, I think that it's not necessarily, it's not overconfidence. I think it's well-placed confidence. You're the number 1 seed. You had the best record in the sport. You just played in the opening round and you blew the doors off of a playoff team in the second round, divisional round. And, I see this AFC the same way. I've watched these AFC teams throughout the course of this year. They didn't impress me. I've watched them in the playoffs. They haven't impressed me. Most years I'm looking at the AFC, I've got to be thinking about a team like, well, you got the Chiefs at the height of their powers. You're going to have the Ravens at the height of their powers. You're going to have the Bills, much more improved Bill team than the Bill team we saw this year. That was a flawed Bill team. That's not the Bill team from last year. It's probably not the Bill team from 2 years ago. That's a Bills team that's held together by duct tape with like 3 receivers healthy for game day. And this kick will go back in the end zone. I just look at that AFC and I go, look, there's some years it's like this. This is a year it's like this where you go, not good. You're not getting the best of the best this particular season. You can get good teams. You ain't getting a great team. Rams still might be a great team. We'll see on that. And that's what's going to make that a hell of a challenge next week. But I think that confidence is well placed, Frogman. I think we've earned it. As part of that, kind of just, to me, the confidence this team operates with, where people were talking about pressure and nerves, and like, no, I think they just know how good they are, and they know they've earned the right to be this good, and they're going to get after it. But what a sight it was to see. And yeah, you watch these other teams can't get out of their way in the playoffs and can't stop turning the ball over, and you go, okay, we're playing a clean brand of football, running the ball, great defense, amazing special teams unit. Okay. Got a pitch here that goes back to the B gap, and the Rams are all over that thing. Manungai gets nowhere. Good job by the Rams there. Appreciate your frog, man. Thank you, man. Seattle Big Patty Daddy. What's up, man? How you doing, Big Patty? Long time no see, bro. How you been? He says, what up, man? What a great day last night. Oh, it was awesome. Shotgun look here for Caleb. He'll throw this out into the flat. Luther Burden does a great job breaking the tackle, breaking another tackle. And then he's going to fall forward. Boy, he is fun in the open field, is he not? My man was hitting dead leg cuts, stop and starts. But a hell of an epic night last night for Seahawks fans, and just a hell of a game. It was just awesome, just on shades of the Super Bowl game. We're just right out from the literal jump of that first game. You're just like, oh, baby, here we go. Hope you've been doing well, Patty. And let's go Hawks, man. Let's go get this thing. Handoff here inside to Manungai. And he is able to get himself a first down run here for the Bears. Rams defense looking good here out the jump, though. Looking very good out the jump here. Appreciate you, Patty. Why not us, man? Why not us, huh? I'm just saying. Play action pass by Caleb. He's looking deep, looking deep. He's got a long time in the pocket here. He's going to break the pocket. He's going to stop. He's going to rewind up. He's going to throw it into Colston Loveland. Colston Loveland's going to drop the ball. All right. Bears receivers cannot sell on Caleb today. You guys are going to need to catch the ball if you're going to win this game. And these drops we've seen from them already so far, Roma Dunzier, and then here, he can't hand it to you, boys. You got to catch the ball. It's hit your two hands, and I don't care if it's a little behind, you catch the ball. Got to reel that thing in. 2nd down and 10. Rams bring a nice blitz. Boy, again. Good throw there by Caleb. Another bobbled ball by a Bear off receiver. If he just catches it cleanly, he's got a first down, but can't quite reel it in. Got a flurry of snow falling here in the stadium, so it's going to affect definitely. You got to give these receivers a little bit, I'm sure, some room on this. And Caleb isn't exactly putting these right in the exact spot. All these throws are just a little bit behind. 3rd down and 1. Handoff here to DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift cuts in behind and has a very nice run there. Great job by DeAndre Swift. First down. There's got a little drive going. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Mrs. Randy and I are going to try to make it on Sunday. I think with Evans, a good deal lined up. I was at 2 of the 3 championship games. Missed the Packer game. Ooh, let's go, Randall. That's going to be awesome, man. Get out there early. Really enjoy it. I don't have to tell you. You know what you're doing. 1st and 10 here in shotgun on the Rams side of the field here. Caleb under some pressure here. He's going to roll out. We got a flag on the play. Caleb's going to throw it back here to Colston Loveland, who will be brought down at the 23-yard line. But let's see what the flag is. Offsides on the Rams. That will be declined. So big play down the field there to Colston. Yeah, I'm definitely envious, Randall. You're going to have a great time in that stadium. Get him back in there. So cool to feel that energy coming off last night. Everybody kind of knew what time it was. No sea of red out there. You know, any of the Niner fans that were in that stadium came out of it going, wow, that crowd was lit tonight. Hand off here to DeAndre Swift or Kyle Monangai. He's running over guys. My goodness. Just straight running over dudes and murking them. He just murked. Emmanuel Forbes still on down the field after that.
Fatality.
Poof. He snowplowed Emmanuel Forbes. Ugh. It's a tough leg. Emmanuel weighs about 175, man. It's hard for him. Hand off inside Monangai again here. He will be caught this time and go nowhere. Short gain of 2. I didn't know, Randall, I didn't know you got to see the 49er championship game. That must have been awesome. Thank you, though, man. Congrats. One time it's going to be next week. 2nd down and goal. 3 wide receiver look here. Back to a handoff here. And another gain of 3 here. Where Ben Johnson probably is going to play with the notion here of doing this as a 2-down situation. There you go. Okay. I got 2 plays here, which still leaves the running play open here for me. You've gotten some movement on this drive a little bit in the run game. Rams are going to come in this with a 3-4 look, and Bears are going to call a timeout. They want a second to think about it. Probably a good time for a timeout here to get a feel for what you exactly want to do. Just, okay, how do I, not only the play call I want to call, do I want to go 2 downs here if we don't get it? A little bit to think about. 206 David, thank you for the $5 donation. I still can't believe last night's game. Let's go. It's been a magical year, man. And I know I've hammered it to death, and I'm sorry for that, but I don't get to say that about any of these years. I don't get to be in a position to say that this is like a storybook and that this is something that I would have written up prior to the year going, here's how I wish and hope this thing goes. And then it's playing out that way. And to do that in that way against that team after you beat them 2 weeks ago, I mean, just we're going to look back on the season and so many things. And I think we're just going to marvel at, not the ups and downs, but just the magical, wonderful turns that happened at seemingly almost every turn of the season. Definitely a sun-kissed kind of year, if you know what I mean, David. Bears do go with a handoff here on third down, and they just get no push, no holes. None guys just runs into a wall, and that's it. So this is going to take you down through the end of the first quarter here. Ben Johnson's already walking down to that end, and now you're going to go for another fourth down attempt here down inside the goal line here. That's where you got to be careful on that. Just I'm going for fourth down as an automatic mode. It stops being something that's like smartly what the analytics tell me, and it starts to be something that is you just making a decision in automatic mode. Well, we just go for fourth down in those moments. That's what we do. That's just who we got. And it's like, well, are you really then thinking through intelligently at that point if you're just constantly doing that? I mean, for instance, here, if you're taking the field goal and you took the points the last time on a relatively short field goal, you have a 7-6 game here. You're keeping yourself within this. But instead, now you potentially come away with no points here and set up the Rams to go up by multiple touchdowns on you. And then these weather elements and this environment, I don't know if that's a great game plan from Ben Johnson as far as approach goes. But David, thank you again for the $5, man. And another magical night, another magical chapter. Add it on in. What a game it was. What a game, what an experience. What a season. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Dream scenario. Niners and Rams get sent home at the Lumen Field. Then we send the Patriots home in the Niners house, soon to be renamed Seattle's second home. I think so. If we win and leave, I am officially renaming it Hawk House. And every Niner fan, there's no, why you call a Hawk House, dude? Well, we won a Super Bowl championship in that stadium. We've won more Super Bowl championships in that stadium than you have. No, shoot. Okay. It would be back again to another couple other chapters, man. You do this to the Rams, after the chapter of the 49ers, then the chapter of the Patriots, and the Super Bowl loss from 10 years ago and avenging that. I can't think of a season that would be more. That's why I say it'd be my favorite all-time Seahawks season. Because it's so much good. There is no tumultuousness. There is no turmoil. There is no, you're sitting there just, oh man, it's starting to get a little dark to this. I don't know. We're going to be able, it's not that at all. It's just an energy and a vibe that just feels right and good. And teams just, you so easy to root for. And guys have really developed and come forward. You love the coaching staff. John Schneider's moves and just the man that touched gold everywhere you looked a little bit on some of these moves there. So I like it, Peter. I'll take that approach. I think one way or another, as I said, coming this game against this Rams team, I think we're going to have to face them. And like we had to take down the Niners, and like we had to reinforce that takedown, so too will we have to with the Rams, for our right to go there to the dance, to the show, and show that we can pull it off. Let's go. Let's go, man. Thank you, though, Peter. Appreciate that donation. Very kind of you. All right. Bears are going to come out here and go for it. Start of the second quarter. Shotgun look. 3 wide to the far side of the field. Loveland isolated to the near side. They go over the top, and they do complete it for a touchdown. DJ Moore. Caleb did a good job there of hanging in the pocket and not bailing too fast to try to get to the perimeter there He stayed just kind of backed up a couple steps and let things develop a little bit longer. Able to find DJ Moore. Linebackers in coverage. Already twice now you have the Rams kind of the Bears attacking the Rams. And both Landman and Spates are two guys you can get after when it comes to their ability to defend the pass. And a couple plays already in this game that has stood out. Kick is going to be up and good. So Ben Johnson's ballsiness pays off, and they tie up this game. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Ben Johnson looks like the Nazi colonel from Inglourious Bastards, Hans Landa. Both seem like real pricks. Yeah, Ben's got a little bit of a vibe to him of, he does have, I think prick is probably the right way to call it. He just does seem to have a bit of a personality that I don't think that he rubs all of his locker room this way. I don't think he's like this way to everybody a little bit. Like he's that kind of coach that's just all a-hole all the time. But that he does have just those prickish elements to him that do make him a little bit in that way of he does have a little bit. It's maybe not full on Harbaugh punchable face, but it's approaching the territory. It's in the vicinity. And weird with this whole thing with LaFleur, Randall, like the whole handshake and what is the point of that? Like we learn in Little League to do that, and do it respectfully. Don't go out there like a child and freaking weirdo. Well, Fleur must have been talking some trash to him or something in the offseason. There must be some Richard Sherman, Michael Crabtree story behind that one. This will go in the back of the end zone here, and the Rams are going to get the ball at the 35-yard line. Thank you, though, Randall. Appreciate the $5. Yeah, that's a great comparison. It fits. Jordan, appreciate another $5 donation as well. When they call Bears opportunistic defense, is that just a nice way of saying they've been lucky? Kind of. Is it opportunistic, or is it that, they just keep scoring points on us and eventually they're going to make a mistake? There'll be a tip ball somewhere. All right, we got 40 points, but we got 2 picks. Almost kind of like I'm starting to get that vibe off this defense. And pressure mounting around Stafford. He navigates it well. And boy, that ball should have been picked. Bears defenders knocked it away from each other there. Stafford threw it into 2 guys down the field. Pressure was kind of getting in around him for sure, but maybe that was maybe the tight end was able to knock that free. That was a good job by Ferguson, the tight end for the Rams, of knocking that away. Not letting Bayard get an interception. Bayard's got a nose for the ball. He's got to watch today. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field for the Rams and shotgun. Stafford dropping back to throw, finds a little stop route in space, completes it there for about 6-7 yards, hitting Lumen Field. Stafford doing a good job here of not just locking into Puka and working the ball all across the field a little bit here. He's got 2 targets to Ferguson, target to Parkinson, target to Mumfield, 3 targets to Kyron Williams, 3 targets to Puka, and 2 targets into Jordan Whittingham. So doing a good job of not necessarily just getting one-track minded here. 3rd down and 4. Fire zone blitz look here from the Bears. They bring it from a different side. Ball's going to be thrown incomplete by Stafford. Looks like he was expecting a route adjustment there that did not come from the wide receiver. A shot by the Bears defense there. They show the blitz with the 5-man blitz they show with their inside linebacker standing in the A-gap. He falls out of the A-gap post-snap, and then they bring the corner blitz, the slot blitz. Nicely done on their part. Very nicely done. But yeah, opportunistic is one of those ones where if you're going to want to be called an opportunistic defense, we get what's going on here. Boy, punt return is working his ass off. Devin Duvernay freaking was putting in work there. He probably ran about 50 yards, fought off a tackle, but got about a 15-yard return. But if you're going to be called an opportunistic defense, you want to be one that's like also holding down the scoring, right? You don't want to be like, what can you say good about the Bears defense? Opportunistic. Yeah. You really speak so well. You gotta be reaching, I suppose, when you got so little to call upon. But it's also a bit of their methodology of approach here, Jordan, because they've said, okay, we're gonna create the super offense, and then we know our defense is gonna be ass, and we're just gonna we're just gonna hope the opportunism will cut in enough over the top of what our offense can do. And it's kind of a wild approach because it was one we saw more probably like 9 years ago. You saw a lot of teams leaning into this offensive age, and they're like, what's the point of defense, really? Who cares? Like, it doesn't even matter anymore, really. And so they just started trying to hype up, soup up these super offenses and be like, this is what we'll do. This is how we'll make it go. And it didn't really work conceptually, of course. There's not really a team that's gone that way to really building a super, quote unquote offense per se. But Bears are kind of going back and doing this in a way if you look at them, because you've got first round pick Darnell Wright, number 1 overall pick on Caleb Williams, number 1 pick to Rome Odunze, who they don't seem to have any plan or conception for how to really use in this offense. DJ Moore, essentially a first round pick worthy, equivalency there. Colston Loveland, first round pick. Luther Burden, second round pick. And they went, okay, we're going all offense here. So like they made a real certain choice on this, and they said, we think this is still where the league's going, and this is the way to go with it. And I don't necessarily agree with doing it, but look, it may get them through. You never know, too. I mean, maybe like all of these elements you just pair together is just so good, and they are healthy now. You got them all rolling. But yeah, the defense is not the best. Keon Lund in the house. What's up, Keon? And thank you for the $5. Says the best thing about the Hawks is how they put up 40 a lot, and Sam only needs to throw for 150 and 1 touchdown. Also, K9 can be the best in the NFL. Sign him. Play action pass, throw out into the flat here to DJ Moore. DJ Moore's corralled out there by Kobe Durant. Durant playing a nice game out there. Great tackle in space. No easy tackle there on DJ Moore. Bringing up second down here. And yes, I think the K9 stuff is, we're going to talk about this. This is one word to John. I'm going to go to K9 and be like, all right, buddy, look, we want to get you on an extension, okay? And he's like, bet, big dog. And John goes back to him and he's like, all right, let's get you on a contract that's going to make sense. And Ken's like, what does that mean? It means we got the franchise tag. Second down and 10, Caleb falling off his back foot. Got to step into the throw, kid. And there's a little bit of getting it to the back shoulder right now on some of these. There's a few of these throws that have needed to be to the back shoulder on these guys he's throwing to. There's a couple though, like that one, where you're falling off your back foot and your mechanics are not sound, and so you're losing some velocity on the throw, which lets the ball climb back into the defender to make a play on it. Got to put it back out in front just a little bit. And they like this. You have to make the throw tighter and harder because you're just not getting as much separation in the elements here. Not with how slippery it kind of is. All right, so they're going to go to Loveland here. That's a weird call on 3rd and 10. They decide to go to a bubble screen to Colston Loveland. Freaking weird. That's a strange-ass call. Rams saw that coming from a mile away. Bears going to come out and on a punt. Boy, he's doing a hell of a job here. This punter's putting in work. Drops it in right at the 24-yard line. Kenneth Walker is a guy that I think is. So we come back to a little bit we were talking about earlier on this being that, analytic folks have taught us that, you can't start with a great running back and expect a great running game. You have to start from offensive line, functional quarterback play, good coaching staff, a good scheme, a defense that's not going to make you have to play from behind constantly. So you have to throw all the time. And once you have these parameters in place, now the other side of that is that you can maximize a running back that is a difference-making level of talented player. And so with a guy in Kenneth Walker, I think to me it's a 3-year deal here that you look to get him in on. And you put him on something to where he's going to make decent money. It's going to be, hopefully in that $13 million per, yearish place. And you call it a day on that. And then if, he's going to try to get into, I want to break the bank, you go, okay, well, we'll do a year of franchise. And then what I would do is say to him there, and like you can do on these franchise tags, is that you say to him, okay, look, we're going to do a 1-year franchise tag deal. And then we're going to let you be a free agent after the franchise tag. We'll have that in the agreement that you have to be allowed to be a free agent if we, franchise you on this for 1 year. So I'd also be that to try to drive some of the leverage so he couldn't just demand all the money on that like I want to be paid Saquon money. It's like, no, we're not going to do that. We're not quite going up to that level. I got the franchise I can put on you, so we'll roll that way. But I think you're going to have a hard time finding a level of talent of K9 in this draft, even early. Love's going to be off the board, the Notre Dame kid, and there's some good backs, but I just don't think there's a guy that's going to maybe be quite to where K9 is as far as that talent level goes. So you go, okay, and it does, as somebody else mentioned above here, I think it was Kelly was mentioning above this, it removes one less need that you have to address this offseason by doing so. And we do get back down to, as I've told you guys, I think that there's a potential here for the Seattle Seahawks to really play the compensatory game this offseason. And re-signing your own guys and getting those guys into the flow puts you down the line to be able to do this, to maybe pick up a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round compensatory pick on into the future if you can play the game right on this one. So we'll see how it goes with all this. But yeah, I'm completely on board with K9. And it's very impressive, this team, and that here we go again with it, where it's just, what happened this last night was not something that just happened as a great snapshot for in the course of a nice season. It is a brand of football. It is a brand of dominance. It's a type of win that we've seen reproduced throughout the course of this year. And that's where I come back to there's a purposefulness to this. This is something that's happening by them in their designs. And the results are beautiful, right? But that's where you come back, and I know it's the words that Mike says a lot that might just sound like, well, it's just a word you're saying. A great tackle by Brisker here on a run play by the Rams, catches him in the backfield. Process over results. And when your process is right and you're committed to the process, and process isn't just how you train and prepare every day, but how you look to win games and embrace that fully. You know who you are. You know how you want to win. You're committed to it. And it just really starts to work within that commitment. And yeah, Sam, you speaks to this team how good they can be as they can hang these points on the board like they have throughout this year, and you don't even need your quarterback throwing for 50 million gazillion yards. Stafford's going to have a ball rip free on the back throw here. I think he managed to get the throw going forward there, so this will probably be an incomplete pass, but this will bring down to a 3rd down and long for the Rams. Backside pressure there. I think that was Sweat. Montez Sweat got in there, and that is a fumble, by the way. That is a full-on fumble. They lose a couple of yards on this play. This may be one where Ben Johnson wants to think about challenging this thing. Oh, no, they did call it a fumble. Good. 3rd and 11. Spotting it right, it looks like. Shotgun here, 4 wide. Stafford dropping back to throw. He's going to lean this over the top. Beautiful throw by Stafford. What a beautiful layered pass there. He gets it into Ferguson. He's got to sneak it right between the coverage. Bears tried to squat low and high on those routes, and he fit it right in over the top. That is such a beautiful touch pass there. I mean, there's 6 inches. He has to put that up over the hands of the Bears defender to put that in there. Very well done. 1st and 10. 10:29 to go in the second quarter. Tie game 7-7. Stafford changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Bears threatening to blitz some things here. They fall back out of it post-snap. Stafford under pressure, and he will be brought down by Brisker. Bears dialing up the heat here. Stafford never saw it coming. And the pass pro never had it built in. They didn't have the protection slid. Brisker he's showing it all the way. Kyron Williams stepped inside. I don't know if Kyron's supposed to pick him up on that. I'm guessing Stafford would tell me yes. Yeah, Brandon, he is. He's supposed to go. Why is he stepping up? I would imagine so. 2nd and 17 for the Rams. Ball on the 35-yard line here. Hand off to Kyron Williams inside, and he'll get a nice short gain of about 3 or 4 yards before he's pulled down. Thing about being opportunistic, I suppose. You'll take your swings. What difference does it make? I bet he done blitz here though. 3rd and 11. He did a little bit of a zone blitz. Stafford's going to hook it up deep here. Boy, he's going deep. Looking for Puka, and Puka is well guarded down the field by Brisker. Brisker with a hell of a series right there, showing you he's one of the better safeties in the league. That guy was literally all over the place doing 3 different things on that drive. Makes a tackle in the backfield for a TFL. Blitzes off the edge, and then is out in space here covering Puka Nacua down the field. Puka didn't really get his head turned back around for that ball a little bit. 4th and 11. Bears bringing the heat here. Defense doing a good job against this Rams team. Credit to them, man. They're doing a good job stopping the run here for the most part and keeping Stafford controlled. From their perspective, 8:54 in the second quarter, 7 points on the board. They got to feel pretty good about that. Thank you, though, Keon, for the fiver, man, and agree with you in full all the way around on that. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Says, something that won't be talked about enough. They just let the whiners chirp and talk, and the Hawks just smiled and kept their composure. It's true. You really had Seattle, locked in, and that's that thing I say where this team's just in that right state mentally, collectively, and the buy-in and understanding what this is going to take and where you got to operate from. And this really comes from the leaders in the locker room talking to these guys and how many that you have interdispersed in here amongst these youngsters, and that you've really found that really nice mix between the two where it's not too young of a locker room that doesn't have the leaders that can guide things through in those moments, that's going to get wild at times and too out of its pocket. You have a Jackson Smith getting headbutted in this game late and doesn't react to it. Just, all right. Should have been called a 15-yard penalty. Should have been rung up, but keeps his composure, doesn't do something that cost his team there. Maybe a year one Jackson would maybe have done something there, right? And I think that is absolutely a part of that spirit you're feeling from this team, and that championship spirit is going to be one that's got to be disciplined and maintain its composure and can't beat itself with stupid penalties or doing stupid things in silly situations. You penalize, it's you in the heat of the moment. Something happens. It ain't you stepping out of pocket, stepping outside yourself, stepping outside the team to cause a problem. And it did stand out about last night. And yeah, that play, especially with him getting headbutted, to me, Jordan, really was a hallmark moment of that game where you go, oh man, they are locked in. They're locked in just the right states. Like, I just want to say to everyone, the Seahawks players, just keep this right here. Don't do anything different. You know what I mean? Every day and whatever you're doing repetition-wise, keep doing that. Every day, just stay right where you're at. Don't overthink anything. Don't think about anything extra. Just for the next 3 weeks, you're just right here in this state. The state you've gotten yourself into through the course of this year. The state they built up to arriving at. Composure. It's a great word. It's a great word. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, we'll send you a photo of the Vader mug I am sipping from, B. I love it, Megan. I saw that. Megan's embracing the dark side today. She's wrapping her hands, 2 hands around that mug, around that dark side mug. Thank you, Megan. I saw that was awesome. We got a 2 tight end look here with 2 wide receivers stacked to the far side of the field. Caleb under center. He'll hand off to DeAndre Swift. Would like to see the Bears try to stay a little bit more with the ground game here and see if they can make some headway. It's going to be hard for them because they can see some holes, I know, in the secondary and how they can attack the linebackers. But I think Swift can make some headway too in this game a little bit, averaging 6 yards a carry right now and 6 yards a carry on 4 rushes. None guy's not doing too bad either. Shotgun look here for Caleb. Colston Loveland goes in motion. Caleb dropping back to pass, falls off his back foot there, gets it into the other tight end for a very short gain. Feels like the elements are definitely making things a little harder on the passing attack here for both teams. Just feels like it's kind of restricting some things. Quarterbacks don't always feel super sure in what they're looking at, stepping in the pocket, letting it rip. And I wonder if that just comes back to not feeling like there's a lot of separation there, like they normally would see. 2 of 5 today on third downs for the Bears. Dropping back to throw here again. Gets the completion in on a quick pass to Colston Loveland there. Such a good young player. First down. Just moves so well for such a big guy. Third catch, 38 yards for Colston. Basically operating like a big slot in this offense. Wonderful route, and again, attacking the linebackers of the Rams in coverage. Spates again getting targeted there. Shotgun look here for Caleb. See, this is where I think go to the run. Man, Luther Burden is nasty. He's very nasty. Those moves in the open field, man. He's pulling that stuff off in the snow. Little bubble screen, no out in space, just kind of dancing around back there. Goes and gets himself a 6-yard gain. Kind of makes it happen. Megan, that's an awesome Vader Cub. You must feel the power of the dark side. Appreciate you. All right, Caleb back under center here. DJ Moore goes in motion with a 3 wide receiver look. Caleb dropping back. He's got a blitz. He picks it up. He hits Munungai. Munungai's running free and fast and hard, and he just puts his head down and goes as hard as he can and finally tackled down at the 40-yard line in Rams territory. Very good job by Caleb of recognizing the blitz there. Rams set that up pretty well. They were showing it a little bit prior to the snap, but he did good of making sure he was aware of it. And second he read it, throw into the blitz. That's what you teach the quarterbacks to do. Throw into where the guy's just vacated. Bears got something cooking here now. 5:45 to go here in the second quarter. Caleb under center. Fake. Pitch. Roll out to his right. Tries to throw it back late into a Dunze. Could not get it completed there. Second down. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Jesse's poem needs Arnold Lamentations of Our Women. It does need. Where's my drop? Where's my Arnold drop? Oh, it does need that. You're sure. Crush your opponents. Crush them.
Crush your enemies. See them driven before you. And hear the lamentation of their women.
And hear the lamentations of the women. A nice run by DeAndre Swift right up the middle here. And then he hurdles at the end there to probably push that to a first down run just right down Main Street. A gap run there. His poem better come from the bottom of his heart. I don't want a girly man poem. I want a poem showing his love. Don't tell me about the chopper. Tell me about your love for Sam Darnold. Tell me about your love for Sam Darnold. You must love him now. He is your daddy, Jesse. He is your big daddy. Oh, folks, give me some room tonight. It was a late night last night, all right? I'm going to be a little out of it today. Hey, John, appreciate you, man. All right, we got a 3 tight end look here from the Bears. I don't know if they've run this out yet. 3rd and 1. And, man, they try to go big and think they can go get that first down, and they do not get it. Great job by the Rams defense there. Kobe Turner again having a good day for them. He's leading the way there on that tackle, and no doubt here the Bears are going to go for it. That's got to piss you off as a coach. You did kind of go away from where you should have gone there, though. They tried to run into the numbers of the Rams. That was a decision. 4th and 1. Caleb under center here now. Rams, 5 men. A lot of guys in the line of scrimmage. They're thinking this is run all the way. Way too freaking predictable. Holy shit, Ben. Offensive mastermind my ass. You could see that thing coming from 3 miles away. Like, why are you taking it out of Caleb's hands, buddy? He has multiple times in this first half like he's not trusting Caleb. And the Rams seem to kind of know it. Swedish Shinobi, thank you for the $2 donation. Let's go. Rock out with your Hawk 12s. I think he meant rock out with your Hawk out is what he really meant there. And that, indeed, go Hawks, go 12s, man. I think everybody is today. Sipping the champagne, going, okay, 2 more games, let's go. That was fun last night. I enjoyed it. Let's go, 2 more. Here we go. Here we go. Appreciate you, Swedish. Love that emoji, dude, by the way. That's awesome. Devo Martzall, one of our OGs in the house. Devo, so good to see you, bro. How's your day going? Another man I know is very happy by what he's gotten to see. He says, we want the Rams. Adds to our success this year. Go Hawks. We can totally beat them again. We can totally beat them again, absolutely. You know, this is a team that 4 interceptions, and it came down to a missed field goal attempt on your part for them to win the game. Well, last game, a couple interceptions, a couple turnovers in that game. Yet still, you're able to go get the win. And with the way this offense is playing right now, especially, and limiting those turnovers and being careful in that way, I just feel like we can absolutely take them, especially at home, especially the environment, rock and rolling like it will be. I love your confidence, Devo. I love your confidence. And I think we're all definitely on board with, hey, we'll take on anybody here. The way this team's playing, how good they are, I'll take my chances against anybody at this point. And you're right about the successes this year. You go through, you beat this Rams team that's had your number for so many years, or 49ers team that's had your number for so many years. Do it twice over at the end of the year, including the playoffs, including a drubbing. You do this against the Rams next week. And then you go out there and let's say you take on a Patriots team that beat you the last time. That is a year that stands out. And it is so much like what would be cool about this is not only you win the Super Bowl at that point, but it'd be a year that stands out from a historical perspective because they're Super Bowl winners that get lost at time that people kind of forget about. And they're like, oh yeah, that team had that thing go on with the deal with that. They won that 1 year thing, didn't they? Did it? Yeah, they did kind of that. And there's those teams where it's like, remember that year with that team and what they did and how good they were and how they, man, yeah, I remember that. That was crazy. So I get where you're coming from on that, Devo. And I was talking about in the wrap-up video last night. You're already having a defense on its way to legendary status in what they're setting the table for here. And really could end up holding him in even higher regard when you look at historically speaking on this one, that's for sure. Thank you, man. It's great to see you in the house and appreciate you in Swedish as well. Being members of the channel. In addition to that, you too, Peter. Quick throw out in space here to Puka Nakua, and he cannot reel it in. A little bit high. And we're seeing the elements definitely playing a part here in pass catching, route running today, just a bit on, these players just don't have the footing where they want to have it. Man, that run play was awful by Ben Johnson. He needs to retire that crap. I thought Ben's supposed to be super like, I'm going to be wild and free and all this. Like, those 2 play calls back to back on those rushing attempts, those were horrendous calls. 2nd down and 10. Stafford dropping back to throw. He's got pressure in his face. He's going to flip this out into space. And again, off the fingertips of the tight end, Colby Parkinson. Stafford tried to throw it late, sensing pressure. Bears defense starting to find some answers here against this Rams team. 4-man pressure front from the Rams there. Nothing exotic, or from the Bears there, sorry. Nothing super exotic. wonder if a Ram fan would tell me right now that this is a little bit of McVay falling into his greatest trappings, being not running the football. 3rd down and 10. They're going to hand it off on 3rd and 10. Boy. Oh, it's a first down. Why is that a first down? Was there a penalty? Must have been a penalty. I did not see the call on the field. Legal contact. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Okay. 2nd down and 9. Stafford's going deep over the top. Trying to find Devontae Adams, and corner's running step for step with him on the outside. Very low-key call in the illegal contact. That thing was cool, like quick. Okay. 3rd down and 9. Windy day in Chicago. It's almost kind of like they call it the Windy City for a reason. 3rd down and 9 here. 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end. Stafford and shotgun. Bears threading a blitz. They're going to bring the blitz. And they're going to get to Stafford here. Wow. They're catching him with the corner blitz. Wonder if Mike's watching this too a little bit, like, Late corner blitz. Your protections don't seem to have. They actually got it, though, which is the odd part here. Parkinson was in, but he ran the chip on it rather than sustain it. So technically, Parkinson picked him up, but he just chipped him and ran. So it's kind of like, well, what good is that? And that's you're doing that to a defensive back, so it's a little bit of a quicker cat and getting back up to speed off the chip. Duvernay can be dangerous there on the punt return. We'll get it back to the 39-yard line, but the Bears defense doing one hell of a job here in this first half against this Rams team. And boy, you got to love them dialing up a couple of these blitzes at the right moments. 3rd and 9, you know that Stafford's going to want to get to a deep drop. Take advantage of that with the blitz. Interesting. Peter, thank you for the $5 donation. 1 second, make a little more coffee. Peter, thank you again for that $5 donation. Says, if the Bears win this game, we're winning the Super Bowl. I think we'll beat the Rams, but I know we'll beat the Bears. Go Bears. Wasn't about a year ago that I think McDonald had the Chicago team offensively with a lot of the same personnel they have right now, albeit not with Ben Johnson. Well, not a lot. They've rebuilt their offensive line, so you got to give them credit there. But look, you held them to 3 points in Chicago last year. And I think that Mike, you give him a second-year quarterback, you give him a young quarterback, you give him a quarterback still kind of finding his footing and his way through this league. I think we can find a lot of representations of this here in the last couple of years. Those are the kind of quarterbacks that he's going to be able to really get after him and will have a lot of problems against him because he's going to give you very, very few clean, easy looks. And that's what young quarterbacks tend to want. They can do stuff off script. They can do stuff that's tough, but they're going to need the easy plays within there. And you remove that off the plate for them, and it makes playing his defense tremendously hard for those guys. So I do agree with you. I think that's just a tougher matchup for Caleb. And going back through the last, couple Spencer Rattler this year and what you did in that Saints game with him, where it's like, he was like, whoa, Bo Nix in the first game of the year last year, 2 years ago, and how confused and out of sorts, you had him. Look at what Bryce Young here a couple weeks ago. and how you had him just completely befuddled as to what to do. CJ Stroud was this way. You go through a litany of very young quarterbacks that are still finding their way in this league, and he's going to go. Now you get a guy like Stafford, so you get the guys like Jared Goff that have been in the league for 7 or 8 years. So might be guys that might have a couple of answers that they can find against that defense here and there. Caleb's going to drop back to throw here, pressure mounting. He's got to get the ball out, gets the ball out, and completes it to Rome Odunze for a first down. Nice catch there by Rome. There's the athletic, high-point pass catcher I remember from the Washington days. Again, just attacking into the linebackers in coverage for the Rams. Landman that time, they're in breaking routes. They're going after those two linebackers, those off-ball linebackers, man. They are attacking them, and that's the best success of this offense today. Running play to Mononga in outside zone will be brought down for about a gain of half yard, maybe. Well said on your part, Peter, and go Bears. Go Bears. Appreciate you again, too, man. You dropped a ton of donos yesterday as well on the channel. Very kind of you for doing so. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Jesse's working on the belt-to-ass opening stanza. Yes, sir, he better be. I was saying last night on Twitter, I want Walt Whitman-esque levels of in-depth insight into his soul. I want a soul. I want the heart. I want to hear the love of Sam Darnold. Jesse was definitely having some buyer's remorse on that bet last night on his stream. He referenced and he was like, what was I thinking? Frogman, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, I also owe an apology to John. He's a great general manager. I think there's a lot of folks that were in that spot of things. I don't think you were alone in recent years, Frogman. And, I think it was also not always the easiest in making the assessment of John because you didn't know exactly what was John and what was Pete through a lot of the years. And I think in retrospect, now we know a truth that we didn't know necessarily at the time, which is that there was a lot of Pete in there, probably. And when it comes to some of the stuff that we might be John most up for, there's a lot of, it's not that Pete becomes the bad guy in everything, but just that it was in retrospect to what we're seeing and what John's been able to do here, there was, some limitations to it. As far as what we've seen Pete do down in Vegas a little bit, there was some holding him back there, and it wasn't as clear and easy a situation because you have so few spots in the league where a general manager basically has less power than the coach and how it's set up. So it wasn't an easy one necessarily to see from your perspective or anybody's perspective on this one because of the unusual nature of this setup. But he is a great general manager, and he's done his best work this past year. He's grown, he's evolved. He doesn't tend to make the same mistakes twice for the most part. None of us are perfect, but it's been so impressive what he's pulled off this year. The drafting, the free agent period, what he's done with spending the money. I mean, above all, we don't talk about it. Niners get a lot of this talk about how they get a pass this year because they ate $100 million of dead money. And isn't it still amazing how they've been able to get to where they've gotten with the $100 million of dead money? We've gotten to 14 wins this year with $80 million of dead money. So it may not be 100, but it's 80. I think about that too. In addition to all else. Give the Mononga here. We're going to come up with a third down. Clock rolling to 1:40 to go here in the second quarter. Game tied 7-7. Bears with 55 yards rushing and the Rams with 25. Does stand out in this game that the Rams have just not maybe bailed out of the running attack, but 17 attempts for Stafford in this game to 7 rushing attempts for the Rams in this first half. 3rd and 4 for the Bears. Ball at the 29-yard line. Shotgun look here for Caleb, dropping back to throw. He's going to look out to Colston Loveland. Good tight coverage out in space there, my McCullough. and that will be incomplete. And the Bears will have a bit of a decision here on their hands from Ben Johnson's perspective of this. He's going to go with Cairo Santos on the field goal attempt. And this will not necessarily be super duper easy peasy necessarily here. Up and through is the kick by Santonio. Thank you, though, Frogman. Appreciate the $2 dono. He's good. DJ, how you doing, man? Thank you for the $5 donation. I want to play the Rams more than any other team. I don't want to hear all the talk about how they would have beat us. Dark side plus Ginger Cuz. It's too much power. You add Dark Side with Ginger Cuz energy. That's supercharged right there. You might as well put jet fuel in that tank. Let's go, DJ. And indeed, I'm sure we're going to hear the litany of excuses, and somehow it'll all backtrack down to it's the official's fault. Oh, Lordy. Oh, goodness. You know it's true. You know it's true. I love where you're coming from, though, DJ. I love the confidence. Rams are letting the Bears kind of get going here. I thought this game would be one where the Rams are going to get out in front, and then it'll be more about the Bears kind of mounting a comeback in the second half to make it tight and close. But see how this thing goes here a little bit. There's a minute and 10 seconds left to go here in this half, so Stafford and company's got more than enough time, 2 timeouts, to go and make some headway here. At the very least, come back and get the field goal. And they do get the ball at the start of second half. So it still could kind of play out that way as this game goes along. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, what if Denver somehow got Russ for the AFC Championship Conference game? Ha ha. Oh, the redemption arc would be something else, wouldn't it, Keon? Especially Russ with where that defense is at right now. But yeah, they're in a tough position, the Denver Broncos, and you feel for them because it's the worry you always have. You know, there's nothing more probably. No, there is other things more infuriating, but it's frustrating. You know, you have a team you built up that's great, number 1 seed. Go out there and you beat the Bills that might be your biggest challenger in the AFC in that game. You're going to conference championship in your house, mile high, thin air, and yet you enter that situation with Jared Stidham out there. Good job on the kick return here to take down Winningham. Boy, he got smacked. The Bears playing with a little bit of energy and life and juice right now. I don't know if it's the home field crowd cooking and all that, but they've got a little bit more life to them than this Rams team right now, just a bit. This Rams team needs to jumpstart some things. They've got a little bit of some languidness going on to their, and maybe a little bit of up-tempo here can help you out from an offensive perspective in this way. Start to get you kind of, okay, let's wake up. That'd be hilarious, Keon. That would be hilarious. All right, Matt Stafford dropping back to throw. He's going to hit Puka on a little stop route here. Puka drawn back after the catch, and he'll gain about 7 yards on the play. Clock continues to roll, 53 seconds to go here. Hurry up by the Rams. Stafford guiding traffic. Ball on the 28. Stafford, high snap, reels it in. Back out to Complete out there to Higbee. Nice catch by Tyler Higbee. Boy, beautiful grab by him. Tight throw. Not a lot of separation there. Stafford just put it on a beautiful line, and he was able to reel that thing in. Wouldn't that be crazy, Keon? Wouldn't that be crazy? That'd be a hella awkward call between him and Peyton, wouldn't it, Keon? Is Sean Payton over there like, all right, Russ, look. Look, big guy, I'm sorry, all right? I got out of pocket. You know I didn't mean it. I just liked Bo. I just wanted to get to Bo. That's the only reason I said what I did. You said it, though, after I left, too. You know, those are just words, Russ. What are words against a championship? Bears side of the field are the Rams. Stafford dropping back to throw here. Completes it underneath to Kyron Williams for a short gain. Clock continues to roll down to 29 seconds to go here. Rams will take their timeout. That's the final one of theirs this half. Very close to field goal range. Randy creates. Thank you for the $5 donation, Randy. It says, when Caleb Williams injured his fingers, he was hit in the head. No call. Rams led the league in fewest penalties. Mentioned to Jake on the NFC West roundtable. I will try to mention it to him. It is one he doesn't like to listen to a lot of what I got to say because he just comes back to me, Randy, and he says, well, they're just so well coached. But you're right. You know, you've got that. There was definitely hands to the head on that. I think he got both of his hands to the head, didn't he, Randy? I mean, he got him. He got his money's worth there with both of them. But when uncalled, supposed to be a point of emphasis. If that's Stafford there, I think that's probably a call he's going to get. Stafford dropping back to throw, navigating the pocket very well there. Finds a check down to Kyron, and they are at field goal range. 20 seconds to go here now. Clock continues to wind. Stafford's going to clock it. We do have a flag here. I think we're going to have unsportsmanlike here on the Bears. Well, your timing of your donation, Randy, right here. Personal foul. They're going to get Gervon Dexter for unnecessary roughness. Let's see what he did. Okay. I mean, okay. Golly. All right. That's a little, okay. Woo! Randy, your donation is well-timed. Let's just say that, okay? Your well-timed donation there after that call, too. Not just the head call, but that one we just saw there. Like, I don't know about that. All right, 16 seconds to go. Stafford taking a shot down the field to Devontae Adams. Whistles this to the back of the end zone. 14 seconds remaining. Thank you, though, Randy, for the donation. I'll try to find my way to fit it in there as I can. I'll find a way to get a little jab in there, Randy. Appreciate the donation, though, man. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation. Will the road to the Super Bowl be harder than the actual Super Bowl? Probably yes. Yeah. Not probably yes. Yes. 100%. We'll cover in a sec. Give me 1 sec here, Jay Gundy. We'll get back to that. 1 sec here. All right. 14 seconds to go. 2nd and 10 here. Ball on the 14-yard line. Stafford dropping back to throw. He's looking. Trying to find Higbee in the back corner of the end zone there. And no separation to be had. Just throws it away. 9 seconds left to go here for the Rams. They're down 10. Stafford in the shotgun. He's got time in the pocket to assess, and he's just going to whistle this over the top. Not even going to try there. 3 seconds left to go. And the Rams will do a field goal attempt. The thicker kicker out there, Mevis. Swirling kind of flurried conditions have kind of slowed down a little bit in this game. Not as bad as it was earlier on. But boy, you know it's cold. Kick is up and kick is through. So tie game here. Rams, nice offensive execution there down the field to get themselves back to time. Bears got to feel pretty good about where they land, though, with this Rams team. Standing step for step with them. Rams will get it after halftime. Jay Gundy, yeah, the reason this is going to be, to me, is that, look, I think the Rams are the biggest challenge you got left on the board in this playoffs, period. The other part of this is that I think, because we were speaking about this a few minutes ago, that when it comes to Mike McDonald, he is a very good coach about going up against young quarterbacks in particular, that his playbook is well suited to provide a heavy amount of confusion, disguise, uncertainty for young quarterbacks that I think quarterbacks like Stafford and some of the quarterbacks been in the league a bit longer have a bit better understanding and idea of how to be able to circumnavigate. And so that's, to me, just those two factors to me are the big factors here at play. And yeah, I think that this is very much, as we've talked about, this being shades of 10 years ago and having to take on the 49ers conference championship. And this is kind of the equivalency for where the Rams are at right now. That you go, this is, we're back in the same kind of place. Time is a flat circle kind of thing. And yeah, I think the matchup's going to be a very winnable one in the Super Bowl, no matter who we play between those two opponents. And I'd like our chances, but Rams are going to be, if we got to face them next week and next Saturday, that's going to be a hell of a fight. Probably comes down the line, quite honestly, Jay. I would be very surprised if we actually were able to pull them all the way to the Niners. I mean, just a wholly different beast a little bit. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate the $5 donation. John, thank you for another $5 as well, man. Appreciate you, too. Says, beating 49ers, then the Rams, and then in San Francisco Stadium, beating the Patriots. Coach Mack and John having an epic Godfather 2 settling of all family business moments. It is literally that. When people go, well, Godfather 2 is better than really the original Godfather. I mean, it's actually just a better film. So this is like Empire Strikes Back. I mean, we're talking about the dark side, right? This year in Seahawks history would be like how, look at that original trilogy, the Star Wars. Most people, at least us old heads, would tell you, well, it's number 2 that's the one that's like, that's a really good movie. And it's a little bit like that for us, where it's like this number 2 for us, this number 2 chance to go to the Super Bowl and go win it would be kind of the most epic. I love your reference, John, and I agree, man. It is, to do this in the manner they could do this, the road that they've taken to get here, the opponents you've taken down, the monsters of your past that you've conquered on top of it through the process of it would be amazing one. Would be an amazing one for sure. God settle all family business. We'll have no more issue with anybody. No more battles, no more fights, no more enemies. Thank you, though, John. Appreciate you, man. Well said, too. I love the Godfather reference. That's great. Godfather 2, a hell of a movie. Good franchise, man. Godfather 1 and 2 are great, but 2 is really good. Kyle from South Park, what's up? Thank you for the tenor. Give me a sec here. I'm going to get my coffee. Kyle, how is your day going, man? It's so good to see you. Thank you for the $10 donation. He says, the way Seattle plays for one another It's more of a family aspect now. I could see JSN, Spoon, Woolen, Walker take a discount to keep it together. I may be wrong, but this locker room feels different. It's possible. It is certainly possible when it comes down to it that these guys recognize a little bit of what's possible here, and that you see them collectively come together. I would love to see it if they could, because you talk about something that is also just so very rare to see in the sport, which is the guys taking discounts. Everybody usually when they come up are going to want to get they're going to want to get paid. Walker's had to wait to get paid, and Woolen's had to wait to get paid, and as an NFL player, you just don't know how many times you're going to get a chance at that, how many bites at the apple you're going to get at that. And this may be your only big major contract. And it would be cool if that's a spirit that they could bring into play. I would be surprised, I guess is what I'm kind of saying with that, Kyle, too, that if we actually saw it, because there's just the history so very firm on this one of saying you're going to see these guys want to maximize their worth to the utmost. JSN's going to be $43 million per year. Spoon's going to be $25 million per year, at least. Woolen's probably up there about $15 million per year at this point, and Walker's sitting around $14 to $15 million per year is about the cost. I will say that, Kyle, you can go into this offseason and you could do all of these things. You could sign Kenneth Walker, you could sign JSN, you could sign Spoon. You could make a trade for a Crosby. You could sign a Woolen even if you wanted to, really. You probably got to let a Kobe Bryant walk, got to let a Josh Jobe walk, got to let a Boye Mafe walk then. But you could get all of that done this offseason. That is the benefit of having not only the cap space that you're sitting on, but also the fact that you can always move around and re-engineer some of these contracts to maximize that space even further. So if you're sitting on $70 million, you could be sitting on $110 million of cap space if you really wanted to. And John could be burying void years if you wanted to. There's a lot of different mechanisms in place to be able to do this beyond them having to necessarily take a discount. Oh my God, that offensive line of the Texans. Just garbanzo beans. So you never know, Kyle, but we can afford them all. There's no spot where it has to necessarily be at that point where they got to do the discount to do this. You can absolutely do so. And remember back in the day with the Legion of Boom, the proof to this, Kyle, was you were able to, re-sign Michael Bennett and Cliff Averill and Cam Chancellor and Earl Thomas and Marshawn Lynch and Bobby Wagner. You really are able to retain all the guys you want to retain, but Doug Baldwin get back in the flow. You still can make a trade and sign big money to a guy like Percy Harvin. It's one where this is the benefit too of if you aren't paying your quarterback $53 million to $60 million per year, like some of these teams out there are, and you are paying a guy more now middle of the road kind of deal. Well, now you got more money to spend on those guys. That's kind of that added benefit of finding that real mid-market quarterback deal like the Seattle Seahawks have, is it affords them more players you can fit down the cap that other teams would have had to have made a harder choice and say, well, that guy's got to go. Well, this guy's got to go, so we can't afford that. Seattle's not in that position right now. They're in as great a position as I've seen going back 10 years, Kyle, coming into this offseason as far as their salary cap situation is concerned. 10 years, easily, if not more. They are sitting on an insane amount of space from John Schneider's perspective on this one, considering how tight it's been for him in recent years, where even in years where he's had cap space, there's always been about $30, $40 million of dead money that had to sort of sit on the top of the cap in addition to that space. And that's not even what you're facing this offseason either. $500,000 of dead money on the current cap for 2026 of dead money. All of them are so clean right now. The financial fundamentals are very pristine right now. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $2 donation. Mike McDonald has a notebook right now. Oh, he is scribbling. He is scribbling furiously right now, watching this game, I'm sure. Coming up with more than a few different ideas. Hey there, sweet girl. Hello, sweet girl. Appreciate you, Jay. I just see him sitting there just multiple markers, picking this marker, this formation, writing this in. He's probably got a couple of coaches on like a Zoom or something. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Lenore's headbutt and JSN's reaction was pure gold. It was great. And then how about JSN coming back later to him and sort of tapping him on the head? Like, yeah, you're not getting to me. Good try. It's kind of just a cool little moment there. I got to post that as a short on my channel too. Show the headbutt and then show JSN later just tapping him on the head. You know, just like, it was like the same energy of like you patting a young child on the head. Like, yes, that was nice. Good for you. Mm-hmm. Oh, you got your little headbutt in. Enjoy Cancun. Chris Number, thank you for the $2 donation, Chris. Doesn't have any note in there. Just don't know. Appreciate you for that. Matthew Plowden, thank you for the $2 donation. Says McVay won't run the ball when he needs to. Yeah. I'm a little bit, Matthew, and I'm glad to hear you're saying it because I know I've heard Jake talk a little bit about it and that this is a thing that does exist with Rams fans out there. And I've watched all your guys' games this year, so I know I've seen it two at times with it. I don't always get it with a game like this. You're in the conditions. You can see, and I've referenced this for both passers in this game and the passing attacks for both teams in this game, Matthew. I mean, you're not seeing the precision of the Rams passing attack in this game, and it's not because that they're in bad shape. You're not seeing the precision from the Bears either. The receiver's footing is not obviously good enough for them to be able to cut and get the steps in the place they need to get to be able to create the separation on these routes. You double back down to run the ball then. At the very least in the hope and knowing this Bears defense bad as it is, that you can wear the Bear defense down and then get in third and fourth quarter and have the time of possession at your back. But you don't have the time of possession at your back in this. If anything, it's slided away from you in certain realms of this half, not badly. You're only down 3 minutes, but it's evened up, and the Bears have done a better job of running the ball. It's one thing to watch in this game, I think, Matthew, is if this is really going to be all on Stafford's arm to make this happen. He's already got 24 attempts in this game, on track for 48 attempts. Can he get it done? Yeah, he can get it done. But boy, I don't like the thought of him playing. I don't like the thought that he's going to play a clean game in this and not throw an interception if you got him throwing 48 times in these elements, with these receivers struggling to generate the separation on the football field. You got to go in these elements at times and get ugly with it and run the ball and just go with it. It's been a strange playoff for teams. Makes me appreciate Seattle, and it's part of why I laud what we've done with the running of and the staying the commitment to running, Rant Matthew. And I know I hammer it, but it's like every game we're going to be committed to running the ball. Every game we're going to go out there and put the attempts down. There's really few games that we're going to get into that mode of we got to throw. It really is not how we operate all. But some of the other teams they will oscillate back between today we're pass happy, tomorrow we're going to run. Today we're pass happy, tomorrow we're going to run. And they will almost go quarter by quarter like that with you too, so that I guess they're thinking they're being unpredictable, but then it sometimes seems like a lack of commitment to one style of ball or the other. What is this commercial? Ooh, okay. I don't know what that was. Yeah, a little more runs in the second half. Come in this next drive. I'm a Ram fan. I'm going, okay, Sean, let's come out in this first drive. Let's get back to Kyron and probing in the ground game. Let's get us into third and shorts, Matthew. It's like what you guys did to us in the second game, where in that first half you came out and you guys stayed with. I mean, that was one. Look what you did there. You stuck with a run. You were finding yards, and I think maybe from a standpoint, it's like it just takes too long or something. But you're going to work the clock, and you're getting to more first down centric plays on third and shorts than you are when you get in these 3rd and 6, 3rd and 9s for Matt. And then he's got to pull off some miracle throw down the field in the tight coverage. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. All your support today, man, and ever. You're awesome, bro. He says, Stafford doesn't seem to be handling the pressure very well. Throws are a little off. Lots of wide receiver drops in the playoffs. Our defensive line is going to eat them alive. Let's go. My people are confident, and I dig that about you guys. And yeah, I think that this is off a little bit today. The Rams' energy offensively has not been sharp. And is it the weather and the conditions? I think it's a big part of it. And that they have a very precise passing attack, and that things are very well timed up, and that these kind of conditions don't let you time that stuff up as nicely. It just is what it is. It's a restrictive element. And to come back to, I think that you less than, leaning on them to have to hold up with the pressure and Stafford having to make high-level decisions and high-level throws is coming back to bringing about more balance in the rushing attack in order to, accommodate things better across the board. But it's a little not sharp. And with this Rams team, they haven't been bad down the home stretch necessarily this season. I know they had a couple of game losing streak there at the end, which was kind of pushed up by a couple of other factors at play there, like them resting guys and stuff. But, they just haven't necessarily, like I say, our Seahawks have been playing their best football at this time of year right now. Are the Rams playing their best football of the year right now? Is this the best version of their team right now? It doesn't quite feel like that. Again, it's get to the nuanced place where it's not to say they're bad or that they're a shell of themselves or they've been not that. It's just that maybe not quite, like they're walking off a little bit of a slight ankle sprain, I'm saying, Keon. Collectively as a team. I love your confidence though, man. I love your confidence. And you're not alone, man. You can feel it in the chat today. Folks feeling good about this team, and why shouldn't you? You beat the brakes off the 49ers last night, 41-6. If that shouldn't embolden confidence, I don't know what does. All right. Rams taking on the 24-yard line, and they heard me. They get right back to the rushing attack there with Kyron Williams. He bounces off one guy, falls forward, and goes and gets himself about a 7 or 8 yard gain there. That's Blake Corum, sorry. Hard to tell between Blake and Kyron. He's at 22 and 23, and you can't often see that 3 number with the camera angle. But nice run there by Blake. Very nice run there by Blake. There we go, Matthew. Huh? He heard us. He heard us maybe somewhere, huh? Let's see if they stay with it. 2nd and 3. Hand off back inside to Kyron. First down run. Sometimes it don't have to be that complicated, man. You know what I mean? Sometimes it don't have to be just all this wild stuff. Sometimes meat and potatoes is going to fill you up. Thank you again, Matthew, for the $2 donations. Is suffering. I forgot coffee at the Dollar General. Oh man, I when I don't have coffee, I am in panic mode because I need to be living off of it. And I was up to about 8 in the morning this morning putting that wrap-up video together. So I most definitely need this today. I run on the coffee, Matthew. You know what I mean? I got to pour it into the engine. All right, we got 1st and 10. Clock winding down. Fly sweep out here to Winningham. Winningham is going to get drugged down to the ground for a negative play there. Okay, Matthew, here's it. 2 runs right up the middle into the A gap. You get two nice gashing runs, and then you feel like you have to go to the edge. No. You don't have to do that. Second down and 10. Stafford dropping back to throw. He completes this to Parkinson for a 5 or 6 yard gain. Just a little short throw out route. That's tough, Matthew. Hang in there, man. I'm a tortoise speed without my coffee, man. I'll tell you what. Tortoise speed here. All right, 3rd down and 4. Wide receiver look here for the Rams. Bears throwing a casino blitz look at the Rams right now. Boy, and it kind of worked. Dialed up the pressure and a throw into Puka Nacua, and Stafford kind of put that throw in a weird place. Oh, he slipped a little bit. That's still, where was Stafford throwing that thing? Puka slips a little bit out of his route, but still there was time there to kind of assess it and get it back to the inside shoulder there. High snap by the Rams. This will be driven back here to the... Boy, that was almost a magnificent punt. It was a magnificent punt. They're going to say he got that out of bounds at the 4. Boy, their punter is just awesome at that. Inside the 20-yard line thing. Great punt. Whew, that was good. Yeah. Wow. What a punt. What a punt. Shades of our game in the first one, right? Where he dropped it at the half-yard line. I don't need my kick return unit. I'll do it myself. Oh, Dwyer, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you for that. And you guys are very kind as ever here on the channel. I really thank you guys for all of your tremendous support. Says, thanks for going late last night and streaming again today, Brandon. Hey, my pleasure, man. I had to do it. I was going to be up here watching this game. I might as well be watching with y'all, checking this out with y'all, taking it all within y'all, seeing how this thing goes, talking it up, trying to figure this thing out, you know. But I had a great night last night. This is what this channel is all about, is to be able to have and capture moments like that and to be able to celebrate all together. And just a really cool moment. And it was so much fun to see so many Seahawks fans able to just revel in it and enjoy this season. And, we're going to be looking on to this next week's game soon here as this matchup wraps up, but just enjoying every part of this year for what it's been. And I know everybody is, because of how many years we've gone through recently where there's not been as much of an enjoyment factor, as much hope for greatness, as much hope this team can contend. And now you're feeling it and sensing it. It's got you guys all jacked, and me included. And it's just great to experience it all together, O'Dwyer. It really is, man. Thank you, though, for your support, all of your support here at the channel, as well as being a member. Much, much appreciated. It was a hell of a night last night. Lord Disciple, what's up, Brandon? Message in the chat. All right, I will try to catch it. It's harder on the game days because there's so many messages coming in. So if I happen to miss it, just post it down there in the chat again here. We'll try to find it if I can. We got a lot of messages in there today. We got a lot of the chats cooking up, so you might have to put a message down there again if I can't find it. If I can locate. Fortunately, it doesn't have a search function, so it's just the wall of chat, so to speak. The wall of chat. Yeah, you might have to post down below here in a second on that one, Lord's Disciple. I am not seeing a message. Got a hand off here to Swift. Short gain. And I'm not seeing it here, man. I'm sorry. I'm looking around. I'm not quite seeing. Yeah, Lord Disciple, if you can just type again in the bottom of the message what your message was. It's a big wall of chat that I've got, so it's harder to see. It's hard to see exactly. Messages kind of buried within a bit. All right, 2-yard gain. Caleb dropping back to throw here. Boy, great catch there by DJ Moore. That was a little bit off track, and he was able to reel that thing in. Catch that out far away from his body. Nicely done. Dude, that was a one-handed grab. I thought that looked pretty cool. Boy, he reached out, but in these conditions to make that catch, that is sensational. Absolutely sensational. And boy, you changed the proximity of this play call here for the Bears now. 3rd down and 1. Ball on the 14-yard line, and they're going to do a Caleb sneak, and Caleb's going to run into people, and Caleb's going to be giving it. They're going to give him a nice spot there on that. Yeah, Lord Disciple, if you can, just post that in the chat again. Just bottom of the chat. I'll try to look for it right now if you get a chance in there. I couldn't find it. I was trying to kind of pick through there, and I just couldn't quite find your deal on that. I'll look for it here on the bottom, though. You got a nice spot there. They gave him that was a healthy spot right there for the Bears. Very healthy. 1st and 10. 10 minutes and 4 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Bears out with a 2 tight end look here. Rams matching it with a 3-4 look. Oh, Caleb, you had Loveland. Oof. DJ Moore makes the catch and is blasted out of bounds. Boy, 2 grade A grabs there from DJ Moore. First on the one-handed catch, and then I don't know. That's not a catch. He wasn't able to keep it to the ground. Just a hard hit there. He smacked him up right there. Second and 10. DeAndre Swift. Nice cut. Back on the way. Spreads out. Good run there by DeAndre Swift. Just kind of bouncing around there, trying to find a little bit of room. And this will bring up third and short. Oof. Caleb on the accuracy front, man. That thing is sprayed all over the place sometimes. Third and 2. This is where the Bears have gone very conservative in some of these plays. I'm just going to try to put the ball in Caleb's hand, I think. They're going to run instead to DeAndre Swift, and he gets the first down. Outside zone run. Good job. Sorry I couldn't find your message there, Lord's Disciple, but again, just post that back in the chat here, and I'll definitely respond to it. First and 10. Ball on the 28-yard line in Bears territory. Hand off to DeAndre Swift again here. He's going to, again, nice. Good job of stretching the edge out first, who's trying to set that hard edge, of course. So stretch him out a little bit, widen him out by showing him the cut to the outside, then slide it back inside on a nice sharp cut. He's done a couple of those. Good run there by DeAndre. Not just pressing the hole, but stretching it out first and then pressing the hole. Ty Borg, thank you for the $5 donation. Do we have any example games between McDonald and Ben Johnson when they were coordinators? Yeah, I do believe we do. So, oh boy. 2nd and 6, Caleb trying to make miracles happen. Doesn't able to quite get that one fit into Colston Loveland there, rolling to his left, or to his right, throwing deep down the field there, and Colston not able to reel it in. That thing where you just get away from the run game kind of voluntarily. You run the ball well, just stay with it, man. Make them stop you. I know I keep hammering this, but now you're 3rd and 6. Now you got to throw. Back to pass, 3rd down 6. Incomplete. Both these signal callers just have that tendency to want to get back to throwing the ball. They just can't help themselves. Like these conditions, you guys. I know you're offensive-minded guys. I know you're gurus. I know you want to throw the ball a million times today, but like the conditions aren't going to let you do this. So if you're getting 4 yards a pop of a run, stay with a run. DeAndre Swift, 10 carries, 53 yards. Why wouldn't you just keep giving him the ball? These coordinators just have these weird things. These offensive guys especially just cannot like stand to run the ball sometimes, it seems like. So we've got a couple of examples for you, Ty Borg. We've got the Ravens playing the Ravens playing the Lions 2 years ago. Now that game was in Baltimore, but they destroyed that Lions offense in that game. You then have the year after that, but Mike McDonald's first year last year with Detroit. Seattle playing on the road in that game. Remember, that was kind of in the midst of us having to play a lot of games in a short period of time. But with that said, Ben Johnson gave it to Mike McDonald's defense in that game. You weren't able to create any pressure, and Goff was hitting his back foot and finding plenty of room, and they ran the ball well against us on that day. So you have two different kind of somewhat extreme examples on either end of the spectrum on that one, Ty Borg, when it comes to those two games. They really he dominated them when they played in Baltimore, but they gave it to us last year. And remember, that was in the midst of them giving it to us last year with Dotson and Baker linebacker, and you're down a couple bodies and short week, and some things played into factor on that, traveling on the road. So not to fully excuse it, but I think those are the only two that we have between those two guys. Thank you for the Viber. Appreciate you, Nitro, for another $5 donation. Very kind of you, man. Even though I agree about the refs, please don't have a 10-minute argument with Jake again about the refs. That goes nowhere. No, I'm not. I'm not going to, I'm it's the same thing with kind of the Sam Darnold thing. It's like there's certain debates and discussions that we've had that just aren't, I think we've hammered them, we've beaten them up, gone the direction we're going to go with them. Things stand where they stand with it. And certainly we already were there with the ref stuff with Jake on the thing a couple weeks ago, and I brought the receipts and had screenshots and all that we were showing. So I know it's, you got to fight the battles that can be won, right? You don't fight the battles that'll just go nowhere. Like you say. Well said, Nitro, and promise we'll be staying away from that one. As long as he doesn't sit there and bitch and moan about the refs when we get in the round table, you know what I mean? Shut up. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. He says they don't call the roughing on Caleb, but they call the flop roughing. But I thought Rams don't get ref help. Officials are letting him get after it today, man. I mean, they're letting him get after that quarterbacks for sure, and Caleb included in that. You've got no penalties for the Rams in this game, 2 penalties for 19 yards. And I will say that, the thing I like about what I see from this playoff so far, from my perspective, outside of that Bills-Broncos game at the end of that game, is the officials staying out of the player's way and letting him play. And if it's going to come down, they're letting calls go down across the board. Fumble! Wow, what a lucky hop that was. Matthew Stafford had an absolutely lucky-ass hop. Instant pressure into the backfield there. And the guy knocked the ball out. It bounced up off the turf, right back into his hands. That was crazy. Boy, that could have been disastrous for the Rams right there. And off into Kyron Williams here. Big run, downhill, 10 yards. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't get why they constantly come back to feeling like they got to throw the football, right? And they constantly come back to, got to throw. It's like, why? Kyron Williams, 7 carries, 34 yards, 4.9 yard per carry average. Blake Corum, 3 carries, 14 yards, 4.7 yard per carry average. You're not staying with it. And now you're into a 3rd and 8. You had to throw again because of that first down throw. Blitz look here from the Bears. Stafford trying to check the play. Gives them the okay sign, whatever that means. They're going to go with the bubble screen out wide here. Bears tackle it up well. Jaquan Brisker's playing a hell of a game, and he just continues to play a hell of a game. Great tackle out in space by him. No, that was Gordon. Sorry. Gordon, the corner, made a great tackle out in space there. And the Rams go out 3 and out here. Strange play calling in this game considering these elements. It's like 2 coaches that aren't aware of, what you got to do in a kind of environment like this. They had to throw there, don't get me wrong, but just starting out even with a first down throw like they did. Devin Duvernay is going to receive a bomb of a punt. He's going to return it back here for a decent gain here. Thank you, Jordan, for the $5 donation. And they're going to let him play, man. And I'm okay with that. You come down to like going to playoffs. I want the players to decide if it's egregious. Certainly, I think you got to call those kind of stuff. And that's, no issue going with that there. But if it's just like in the spirit of let them decide it, don't go for the ticky-tack. Did it really affect the play? Be asking yourself that as an official. And if as they're operating from that, the answer is no, then I'm okay with letting him roll. Let it roll, baby. Misfit in the house. What's up, Misfit? Thank you for the $2 donation. At Jake Ellabogans, sending this ref crew Valentine's cards. Yeah, it'll be hard to complain when he's so busy lauding them, right, Misfit? Little bottle of champagne. La Champagne. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation and all of your support today. Randall, you've been awesome as ever, brother. Thank you for that. Let's go. I get playing to win, especially in the playoffs. Also hate leaving points on the field. Thought Johnson got away with it via the pack. 4 red zone trips, 10 points today. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the approach either with what Johnson's done. And obviously sort of like taking the page from Campbell's book, and we're seeing it across the playoffs. Saw with the Panthers, a lot of these teams where nobody wants to, sort of take the points. And I think that you show a little bit of almost a greenhorn nature a little bit by doing this approach to me as a coach in the playoffs, because you got to balance the going for fourth down with the understanding. And it also comes back to, again, a little bit of the defense that I have. I think at least with Ben Johnson, I can give him a little slack on the rope with this, because he goes, look, I can't, and this game's been different. Defense has been on it, but this is where he's got to read that on a drive like this if they get down into the red zone or get down into field goal range, because this is where you're now into the third quarter. The game's declared itself, and you can see that your defense is actually holding up well against this Rams team in this environment. So, but I would understand early in the game if he was thinking more of like, look, this is going to be a shootout. I got to score touchdowns, not field goals. I can get a little bit with him because the defense isn't a good defense. But when it comes to the Seahawks, or when it would come to be it a Texans defense or a Denver Broncos defense or a New England Patriots defense, these are the ones that to me you'd say, look, trust your defense. Trust they're going to hold up and get the job done for you. But you bring up an interesting point that'll be, if the Bears can get up the field here, if they get themselves in a third, fourth and something situation down inside of field goal range and turn down the points here, and he does that again here now, Randall, I would be very much dismayed, because your defense is playing this way. They're doing a good job against this Rams team, and offense especially. Rams defense has held up well, though, as well. Bears come up here, 2 tight end look, going up against the 3-4 look of the Rams. Pitch here to DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift gets through the hole. Nice 5-yard gain. The coach that realizes he can run the ball in this game and that's just going to work is probably the team that wins this game at this point. Both of these teams are averaging over 4 yards a carry. It looks like DJ Moore's out of the game, by the way. Something going on with him. Oh, no, he's out there. He's all right. My bad. 2 tight end look again here. Back under center is Caleb. Bubble screen out in space to DJ Moore. Moore rolled down to the ground. He'll get up after a first down catch. Yeah, Randall, I'm the same way. Take the points, man. You got the great defense. Take the points. Don't overthink it. Doesn't have to be elaborate. Thank you for your support, man. Appreciate you. DJ Moore with 5 catches, 51 yards. First and 10 here for the Bears. 3 wide receiver look, play action pass, back to the throwing. He almost throws a pick. What is going on with these coordinators, man? What a... You film Wise Brando says, "He who realizes the run shall smell lotus flower of victory." Indeed. I'm telling you, man. I'm just saying. All right, 2nd and 10. False start by the Bears, 5 yards back. There goes the run game in this sequence. Jeez Louise. Mr. Kane, thank you for the $5 donation. Mr. Kane, thank you for that. Very kind of you. After last night, you could tell the haters Will Smith style, keep my team's name out your motherfucking mouth. Laughing out loud, hit that like button and sub on up. That's right. Don't talk to me about your secondhand team. Don't talk to me about your outlet store team. Try us with a mediocre team. That's just what you're going to get. 2nd and 15 here. Shotgun look for Caleb. Falling back off his back foot and throws himself an interception. An interception. And that's Kobe Durant once again. So well done, Ben Johnson. Congratulations on your inability to run the ball, or not inability, your lack of desire to run the ball. You got a guy averaging 5.2 yards per carry, and you can't help but want to have your second year quarterback throwing the ball over the football field in the playoffs in a tight game, in a low scoring game. Is this complicated? I know I'm hammering it here, but it's kind of befuddling me. Matthew Stafford has 27 passing attempts. The Rams have run the ball 11 times. Caleb Williams has 25 passing attempts. They've run the ball 21 times. I would get it if it was like there was no success in running the ball and that you were getting hemmed up and that there was just no, everything was getting stopped. You're getting a yard gain. We can't live that way, but both teams are having success running the ball. Very strange. All right, Jordan, you're with it on that. Mr. Gann, thank you for the $5 again, man. And do, folks, please, if you get a chance, well over 700 people in chat here today. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate you for doing that. If you can for me, maybe hit that like button, maybe sub on up. Get a chance. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything. Big deal for a channel like mine. Helps us out a lot by you doing so. But thank you for reminding me of that, Mr. Kane. And thank you, man, for your grade A support. My brother from another mother. Matthew, thank you for the another $2 donation. It says, no coffee, 6 a.m. on a concrete truck in the morning. Oh, my goodness. Well, that makes sense. Got to be careful about drinking that coffee late and keeping you up all night if you do so. Man, no coffee's no fun. I can't do it, Matthew. I can't do it. Your Rams need to run the ball now. They need to stop messing about here with all this past stuff here on this drive. Cal from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation, says, what's the excuse from Jake if the Rams lose? I think he's going to be on a lot of this, and that's why I'm hammering a bit. I think he'll be on the whole running thing and the lack of running thing in this game. I think that's going to stand out and be like one he'd look at and say, we lose this game and we come out of this and Stafford's got to throw 45, 50 times and we just didn't put the commitment to running the ball. I don't know what else you could really point at. Your defense is playing great. Special teams has been pretty solid. Stafford hasn't been bad. These conditions are tough. Both quarterbacks are struggling through it right now and trying to throw through this stuff. So I don't know, but there's not many directions to really go there with that one. Incomplete pass here on first down. Rams right back to throwing the football. This is funny. My whole life, teams usually get super conservative in the playoffs. The teams are just letting it rip this year. They're like, the hell with that. All right, 2nd and 10. Back to pass again. Stafford lets it rip over the middle. Almost intercepted. Feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Oh. Third down and 10. Bears threaten a blitz. Stafford changes the protection at the line of scrimmage. Puka gets out wide. Stafford drops back to throw. Stafford going to let it rip outside here, and that's well outside the reach of Puka Nacua. Ram receivers keep looking for a flag every time. Nice coverage by Gordon. Kyle Gordon out there. That's why you got to man up Puka. No zone. No zone. Just man his ass up. That ball will be kicked into the back of the end zone there where the Bears offense will take over. My gosh. I'm kind of blown away here. I'm legit like I I'm glad I'm not. You guys are mentioning it too, so you're seeing the thing I'm seeing here with this. Like, I'm really trying to just think about what it is they're seeing and thinking here. Like, neither side's having success throwing the ball today. These are two teams that usually are very successful at throwing the ball. You eventually, as a coach, have got to read into this something a little bit, don't you? I'm blown away here at both these coaches just not paying any attention to this whatsoever. Holy crap. If the Bears come back out of this with a pass on first down, I might laugh my ass off here. Yeah, I'm stubborn as hell. You can't pass in these elements. It has nothing to do about attacking mismatches or coverages. This has to do with the footing, the ability to create separation, how hard it is for these quarterbacks to get the spot. You can see the quarterbacks with I'm sure the grip on the football a little bit here. They're having some issues with, placing these balls in exact spots. Both of them are. Both these quarterbacks, even with Caleb being as inaccurate as he can, yeah, he'll give you half the throws will be off the reservation. And you're like, where was that? But he's usually a guy also with a lot of other throws that he'll put right into that small little spot. Like when he rolled to the left last week and he put that real tight throw in there down the field. He'll mix those in too. But the conditions aren't allowing you this right now. And it's cold, it's hard to catch, and the footing's a little unsure. You got to eventually simplify your things for your offense and okay, look, this is just going to have to get a little bit dirty here with it. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this football game. Rams and Bears tied up 10-10. Ball on the 20-yard line here for the Bears. They're going to throw it out into space again. And they're going to get about a yard. I mean, to me, it's not even like the Rams are loading the box here. And Caleb's still got his finger problem too on top of all of this. Like he's shaking his finger. I'm going to give him a yard there. 2nd and 10. Pitch play here to Manungai. Manungai with a 7-yard run. If I'm Mike, I'm to Kubiak. I'm just texting Kubiak in this game constantly. Like, see, Kubes? Do you see what I get to see sometimes when I'm this is what this feels like. You don't do this a lot, man. You're good about this, but this is what it feels like when this happens. 3rd down and 3. Dropping back to throw. Caleb finds a man off script there to Manungai. And he gets a completion and a conversion. 1st down for the Bears. Yeah, Ram players sure look for a lot of flags, man. Mid-play even there already. It's like every play, one of their guys is like, you going to bail us out? Just play the sport, man. Let them call the flags. They call it, they call it. 1:43 to go here. Clock ticking. Caleb changing the play at the line of scrimmage here. Handoff. Kyle Manungai. 5-6 yard gain. Play action pass. Caleb rolling to his left. And he might have gotten the first down there. Nice scramble there by Caleb. Yeah, Bears just keep pounding the rock, man. Make them stop it. Oh, he was short there. Rams might try to challenge this. Oh, no. They remarked him short. Nice job by the refs there. They got that right. This is where it's nice to have the barnyard, isn't it? They had Caleb do a sneak earlier in this game, and it was kind of brutal. Yeah, it's a good yard away here. Handoff, and that'll be stopped there on the play by the Rams. And that will be probably the last play of this quarter. And I have to imagine here Ben Johnson's going to punt. I can't see how you're going to be valid in thinking you need to go for this with the way your defense is playing. I don't like that play versus the sneak. Take the sneak. It's one, they did a good job showing it's a 1 yard out. I think they just don't have the confidence. And that's the part about having a guy like Barnyard running who can be so strong and much bigger than a normal quarterback. You have those guys like Caleb that, he's 6'1", 6'2", and he's not a bad sized guy, but is he like, Jalen Hurts, like grind out, kind of get you that kind of, almost like a fullback at the quarterback position kind of run? No, he's not. And you saw him really in the game running, and I think he just barely got it on the back of really what was a kind of a nice spot, as much as anything. What a weird run play, though. They tried to make it look like it was going to the right, but it's really going to the left, and the Rams saw it from a mile away. I'll be right back. Bears need to wake up. Rams give them every opportunity in the book, and they're not. Rams aren't going to stay quiet and silent and sleeping here for much longer. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay. Both head coaches having a dick swinging contest. Run the ball. This is difficult to watch. I'm having the same problem. It's rough to watch it. And the 3rd down and 1 notwithstanding, and like that's one where it's like, look, the Rams are loading up for the run there, and they're not loading up on any of these alternative other plays. But even coming back to the play that leads you to 3rd and 1, why not just come right back to the run play there? Why you play action passing back to Caleb there? Just keep coming with the run game. And quite honestly, why does Kyle Monangai have 11 carries in this game and DeAndre Swift have 11 carries? Swift's got 57 yards in this game, 5.2 yard per carry average. We just finished the 3rd quarter. You can do that whole I want to measure up a hot hand thing early on, but look, now's the time to go to Swift. There's a difference in what these two guys are getting and run the ball. And Swift ran really well in this game. Great punt. Takes him back to about the 8 yard line here for the Rams, start out the 4th quarter. But both coaches they're wanting to win throwing the ball today. And that's how these teams often do win. So I get that part in a lot of ways, but tough environment today to throw into, man. Cold weather, a little bit of the snow flurries, heavy amount of wind. That's not a good combination for maximizing the passing attack. That is for show. But yeah, Jay Gundy, a little difficult to watch. Especially because you just do feel like the team that just finally decides we're going to run the ball is going to be the one to go win this game. All right, 9-yard line here. Long field for the Rams. Hand off into Kyron. Kyron spins his way forward, goes and gets himself another 7 yards there on first down. Tie game, 10-10. Both offenses struggling to find much footing in this game against the elements. Second down and 3. Hand off back inside to Kyron Williams, and Kyron Williams will go get a first down. I guess when it's this cold, head coaches also have a brain freeze. I guess so. Yeah, Yakum, I think the Bears have messed around too long in this game now. It's close. It's tight. Caleb's really good in the fourth quarter with comebacks and all that, but man, this defense has given him so many opportunities in this game. It just feels like you let him off. You've let him off the hook a little bit on this. The chances they've given you here. It's going to be hard for this Bears defense to hold line. Hand off into Blake Corum. Good job by the Bears running a run blitz with the corner off the edge there. Able to make the tackle. And this will bring up second down and 10. Another blitz here from the Bears, and they get exposed there on that one. And this is a big play down the field for Kobe Parkinson. So Stafford caught the blitz there. Bears have been able to bring that edge blitz, that corner blitz off the edge, and they've been able to catch him unsuspecting. And he saw it coming that time. And that's the problem with doing that with a vet like him there in that circumstances, that if he catches you, he can punish you for it. And he was able to do so there. Finds Parkinson, and Parkinson with a nice catch and run there. But a great job by Stafford of recognizing where the blitz was coming from, making that play happen. Ball onto the Bears side of the field here. Hand off to Kyron Williams. He runs right up through the middle there for about a 4 or 5 yard gain. We got almost 800 people in chat tonight, folks. Please hit that like button if you get a chance for me. As well as I'd love it if you could sub on up. Doesn't cost you anything. It's free. Helps out the channel tremendously if you do. And they don't have a Barner. No, they don't. They don't have a tush push. They don't trust Caleb to do it at his size there, I guess. Play action pass. Rolling to his left is Stafford. He's looking. He's under some pressure and heat here. And that ball is almost picked off. Again, just right back to the throw. Y'all ain't going to be able to do much in the throwing attack in this game. Great job in coverage there by the linebacker. 3rd down and 6. Yeah, that's a really nice job. Almost picked. Stafford's gotten lucky with a couple of throws in this game. Play clock winding down here. Puka's going to go in motion. Yikes. Yikes. Oh my God, dude. That was too easy. God, you could see Puka was going to be open off the motion there because the Bears were bringing the blitz from a mile away. Oh, buddy. We're smarter than you. That's what that is right there. Oh, golly. Dennis Allen's starting to get a little risky here and feel like he's got to do something a little extra, and throw over the top here will go incomplete. Bears defense has been playing pretty sound with that having to completely constantly dial up heat. But he's doing a little bit extra here on this drive. O'Dwyer, it was so obvious it was going to Puka when we went in motion. I could see it. Yeah, same. It was like, oh man, and the Bears are going blitz from the other side of the field, so they literally had him uncovered. It's again what the Rams do with this scheme to get him in situations and positions to be not only attacking zone-based concepts, but getting him freed up. McVay just does an amazing job. Stafford hard counting the Bears defense and able to punish them for it. We got a potential pick here. I don't see the flag I'm looking for here as well. Looked like he did jump off sides. We do not have, they're going to call it a first down for the Rams. His knee is indeed down before the ball's ripped out. So, ball caught, players gathering up around him, knee goes to the ground, ball torn out. That is the correct call. Jack, he's caught the ball. He's got 2 steps down. Both players are around him. The possession's been created then with the 2 feet down, and then he rips the ball out once his knee's on the ground. Ref's got that one right. That's a hard one to get right in the moment. Bang, bang there, you know. Chris says, this game is dragging ass like me and my slight hangover. Yeah, it was Puka the entire way. Boy, you could see that one coming from all the way on that conversion. And that's a brutal one for Dennis Allen there, where it's like hand off here outside to Kyron. He's going to be tripped up there, but not before he gets a good 4 or 5 yard gain. Kyron, 12 carries, 53 yards for a 4.4 yard per carry average today. Blake Corum, 3 carries for 14 yards. So almost 4.5 yards a rush here for the Rams rushing attack today. Bears just about on the exact same side of it. Not rocket science, like you say, Addicted. It's really not in these kind of conditions. Things can get kind of simple pretty quick. 2nd and 6. Handoff inside here to Kyron. Kyron's going to be, nice job there. Just keeping his feet moving, finding little cracks, being hard to bring down, falling forward. Well done there by Kyron. This will be a 3rd down and short for the Rams. Just tucked himself in. He just gets so small behind those pads sometimes, and those little. He doesn't need a big hole, you know. He doesn't need some huge, and that's incomplete. Great play by the Bears. Stevenson on the back end there. Great job in coverage. 4th and 1 and decision time here for the Los Angeles Rams. He does a nice job, though, where he doesn't need much of a hole. You give him just a little envelope of space, and he can get through it. Rams are going to go for this. 4th down and 1. Maybe he's going to try to get him to jump off sides here. Nope. They're going to Puka Nacua on the fly sweep. Puka goes and gets the 1st down. Great job by Puka. Hell of an open field tackle there by Kevin Bayard. But Puka was able to just get enough going forward there to go get the 1st. Just enough. 1st and goal here from the 5 yard line. Go back to Kyren here. He's got the edge. He's got a touchdown. Rams jump back out and head here. They almost cracked the code, Jacob. Almost cracked the code. And finally go to the run game on that drive, a little bit more to the Rams. Finally got a little more dedication that time, and look what it brought about. You know? Man, 6 points would have been handy right now if you had, instead of going for it, huh? Exactly. Hard lessons learned in a game like this for a guy like Ben Johnson. Good drive by the Rams. Very nicely done. And I'll tell you what, that play to get Puka opened up on that third down, that key third down there, that was stealing right there. I was like literally stealing from this Bears defense. Kind of felt like Dennis started to get a little bit nervous in that drive, too. Like he started to get a little bit like, I got to go and I got to start dialing up the heat here. I got to rather than just kind of staying with what they were doing and sort of peppering in the blitzes a little bit here and there, kind of intermixing them. He got a little blitz happy probably on that drive and felt like the Rams and Stafford kind of figured it out a little bit. More coffee. I'll be right back. Richard says, pillow fight in Chicago. I'm so scared. Yeah, you don't blitz Stafford, man. It just doesn't make any sense to do so. And I like that they brought a couple out in that first half, but they really were they were sniper-like in their approach. They were very we've given a lot of the general looks and here, just kind of flex this in a little bit here and there. You start going back to back plays with it. And it's like, you're going to get him catching you. He's too good at that type of stuff. It's an annoying game because the Bears definitely have had their chances here. Their defense holds them to 17 points. I think that you tell Ben Johnson that and this crew that throughout the course of this week, and they're like, yeah, we'll take that. But offensively speaking, they are just they've got no identity today in what they're trying to accomplish. Bears are just throwing stuff at a wall. They're not even asking the thing where they ask Caleb to play off script and do a bunch of the Superman stuff. It's not even that. It's all over the place as an offense right now. Doesn't seem to be having really I can't quite figure out the way in which they're trying to attack. Ball on the 36-yard line after the kick return here. Caleb will take over from under center. Play action pass. Oh, my God. Well, they got an offensive lineman out there in space trying to catch the ball. Second and 10. Caleb dropping back to throw again here. He's going to scramble around here. Boy, beautiful job there to break the tackle. He's in the open field and he's loose. He's down the football field. Great run by Caleb Williams. Boy, he lost Landman there. Straight up, heads up, right next to each other. He's right in front of him and he manages to shake him in the open field. That's a good tackler, Landman. A lot of quarterbacks in the sport that can make that open field play. Wow, what a job there. Great run. You're talking about right when the Bears needed it, too. First and 10. Ball up at the 37-yard line here for the Bears. Pitch play here to DeAndre Swift. DeAndre running over guys here. Nice gain of about 5 yards on the play. 7:44 to go in the fourth quarter. Rams up 17-10 on the Bears. Shows his weight. The run game worked. It did. A shocker, huh? Hand off back into DeAndre again here. He tucks in behind the blocker. He's going to get himself a gain of about 3.5, 4 yards. Get you to a 3rd down and 2 situation. Rams defense doing a good job, man. Got to give them some credit on this too. I know I'm blistering some of the play callers here, and rightfully so, but I think they've done a good job in these elements as well of finding stops, getting tight on 3rd down. These kind of moments right here like this, 3rd down and 1. And boy, the Bears have gotten so predictable in these moments in this game, just trying to go downhill into the air of the B gap here. Hand off. They're going to do it again here. We'll see where the spot's at. He got taken down. Depends all where they put the spot. I think they're going to give him the 1st down. Yikes. It's a nice spot by the refs. That's a very kind spot. I think he got it. I think it was close. Tight end completely. I think that's Loveland blew his block there. Almost had that play just completely get screwed. 1st and 10. Play action. Reverse. Caleb rolling back to his left. Caleb holding the ball, flipping it back late, trying to find Loveland. Cannot do so there. I think that's the best thing the Rams defense has done today is that they have been really, really, really disciplined and really good in moments of off-script work here with Caleb. When he's breaking the pocket, they're staying plastered to guys. They're giving him no easy opens. He's got no outlet or security blanket that he can kind of go check it down to. They've done really good at just getting draping up on those guys when he tries to break that pocket. 2nd down and 10 now. Empty look here for the Bears. 5-man pressure front from the Rams. They bring 4. Caleb dropping back. He's going to layer this ball in over the top, and that's not going to be anywhere close to completed there. We go right back away from running the ball now. Ben Johnson sucks, man. You run the ball well. You got to drive going. Like, you're not passing the ball well. And then you need a touchdown drive, and then you go 2 straight passes back to back. Caleb dropping back to throw. He's got some time. Boy, what a throw. Beautiful toss out there to Rome Odunze and a great catch by Rome. Second really, really nice catch by Rome in this game. We do have a flag on the play, though. We got roughing the passer on the Rams. I think they add that as a half the distance to the end of that. Jared Verse gets clipped. Verse was just mad because Colston Loveland locked him up in pass pro. That's all. Beautiful throw by Caleb Williams, by the way. Eight play, 58-yard drive, consuming 3 minutes and 21 seconds off the clock here. Ball goes down to the 5-yard line where Caleb will take over under center. He's sensing something up front here with the Rams. He's changing the play. And pitch play here to DeAndre Swift. He stutter steps and then puts his head down and grabs about 2 yards here on this gain. Clock rolls beneath 5 minutes to go. Ball at the 3. 2nd and goal. One wide receiver look here. Handoff back into DeAndre Swift. DeAndre captured there at about the 1.5 yard line, where he'll be rolled down to the ground, and this will bring up a 3rd down and goal. Jesus. That was predictable as shit. All right, well, 3 straight rushes down to the 2 yard line. I'd almost be thinking about this from a Ben Johnson standpoint and taking the 3 points here, seeing if I can get my stop back to the defense. Defense is going to have to get a stop at some point this game anyway at this point. See if they get the stop and get you back. You've got your 3 timeouts still left on the board. I'm sure they're going to probably try to go for this, though, instead, and then just pin, hopefully they can get this going. I have no confidence in this play being successful for the Bears. I'll tell you that right now. Caleb drop it back to throw, throws it underneath. Ball is going to be knocked down. Incomplete. Good stop by the Rams. They could have taken 3 field goals in this game. They could have right now what would be essentially a, 19-17 lead here. And to me, it's just like, take the field goal. You're going to need to get a defensive stop somehow or another. Then trust it back to your offense where it doesn't have to come down to one play on a game here. Now, your best case scenario is you can get the tie, maybe. Jamore says, bro, I thought the Bears had a good run blocking line. Yeah, they do. I just, some of these calls are pretty predictable about what they're doing. Every time they've been in 3rd and short situations, 3rd and goal line situations, and they're running it, they're attacking it up the middle. So they're giving really pretty straightforward keys to the Rams that, okay, 3rd and short, you can load the box up into the middle in the A and the B gap, and that's where the run's probably coming. And that's where it's, yeah, you want to run the ball, but you don't want to just run predictably to the same spot every single time, which is a little bit what the Bears have done here. They've kind of taken away any of the outside runs in the rushing attack in the second half. It's become a little bit more inside-centric. Be right back, 1 sec. And Dan Kirk, next week's going to be our Super Bowl, I think. Next week's going to be the real Super Bowl, in my opinion. Short run here from their own end zone by the Bears to Kyron Williams. They'll get a couple yards. Striking out long. Manny, Ben Johnson's definitely got some terrible play calls. He's a very creative guy, and he can dial up a lot of cool stuff. But with all guys that are that uber creative, sometimes you can go a little bit too far. A little bit too much flair. Tyver says, very fitting that we would have trilogies with both rivals this year. Wonder if that's ever happened. I don't think it has. Probably at some point in NFL history, but I mean, it's rare that you get multiple 3 teams in a division in the playoffs even. I don't think it has, man. It will be kind of a cool aspect of this, though, that's for sure. Kyron able to go get the edge and capture it and get knocked out of bounds, but not before he goes and gets a first down. Yeah, too many missed opportunities. Bears got no one to look at but themselves in this one as far as you had chances here. And you got to give this Bears defense a lot of props for you're down to 2 minutes and 52 seconds and you've allowed the Rams 17 points in this game, regardless of them getting a stop here or not. That's a tremendous effort from a defense that's really sucked this year. It's on your Bears offense. It's on your play calling today. Hand off here to Kyron. Great play in the backfield. What a great tackle. Couple yard loss. That's a big play when you need in the moment right there by Bayard. He's made a couple of really good sound tackles in this game. Kind of had an underrated career too. Guy's just like always gets like 5 picks a year, it feels like. Been in the league for quite a few years now. That's just great. That's hawk tackling technique there. Tack that near hip, wrap and roll. 2 minutes and 19 seconds to go here. 2nd and 12 for the Rams. This might be a play where they try to pass it here. Got to be careful if you're the Bears are just loading up for the run fully. Hand off outside zone run here to Kyron, and he will get chopped down for a gain of about 2 or 3 yards, bringing up 3rd and long once we get back from the break on this 2-minute warning. Bears are just going to actually call the timeout, so they'll stop the clock there at 2 minutes and 7 seconds. But Homer says this is what happens when you have to rely on Chicago for anything. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Oh my God, you guys always keep me laughing. Mike McDowell would have won with 6 field goals. Take the points, man. Take the points sometimes. These coaches, I understand analytic age and all these folks going for 4th downs, but I still have not been proven true to me as to why this has completely been proven smart. It's not like Campbell's run on the back of this 4th down approach to a Super Bowl, you know? Yeah, the Eagles do a little bit more, but they always do it out of that sort of tush-push kind of stuff. 3rd down and 10. Shotgun look here for the Rams. 3 wide receivers the far side of the field. They're going to hand the ball off here and trust their defense. Okay. Interesting choice there by the Rams on that. I mean, I get it a little bit where, look, your defense played really good, but you're going to punt this. They're going to have it on a pretty short field there, still with timeout in their back pocket. And Caleb was pretty good at this. Pretty good in these moments. Frogman, thank you for the $2 donation. He asks, is this a product of the weather or are the Rams this bad? I don't think the Rams are this bad. Every week is a little bit different. I don't know that the Rams are a team that's necessarily set up to play in tougher weather conditions. I don't know if that's where they're at their best. I think ideally they would tell you they'd like it to be in a dome or like it to be where the conditions are not coming as much into play. I think the conditions today affected both quarterbacks in the passing attack in a major way, and getting footing and throwing the ball and probably getting a good grip on the ball with the cold elements and the windy elements. I think it made it a challenge today across the board, and it was a bit of a neutralizing factor for both teams. So, no, I think that you got the Rams coming in next week. You cannot, in my opinion, take too much from these last 2 games, tied against Carolina and tied here against Chicago, saying, well, this has them now being susceptible. You're going to get their strongest punch. You got a team that's going to be in good health. I haven't seen them lose anybody in this game going down to any major injury as well. So they're going to come at it being able to match us health-wise. And so it's, it's just more to me. I think I'd go more weather than I would say it's the Rams being bad, in my opinion. And then when weather like this comes into play in the playoffs, even when you have 2 teams that there's a disparity between the talent between them, it can be a bit of a equalizer between the 2. And I think it has kind of served to be that today. On top of that, it's been an equalizer as both offensive-minded head coaches have leaned towards trying to throw the ball a little bit too much, in my opinion. Not really reacting well to these conditions either. That's been another component of this, and that's been both teams with that as an issue. Andy says these 2 teams are pathetic. Just Seahawks fodder. Cannon fodder, Seahawks fodder. I love it. Ronald Chad Wilson says, so either the Rams or the Patriots are going to clip their wings. I just don't think the Seahawks can handle a repeat of 2015. And before y'all get too mad, I'm just having fun. Watch out, you're triggering the chat. Triggering the chat. A Banker Alfred's in the house. What's up, man? He says, I am sweating, Brando. Rather play Seattle than the snow. I don't blame you. Like I say, it becomes that equalizer where it's one that it isn't even just about a deficiency for your Rams. It's just about like, this is what this will do to two teams, is it'll kind of just lower down your ability to play, conceptually as clean, as precise. And you guys work off precision. That's especially your offense. Your offense is precision. And that just goes out the door in these kind of days like this. But your defense stepped up today, man. And Bears decide to bring the house on the Rams there, and the punt goes to about the 50-yard line. So I guess it's as good as you can ask from a Bears standpoint on this. You've got 1 minute and 50 seconds, a timeout, and 50 yards you got to get up the field for a touchdown. 4-down territory. Caleb's been in this situation before a couple times. He's shown pretty good headiness with it. But I get a banker, man. I get it. You guys are in good shape, though. You're up 7 here. That defense has really done a good job against Caleb today, man. I feel confident by how my defense has played. They've really, the elements have been a factor here, but some of it's been also just being so disciplined here in how you've taken care of him and contained him and not let him get loose on you. Caleb and shotgun, 3 wide to the far side of the field. DJ Moore goes in motion back to the near side. Caleb dropping back to pass. Surveys the landscape, goes up over the top, and almost has that ball picked up by Kobe Durant for a third time. Don't got to get it all at once, kid. Thank you for the don't-know banker. Hang in there, bro. This is playoff football, man. That's playoff football. Shotgun here for Caleb. He's looking around. Target's underneath here. He's got his man, Colston Loveland. Colston with the catch. First down. Colston, got to get up, buddy. He's struggling here as he walks off the field a little bit out of sorts there. I wonder if he banged his head. Clock rolls, 1:26 to go here. Ball down the 32-yard line. Bears taking a long time to get up into a play here. Rams looking like they're going to send a blitz. You're running the ball, huh? They're going to run it. Swift with a nice run. Swift loose down the field all the way down to the 19-18-yard line. What a brilliant call there. I was like, hey, run. Yeah. That was good, though. Clock ticks down to 1:06. First down and 10. Bears still with the timeout. They'll put the ball at the 20-yard line. Caleb dropping back to throw. 4-man front from the Rams. Looking inside here. He's got his man, Luther Burden. Gain of about 7 or 8 yards there. Clock, 44 seconds to go. Second down. Get up on the line, man. Get up on the line. Just call the play. Bears taking some time here. Clock running. Caleb dropping back to throw again. Lets it loose here, and he just sails that one up over the top of Burden. That's one where you got to make that throw there, kid. That thing just got away from Caleb there, and that's a first down and him out of bounds there with the clock stopped if he hits that. It's kind of tough. Kind of tough. Third down and 4, 31 seconds to win this game. Not the worst of times to think about maybe a run play here. If you get the 4-man front from the Rams, especially, which is just what you're getting here from them. They don't do it. Caleb. Jesus, Caleb. What the hell, dude? Just whistling balls over the top. Where was that supposed to go to? Well, here's your game right here. 4th down and 4. A couple of miserable throws on the past 2 throws by Caleb. I mean, just god-awful throws. That was a weird decision as well. 3rd down and 4. Game comes down to this. 27 seconds to go. And the Rams are going to call a timeout. Robs, thank you for the $2.79 donation. Appreciate you for that. Love and Darnold, only quarterbacks without turnovers in the postseason. It's interesting, isn't it? And, it's one where we knew with this team that this was something right around the Rams' first game where we knew with Darnold, like, look, you got to get the turnovers under control. This has got to start to be limiting. You got to start protecting things here a little bit. Yeah, we need you to still be able to play the quarterback position loose and free to a degree, but we need you as well within that to, play a cleaner brand of ball than what you're playing. And Darnold's been able to do that. And building to that performance and building to this discipline of that has been big. I think it's carried over to the playoffs. Caleb, shotgun here. Blitz look from the Rams. Looks like they're able to catch it here. Dropping back to throw. He's going to try to fall off his back foot here. And he's got a touchdown. He's got a touchdown. Cole Kmet makes the score in the back of the end zone. Caleb throws up a prayer. Rams players, of course, looking for a flag, saying they got pushed off. Holy crap, Caleb magic. 4th down, no more opportunities. He's falling away 30 yards behind the line of scrimmage and literally just throws a prayer up, and the guy's just standing there. Still got to hit the extra point. 17-16, Rams, snap, good, hold, down, kick, sliding left, stays just inside the left upright. 17-7. 17-17, Los Angeles Rams and Bears, and the Bears with an incredible drive there at the end. 18 seconds to go, though. Rams have 2 timeouts. So this is still a thing to monitor and track with this kind of situation with how much time there is on the clock here for the Rams. What a play there. Cole Kmet just gets in the back of the end zone. I cannot believe he completed this. This is amazing. Oh my gosh. That's Russell Wilson stuff right there. That's Russell Wilson prime stuff right there. Wow. That is, last week's throw roll into his left was pretty incredible, but this one's better probably. He's, oh my gosh. Wow. I can't believe he made that throw. I cannot believe he made that throw. It reminded me a lot of the Russell Wilson Cardinal throw that he made back in the day, and this kick goes down to about the 8. Rams come back here now. Short return. That's a big job there by the kick return unit by the Bears there, because you get the kickoff to where you roll 5 seconds off the clock. It's essentially one play that you can kind of get off the clock on that kickoff. Let's see what the Rams choose to do here, if they're going to try and see if they can push a ball down the field here and take a little bit of a risk, which I think you would do with the 2 timeouts. It's hard because you're kind of in a place where you're hoping you can maybe get 3 plays, but you probably can only get 2. So they're just going to down and take it in overtime. There you go. Heading in overtime. What a game. Rob's, this is where Sam built this performance to what you saw yesterday. And that, playing into that stage where you're trying to find that balance of, I'm going to take some shots, I'll take my plays, I'll take my moments, but I'm also going to operate and understand that keeping the turnovers off the board is a point of emphasis and a priority for my team, because I've got such a great team around me. And that's the part where Sam's learned this lesson. And I do feel like some of these quarterbacks coming into it right now in this, so far in this playoffs, it's more of they're just kind of just playing. They're not thinking about those kind of parameters or about those type of things being as important. And it is really important in postseason play as much as ever before. It is important regular season, but I think it becomes even more important postseason, where there tends to be a restriction on, possessions. Tends to be more run the ball. This year's been a more weird with the playoffs and how some of these teams have run it as far as their play calling goes. But it's an important matter to play a clean brand of football, to protect the ball. I mean, it's part of what, Stafford's done today. It's been nice. Despite the fact that he's thrown the ball 36 times, he hasn't gotten picked. He's had a couple moments where he's gotten close. But it does stand out with Sam where we go down these next two games and playing clean and limiting those turnovers. It's going to be a big point of continued emphasis because if he can play a clean brand of football, it's a bit like Joel Klatt said a couple days ago, Brock and Saul, he doesn't turn it over next 2 games. I think you're winning the Super Bowl with the type of team you're trotting out there. Great stat there, Robs. Great stat there. Jimmy, thank you for the $2 donation. Jimmy says, you don't want to see the Rams. It's obvious. I ain't scared of nobody. Because there's an easier pathway than you guys, that means we're scared of you? No. It means we're going to take the easier pathway. Just like, would I rather play the Rams or the 49ers this last week? I'd rather play the 49ers. I'll take the easier pathway to the Super Bowl. I don't care about this. You got to have a degree of difficulty. Who cares? But I ain't scared of you guys. Are you kidding me? You guys turned us over. You got 4 interceptions in the first game. You needed us to miss a kick at the end of the game to beat us. You had us on the beat on the turnovers in the last game, and yet we still beat you. It's what happens. If we play a clean game. To my point on Sam, on this, the prior donation thing on this is we got you guys. You're not playing a brand of football here, Jimmy. I don't know if you've watched this game, but your Rams haven't exactly looked real scary in this game. There's not a lot of fearful elements in what they're doing here. But I think there's a difference between, I take the easier matchup against the second-year quarterback who's not the most accurate, who's probably going to get put in a spin cycle in Mike McDonald's defense versus Stafford, who's a tougher quarterback to play. Yeah, I don't think that means we're fearing anybody, but looking for the most advantageous matchup. So I guess would you rather play Jared Stidham in the Broncos or would you rather play Drake May in the Patriots? Well, Stidham is going to be in the Broncos in the Super Bowl. That's an easier pathway. Addis, thank you for the $5 donation, Addis. We ain't scared of either of them. Don't put words in our mouth. Go Hawks. Excited for the opportunity next weekend. Jobs not finished yet. Yeah, I think that this just goes back to with Jimmy and this. This team is built up to this stage. We're playing our best football at this time of the year. We got the best defense in football. We got the best special teams in football. We've got an efficient offense. And we're building up to this performance and how we've been playing. It isn't that we just played that 41-6 game yesterday and that's just kind of magically came out of nowhere. It's that we've been stacking good performance upon great performance, defense getting better and better and better. Our health is in grade A shape. We're very confident about where we stand because we've earned the confidence. We're the number 1 seed. You got to come in our house and beat us. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Of course, you still got to go get this win too. So, and it's unfortunate you're having to play in overtime. That's tough. No, job's not finished yet. This team knows what it needs to do. And that's going to be a lit environment next week. All right, the Rams are going to get the ball first here. Short kickoff return for them by Rivers. They'll take over there at us. Thank you for the donation. And I agree with you, man. Ain't nobody first scared here. We'll take whoever wants to walk into our house. Come on in. Come on in. No, come on in. Have a seat. Have a seat. Okay, overtime. Rams come out here. Under center, 1st and 10. 3 wide receiver look, condensed split here. Looks like a run play. It is a run play. Bears dump down Kyron Williams, but not before he gets a nice gain of about 7 yards on the play. Second down and 3. Be a hell of a time for the opportunistic Bears defense to find their first turnover of the day here, wouldn't it? Second down and 3. Pre-snap motion all over the place for the Rams. And they go to the run play. Good job by the Bears defense. Booker in there made a nice play. collapsing down that edge there. Rams trying to do some pre-snap kind of shifts and motions to get themselves advantageous numbers to one side of the field in the run game right now. 3rd down and 1. This is where I don't think they've got much of a tush push either. We'll see if Stafford tries it here. 3 wide. Puka goes in motion prior to the snap. Pitch play out wide here to Kyron Williams, and the Bears were all over it, and they got him. Wow. Bears snuffed that thing out the whole way. Probably would have been better just to go to Puka Nacua on the fly sweep. They didn't buy in on any of the play fake to Puka. He probably goes and gets the first there. They just completely sold out on the pitch there. And Blake Corum actually was able to break the first tackle and almost made something magical happen there. Bears get the stop. Whoa, baby. Here's the punt. Drives him deep here at the 15. Fair catch. Buddy, you had some room to work with there, Duvernay. Nice punt. Kind of a safe approach there by Devin. Wonder if he got just told to fair catch it. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for 44 months as a Hawks Nest member. Really thank you for that long time support, man. That is amazing. Sick of talking about Sam like the whole thing hinges on him. We are a running and defense first team. Sam is just a small piece of how we win. Indeed. Yeah. That's it's very true. Somebody I've been definitely hammering myself and talking about this is the team that gives you the confidence as much as trying to look at quarterbacks and everything be quarterback centric. So 1st and 10 here for the Bears. Fake pitch. They're coming back around here. Go up to the tight end there, threw it late. That looked a little awkward. Finally gets it over to Cole Kmet for about 11 yards and a 1st down. Yeah, we're going to show them, Jeffrey, I think in this playoffs, we're going to show these pundits and analysts and everybody out there and the casual fans out there that exist that think that this is so centric around being about essentially the quarterback position being the end-all be-all to everything. And as we know here, that's not what we've tried to build here. That's not what we need to have for us to go get wins. And I think people aren't kind of prepared for that with this team, haven't been prepared for that with this team, and they're going to learn. They're going to learn, Jeffrey. I love it, man. Handoff here to DeAndre Swift. Swift gets completely collapsed. Great play there by Jared Verse. He was just completely collapsed that edge nicely there. What a play by him. Strong man. 3-yard loss for the Bears. Kind of a rare loss for them in the rushing attack today. Five-man blitz look here from the Rams. They're not really bringing it. They fall out of it. Catch is going to be to DJ Moore. And he makes a nice reception here, which will bring this into a position to at least make this 3rd down and makeable for the Bears. 3rd down about 6 or so. Nice job there by Caleb recognizing that. Third down and 4. Caleb in shotgun here. Directing traffic. Moore goes in motion prior to the snap. Dropping back to throw here. He's going to break the pocket here. He might be able to go get the 1st down here. He's going to dive for it and get it. 1st down. Very well done by Caleb. Tough run there. He had to put his head down at the end of that to make sure that he could drive down to go get it, and Landman gave a nice little pop at the end of that thing. Very good job on his part. First down and 10. 10-15 to go here in overtime. Rams have had a possession. Bears now have their possession. Ball on the 38-yard line. Shotgun look. 3 wide to the far side of the field. Play action pass to Monungai. Dropping back to throw is Caleb. Caleb gets it into Monungai. Monungai running hard after the catch. He'll give himself a nice little 5-yard gain here. Second down and, they'll give him 6. Second down and 4. I formation, 3 wide receiver look with the fullback as the tight end back aligned there. They're going to go with a pitch play out wide here. Boy, nowhere to go, and the Rams completely snuffed that play out well. Great job by Nate Landman. They saw that run play coming a mile away to the Rams. Landman just completely keyed in on that play from the jump. Third down and 6 for the Bears. Rams threatening a blitz here. They're bringing it. Caleb's got to do something with it. Gets rid of it. Out there to his man in space, and he's going to be just short of the first down. He is a half yard short, and this has got to be a tush-push play if you're the Bears here. I mean, you can't punt this ball. You got to go for this. There's just no way but 2 ways about it. Fourth down and half a yard. You got to tush push this. You cannot do an inside running game play again. That thing has gotten squished over and over again. And he goes for it. There you go. First down for the Bears. Caleb Williams able to sidestep and fall forward and go and get the first. Smart of Johnson there not to overthink that thing. And good job by Caleb there, picking a nice little route to go get the first down. Clock continues to roll. 7:35 to go here. Next score wins this football game. 2 tight end look. 3 Bear players condensed down tightly. Pitch play here to Mungai. Mungai jumps past the line of scrimmage there and falls forward for a gain of about 2. Bears fans up on their feet. Nerves have got to be rattling. Second down and 8. Empty look here for the Bears. Munungai's going to climb back in motion here into a kind of a tight end almost look. Caleb dropping back to throw. And that ball is going to be picked off. Cameron Curl with the pick. Third turnover of the game for the Bears. Third interception of the game for Caleb. Strange decision there by Caleb Williams. Rams got a chance now to put this thing away with just a field goal. And you just come back to, from Bears' defensive standpoint, offense has given you so many opportunities in this football game. What more can we do? We've given you guys everything in the world here, and they're going to come back to Puka Nacua on the sweep here. Puka does a nice job of stopping and going there to free himself over a couple of yards there and gain about 3 or 4 yards there. Bears defense has done what they can, man. Bears offense, just 3 interceptions, man. You selling. Stafford dropping back to throw here. He's going to have a man open here. They've hit that route earlier in this game, and it works again. Out route to Colby Parkinson, first down. Jeffrey, thank you for another $2 donation, man. Appreciate you. Are the Lambs really about to lose to the Bears? No, I don't think so. Right. Bears had their chance. That felt like to me, that was your last chance for the Bears. You just asked Stafford, you can't give him this many chances. This is to me already like game over here. Stafford dropping back to throw. Under some pressure here. Able to complete it for a first down to Devontae Adams. See what I mean? Like, it's just, you've just given that sign of life for that kind of drive there with that interception and momentum. It just is what it is a little bit with that one. Great catch there by Devontae. Looks like they're going to do an official review on this. Looks like he got it to me. 2 feet. Got him in bounds. Looks good. Nothing to contemplate on that one. Looks good. Nah, they're going to get this one. Kyle, thank you for the $2 donation. Rams look exhausted. McVay looks like a drug dealer. Yeah, well, you got to imagine they're pretty tired, man. They traveled out to Carolina, came back to LA. They traveled back out here to Chicago. You've played in a game where there have been, my goodness, we've had probably about 140, 150 plays in this football game. That's going to be taxing. That's a long game, especially in these kind of elements, man. That's going to wear you out. Man, you got to feel like it absolutely has to. Now, here's the position you're in where Rams have moved the ball up the field here a little bit on Dennis Allen's defense now. And now Dennis, knowing his pension, is going to try to start blitzing. And that's where Stafford's going to get him. That's right when he'll catch him here. You can't we play this team next week. You can't do this type of thing. We learned this lesson in the first matchup with the turnover thing. That ain't going to work against this Rams team. Stafford changing the play at the line of scrimmage here, sensing something from the Bears. He goes back and hands it off here to Kyron. Kyron in the hole here will be held up here. They're ripping at the ball. Blake Corum, sorry, I can't sometimes tell. Those guys are exactly the same size as that 22, 23. Rams right on the outside of field goal range here. 2nd and 6. Stafford dropping back to throw. Ball tipped up into the air, knocked down. Good job by the defense there. Getting the hand in the passing lane. Incomplete. 3rd down. 6. Coming up. Whew, what a game. What a game. Appreciate you, Kyle. He looks like a drug dealer. 3rd down and 6. Blitz look here from the Bears. And we're going to get a timeout here from the Los Angeles Rams. Keon, thank you for the $2 donation, Keon. Appreciate you for that. Truly awful throws in regards to Caleb Williams. I'm just not a believer. The decision-making is still a work in progress with him, Keon, and that's where a little bit of this I come back to on the play calling throughout the course of this game. Didn't do Caleb as many favors as it probably should have from Ben Johnson's standpoint of this. That throw, though, there is also one that just is a befuddling one where you look at it and you go, what are you seeing on the crossing route? You've got the safety sitting on that thing underneath, over the top there. He's going to climb on top of it. It's not open, and you got time in the pocket in that moment from Caleb's aspect to be thinking, hey, improvisation, go run with the ball. Go get yourself 5 or 6 yards on a play like that. Versus feeling like you got to go take that whole chunk play down the field there to your guy. Didn't like the decision there at all in the throw. He's had more than a few here that have sailed on him in this game. Puka Nacua is going to be left man, this is going to go to Puka all day long. Why are you leaving him unguarded? Casino blitz by the Bears. Did I call it or did I call it? I totally called it. I knew Dennis Allen couldn't help himself. He cannot help himself. 3rd and 6. He shows a blitz from a mile away. He gives Stafford an hour and a half to adjust to the blitz. You're leaving Puka Nacua with the blitz completely uncovered, by the way, on the key play of the game. Brilliant. Brilliant call. Just super smart, Dennis. I started thinking some of these NFL coaches are just dumb. They just had like connections. But like dumb as stumps sometimes. And off inside. Short gain here, well within field goal range. How do you blitz Stafford and leave Puka unguarded at the same time? And it's the second time in the game he's done it on a key down and distance. Second time he's done it on a down in a third down place where he's done this. I mean, I would love to have a defensive-minded person explain to me the process there. Second down and 7. Yeah, why would you cushion on 3rd and 8? I don't get that old play call was just, and I called it. I told you guys he's going to do this now. Watch. He's going to do that. He's going to sell his defense out on doing it. Don't give Stafford a blitz with an easy read of Puka and nobody guarding him. I can make that damn read. I'd be an idiot on the field, and I could make that read. All right, Stafford here. Shotgun, 2nd and 7. Again, a blitz look here from the Bears a little bit here. They're bringing the 5. Stafford's going to go over the top on a fade ball here to Colby Parkinson. That'll be incomplete. Jaquan Brisker has played a great game for the Bears at safety. Nice tight coverage on Parkinson. 3rd down and 7. Brisker's a very impressive player. Loved him coming out of Penn State. He's just really a complete safety. He can kind of do it all. 3rd down and 7. Got to be a run, right? No, they're passing. Okay. They're going to go up over the top. Incomplete. A throw out there to Terrace Ferguson. Ferguson not able to reel it in. Nice job in coverage by the Bears. So it'll come down to this. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, a little bit of physicality in the route, but got a hand in there late. That was enough to kind of bail him out on that one, I guess. I suppose. Okay, final field goal attempt here by Mevis, the thicker kicker. Set up here, snap, down, kick, up, kick, good. Bears, season over. Seahawks will play the Rams. It's on, baby. It's on. The Los Angeles Rams are going to come to the Seattle Stadium for a 3rd time, the trilogy, the 2nd trilogy of the year. And the Seattle Seahawks got to go through the NFC West truly to get to the Super Bowl. Bring it on. Let's go. Bears standpoint on this, you got to think about what could have been in this game. Just a strange game as far as the play calling goes. Very, very strange from the Bears standpoint of it. But Rams took advantage. Well done. They hung in there and got the job done when they needed. And that Bears defense, Rams defense, a lot of props you got to give them in this game. And when it came down to 3rd downs especially, it just felt like that team was really locked in this game. 3rd downs, 4th downs. We got the Bears on the day, 3rd down efficiency, 9 of 19, 3 of 6 on 4th downs. I thought they really did a good job, key moments in this game defensively. It took a Caleb Miller miracle for them just to get into the overtime period. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I wanted the Bears, but this feels right. Bring it. Hey, bring it. We're ready. We're ready for this team. We're playing our best football. We can beat this team. Showed that a few weeks ago. You got to play your best ball. You got to stick to who you are. Operate off the blueprint. You go get this thing done. Jay Gundy, you can go get this thing done, man. Feels right. Feels right. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. DJ Moore pulled a DK and drifted up when Caleb was throwing and it was picked off. Love to see it, wide receivers. He definitely did hold up a little bit on that route. I saw that as well. I still would think with Caleb, I don't want to see him make that throw in that moment, with the game on the line like it was. I'd like to see him be a little bit more careful. But with that said, we've seen some moments with DJ Moore there with Chicago where he has a little bit of it feels like with the breeze, he kind of comes and goes as far as effort level and as far as his engagement level on the field. And I don't quite always know what to make of it, and especially hard to make of it in that moment where you're trying to drive down for the game-winning score to keep going in the playoffs and have a chance to go play in the Super Bowl. So he's got sometimes some weird body language energy, and that play was not helpful to that. I do think, though, with Caleb there, that kind of throw is one where on a day where you've already thrown 2 interceptions, trying to throw that ball with an anticipatory route there in that way is not the way to do it. You're so bloody close at that point. You're early down still at that point. Go get a positive play. Go use your legs. You got time in the pocket there to kind of think some things through there in that moment. And instead, decides to kind of force one there, which was, not the right way to roll with it. But there we go. Matthew Plowden, thank you for another $2 donation, man, and all of your support today. You got a couple donos. I really appreciate you for that. He said, see you next week, brother. Hey, see you next week as well. Salute to you, and great game played by your Rams team. It ain't easy winning on the road. And the game we're going to play next week, we're not facing this Rams team and this version of this Rams team today. Every game's different in these playoffs, and that environment in Chicago, the windy city, the cold Matthew, this is where it comes down. There's no style points on this. You just get it done. And that environment, like I called it, was an equalizer for those two teams in a lot of ways. And both teams were affected by the equalization. I think Caleb, especially being able to play off script as much as he'd normally like, was kind of taken off of and away from him. But your Rams found a way to get it done. And they took this game and they won it and did enough to get it done. And it's going to be a hell of a matchup this next week to get to preview it, Matthew, and talk it through and, try to think about how this thing's going to all play out, man. I'm really looking forward to it. But thank you, man, for all your support, and congrats to your team, man. Strong played game today. You guys, that was not an easy one. That's not an easy environment to go get that one. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation, Mark. I got my wish. I wanted this. We can beat them. We can beat them. This is a Rams team not playing its best football. It's not playing bad football. I'd say it's playing good football, but are they the best version of themselves right here and now? No, I don't think that they are. Now, or maybe they're 92% or something, right? And it's not a far fall off, but they're, I think we are operating at max capacity a little bit. We are operating at our hottest brand of football right now at this time of year. We get to play this game at home. We got a lot in this game that's set up for us to have this success. That's how we playing, the brand of style we've been playing, the fact that we got to finish up last night's game basically by the third quarter and we could rest guys into the fourth quarter, the fact that the Los Angeles Rams in this game are going to end up playing like 150 total plays in this game, a game that goes almost to 10 o'clock if you're on Eastern Standard Time. And we'll see where the timing of the next game next week is going to land for them. But, that's a team now that's having to travel for the third straight week on the road here in the playoffs, which is not easy to do. So you wanted them. We got them. Let's see what happens here. Leonard, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Bears down, bear down, Bears down. I thought you mistyped it at first, and then I realized Bears down. Okay, there we go. They had a chance to win this game in a lot of ways that I didn't think that they would. I didn't think they were going to be able to keep this close through the early parts of the game like they did. I thought they would mount a comeback eventually, but they had so many opportunities in this game to grab the bull by the horns and go and win it. And it kind of felt like everybody took their opportunity in this game at times to not be that contributing factor and to have their kind of bad moments in it. I mean, be Ben Johnson's play calling, Caleb Williams' decision making. Props to the Bears defense. They did a hell of a job against Stafford and company. I mean, that Bears defense turning in that performance, you go, wow, you guys did great. Especially considering the ineptitude of the Bears offense through most of this day. But they had their chances, man. They can't look at anything and blame anything else but saying, hey, we had our opportunities and we just let the ops go because we frittered them away, basically. Jeffrey, thank you for another $5 donation. Jeffrey, feels good not caring who we play, knowing we can play with anyone. After we beat the Pats in the Super Bowl, they ought to cut away to Bill tucking in his girlfriend. He takes so much heat for that. And indeed, you've got a pathway right now that's that storybook season here, Jeffrey, that you speak of that we're now in the operating of. We got our second trilogy matchup of the year against a Rams team. We've already done it with the 49ers and conquered them twice. Can we now conquer the Rams twice? Can we conquer the Rams twice to get to the Super Bowl, to go and have an opportunity to potentially play a team in the Super Bowl in the Pats who No guarantees who's going to come in from that, but I get to play a team in the Pats who was, of course, the team that took us down the Super Bowl 12, 13 years ago. It's going to be a hell of a year if we pull this off. This is why this will be an all-time season if we can pull this off and go get this Super Bowl. Because the script writers couldn't have put together a better script. This is Academy Award-winning type of stuff here, Jeffrey. And I'm excited for it, man. Bring this matchup on. We can play with anybody. Anybody in the sport. We have built this team to what they are. They're here not by luck, but they're here by what they've done from a motivated standpoint from the start of this offseason onward. So here we are. Let's go. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. You know what I mean? Let's get it on. Sugar. Come on. Addis the Gamer, thank you for the $5 donation. Let's go. Bring it on, LA. Big opportunity. Keep going, Hawks. We all we got. We all we need. 12 is 1. Keep going, Hawks. All hands on deck this game. Amen. Amen. We're going to need everybody in that house. I got to imagine that this is going to be your primetime matchup next week, considering nobody wants to watch Jared Stidham play quarterback. So you're going to get your Hawks, you're going to get your Rams primetime like this last week. All the chips on the table, everything at play. Here we go. Really, truly the Super Bowl this next week. This is the Super Bowl. These are the two best teams in the NFL. It's going to happen right here now. It was once this way 13 years ago with the San Francisco 49ers in the conference championship game. Those were the two best teams in the NFL that season too. And once again, we're back in the same place. Here we go. Here we go. All hands on deck. You're walking that stadium next weekend. Nobody should have to tell you what time it is. You should be ready. You should be ready to cook it up and help that team out in every way that you can. Quinn, thank you for the $5 donation, Quinn. Game was rigged by big NFC West roundtable for maximum engagement. On the bright side, easy to put together a short-term behind enemy lines now. On the bright side, easy to put together a short term behind enemy lines now. Yeah, no, we're going to get Jake back in the house here this week. No doubt about that. Me and him chopping it up, going over these two teams and what's going to be at play here in this upcoming game. And yeah, man, with the roundtable blowing up like it is, the NFL had to get a rig so that we can keep this roundtable action, this hot roundtable action cooked up, man. They're like, man, those boys are blowing up over there. We got to keep the juice on that side of it. That's where the eyeballs are at right now in the NFL. Thank you, though, Quinn. Appreciate you, man. Very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Seattle, Big Patty Daddy back in the house. What's up, man? Thank you for another $5. Says, how we feeling about the Rams? KJ Wright versus Big Patty at the half. Loser, oils up. KJ didn't want none of that smoke, man. I saw him talking about it. He didn't want none of that smoke, Big Patty. He's like, nah, I can't. I know I'm going to lose that one. I can't. I'm getting too old for that. That was my feeling off what we're getting from KJ. I'm feeling good about this Rams team and us facing them. I think it's a good Rams team that deserve the right to be here. They're going to be a challenge. Don't think it's going to be an easy game. You're not getting what you did last week. No way, no how. But I think that the way we're playing, being able to play this at home, how this game is set up to the circumstances for this to be how it is, the Rams traveling as they've had, the path that they've had, the tough road they've had to take to get to where they've gotten here. I think this is all suited up in the Seahawks fever to be able to go and get this win. And I'm expecting they'll go get this win. There's a lot of individual parts to talk about this game, how we defend the run, how we defend the run out of the light boxes, what's happened in the first two games, some of the best ways to deal with Matt Stafford and try to limit him as much as you possibly can. All this is going to be stuff that we talk about and turn over this week, but I certainly think that this is as good a circumstances you could ask for to be in the conference championship, to have as good many things in your favor working in your direction for you to go get the win. But it's going to be a tough game. We know these NFC West battles typically do go down the line, and we're just going to have to gut this one out. I guess, gut it on out, Big Patty. I don't think you're going to get KJ to agree to it, though, man. I think he's a little scared on that. Banker L Praise, thank you for the $2 donation, Banker. Good night. GL Brando, NFC West is winning the Super Bowl. Confirmed. Absolutely, the NFC West is winning the Super Bowl. And as I said, it's like the Niners and Seahawks 2013. You knew the winner of that game was probably, I know that the Broncos were super great that year and they had that explosive offense, but I just think you knew whoever's winning that game is probably going to win the Super Bowl. I do think that's going to be the same thing here. I don't see anything in the Patriots that looks scary. Drake May is still a very young quarterback. And Jared Stidham there with that Broncos team, how much they rely upon Bo Nix and Bo Nix's legs. And Jared Stidham's just not going to be able to execute that stuff at the same level. So I see it the same way, Banker. Next week is basically for the Super Bowl, if you think about it. You talk about the stakes just couldn't get larger or bigger or more monumental. Here we go. Keon Lund. Thank you for the $5 donation, Keon. If I remember right, I think we had 3 defensive backs injured last Rams game, and that can't be underestimated. I think we did get a couple of guys injured at one point or another in that game. It was a short week too, Keon. I think that there were, with this Mike McDonald defense, it's one that you need to give a full week to get the full game plan, especially his intricate game plans brought to bear. And that short week just didn't allow them the time to really get that thing down the way they needed to against this particular opponent. But you'll have the time this week. I'm sure they've been preparing for the Rams for a couple of weeks, thinking probably even in anticipation that they were going to get him last week. So I would estimate that Mike's going to have a nice little game plan put together for this Rams attack, and there's no way they're putting 30 points on the board on you next week. Not happening. Not happening. Nope. Good point, though. Very good point, Keon. Thank you for your donation. If you guys get a chance today, please hit that like button. Maybe sub on up if you get a chance to. Helps this channel grow. Helps me show. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation, John. The Godfather 2 moment. It's coming this week. Here we go. Here we go. Settle all debts. Settle all family debts this week. All debts will be settled. We'll take care of it this week. For good. Forever. Let's go, John. Let's go. That is the gamer. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, keep believing 12s. Don't be afraid of the Rams. Ain't nobody scared of the Rams. Ain't nobody afraid of them. Not this team. Not this team this year. Not what we built up. Come on. Come on, Rams. Step on up. Step on up. Let's go. Prop, thank you for the $10 donation, Prop, man, and shout out to your Niners on a great season this year. Hopefully you're doing all right out there. He said, I was so confident in my Niners that I didn't watch the game and haven't even bothered to check the score. Hold this L, Seattle. You guys will be watching us from the couch next week. I don't want to hold it, number one. And if you didn't even watch the Rams play today, it's kind of might seem more like you're probably got some hatred there for the Seahawks more than you got the belief in the Rams. But I would have thought we had you convinced too with your belief that you had in the Niners with how well we did win that game. But I get it. We're not a team that has a lot of people convinced, and we're not going to have them convinced, I think, until we potentially do raise that Lombardi. But no, we're not. No, in fact, proper. What's going to happen is you're going to see us lifting the Lombardi trophy in your house. It's going to be called Hawks House, actually, once we do that forevermore. When we raise more Lombardis in your own stadium than you have, at that point, it's actually called the Hawks House, not Levi Stadium. I don't care what sponsor buys whatever. We'll know what the real name of it is. And that's got to be tough. Like, you're looking down the barrel of it's one of the two of us, one of the Rams or the Seahawks, that's going to be the case on here. But no, we're not. I think you meant Los Angeles. I think you meant Rams. I think that's who you were meaning that for. But I do thank you for the $10 donation. And Rams are not at their strongest right now. I think even a Rams fan would tell me that they're not necessarily playing their best football here over the last 7-8 games of this football season. It's winning football at times. They're getting enough done at times, but certainly they're not humming on all cylinders here. Devin, thank you for the $5 donation, Devin. Appreciate you for that. LA come out to play. Many expired Rainier bottles clicking right now. LA come out to play. Little Warriors there. We'll bang into the bottles together. That's right. Let's go. Let's get after it. You know, center of the street. Let's meet up and let's swing this out. Let's get out in the alley and let's just brawl it out, man. Toe to toe. We'll just all take swings at each other for 60 minutes and let the best man come out standing. Come on out to play. Wait, hold on. Let me do my... There's my voice. There we go.
LA, come out to play. Ding, 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 ding.
Josh Schmidt, thank you for the $5 donation, Josh. We got to find a real embarrassing bet for all of Jake's talking this year. He's not going to take it, man. I'm telling you, he's already told me in advance he wants no more part of any bets. The beanie scarred him, and that was enough for him at that point. So I won't. He's not going to take anything. I already tried to probe a little bit on that one, and he's kind of like, no. And boy, if you watched last week's episode on the roundtable, Josh, he was looking at Jesse in that big old monstrosity of a hat that I had put Jesse in, and he was like, I don't want none of that. He had true fear in his eyes. He's like, that's what's coming for me next. I can't do that. So, yeah, he's a little bit hesitant on that one. I barely got him to take the last bet there, Josh. But we'll just have to be satiated by the satisfaction of beating them next week and then quieting all that big talk at that point. Addis the Gamer, thank you for the $5 donation, Addis. Don't matter what anyone says. Media, haters, doubters, Rams, and Niner fans, don't matter. This team will be hungry. We all we got, we all we need. Well said, Addis, man. Well said. Love your confidence. Thank you for the $5 donation. And I can't add a lot on top of that other than yes. I'm not a guy that's going to put empty hope in my team just based on the vibes and feelings. I'm not just putting the confidence in my team because I want them to be great. Those things are true in the way that those exist, but this confidence in what this team has showed me this year. You have put together a blueprint for winning football games, and you execute that blueprint every single week. You show up consistently every single week. Your players are disciplined. They're locked in. They're ready to play by this coaching staff. You're balanced. You're not beating yourself. You're playing your best brand of football at this time of the year. You're your healthiest right now at this time of the year. You put it all together, man, and there's a lot of reason to have a lot of great confidence here in this game. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation, Jeffrey. Send both the Bears and Rams on over. Take them both. Well, we'll go back to back. We'll do this blood sports style. One after another, huh? One after another, Jeffrey. I don't care. You bring in another one in. Give us another one. We'll win one more. We don't care. Let's go, Jeffrey. Megan gives us an update on the time of the game. Thank you for the $2 don't know, Megan. She says Sunday, 3:30 p.m. for the game next week. There we go. 3:30 p.m. next week is your game on Sunday. Seattle Seahawks taking on the Rams at Lumen Field. Prime time matchup. I'm guessing that does mean then that we're going to have the early game set up then at that point for just before that one. I'm guessing they're not doing the late night game, so we're at the second game. Indeed it is. Jordan, thank you for the $10 donation. Says B, the Niner super chat was poking fun at himself for the Niner Hawk game. He was saying he was sure the Niners won, so he didn't bother watching their own game. Oh, my bad. Proper, my bad, man. I'm a little brain dead today. I had a late night stream last night, proper, so I was confident in my Niners, so I didn't watch the game and haven't checked the score. Hold this LCL. You guys will be watching this from the couch next week. Okay, my bad, proper. I misread that one. Thank you, Jordan, for helping give me some clarity on that one. And hey, man, that's confidence right there. I don't even need to watch the divisional round. I'll just wait till we get to the conference championship. That's very funny. Appreciate you, Prapa. And thank you, Jordan. Much respect, man. I know Niner fans. The day after the game when I lose, I'm always in my emotions. So props to you for having a sense of humor after that too, Prapa. That's not easy on that one, coming off loss and feeling a little bit like, man, after especially was a good season. Big ups to you, man. And you as well, Jordan. DJ, thank you for the $5 donation, DJ. Watching these East Coast games and all the Seahawks mentions before the games and after the games. Priceless. Hashtag go Hawks. Yes, sir. Well, be doubted. No one's going to believe in us. Everyone's going to be predicting the Rams this week on the road. I guarantee you. You'll have like 80% of the pundits will be saying it. 80% of probably the national fans that you'll hear out there in general will be saying it. And good. Let him say it. Let him say it over and over again. This team's ready. This team's going to be prepared. This team's going to be hungry to beat this Rams team. That defense is going to be hungry to put up a much better performance than they did a couple weeks ago against that Rams offense. But it is fun. It's tasty when you see all the comments that doubting, not having the faith, and they've been there throughout the season. It's been satisfying throughout the season to see them disproved. Why should it stop now, right, DJ? Jeffrey, thank you for another $5 donation. Jeffrey, man, all of your support today. Bro, you're awesome. It's amazing. 1,000 people here in the chat. Says, maybe the Rams have a shot against the Hawks if Stafford doesn't throw a bunch of picks or the sun isn't shining for Stafford. Well, I think if Stafford plays a clean game, that goes far to helping out. I think both these quarterbacks, the turnover and the potential of that popping up here and being a bit at the forefront of your mind, and that which quarterback turns the ball over in this particular game for this particular week, wouldn't surprise me in the least that ends up being a deciding factor in this game. And probably was in a certain way in this game with the Bears and the Rams, because you do have in the Bears Caleb Williams with 3 interceptions in this game. It's kind of a little bit like back to the other Darnold game with the first Rams game, where it's like, well, if you just throw one less interception, we win the game. Caleb, instead of 2 interceptions, instead of 3, you just keep it down to 2, we probably go win the game. And that's why these interceptions and these turnovers are so important in the playoffs, because they can really just make that big of a difference. But also it'll be interesting to see where the weather's at, Jeffrey, on that. Don't know if we got an early weather report. It's probably a little bit early for this right now, but looks like we got a high of 43, low of 33, and looks like it's pretty clear weather here for the next week. So conditions should be okay. Thank you, though, Jeffrey. I got no shot. No shot, I tell you. Game's going to be ours. Trying Hawks House. That'll be the new Levi Stadium name if we get in there. I'm sorry, Prophet. You're awesome, by the way, bro. Sorry, Mr. Joke. I'm a little thick today. Prophet says, I don't think the Patriots can be underestimated, that things just go well for that franchise. It's true. Breaks do break in their favor nicely. But I'm not saying it's going to be a walk game for either two teams that could get there from the NFC, but I just do feel like it's one where second year of Drake May, they've had one of the easier schedules in recent NFL history to play through this season. Even their pathway here through the playoffs, is not going to be the most treacherous of journeys to try to get there. Rob says Cooper Kupp 100-yard, 1 touchdown game incoming. Wouldn't that be satisfying? Win the game, Kupp gets over 100 yards. I'll take that. Yeah, sorry, Propa. Sorry I missed that. I had like a 9-hour stream last night, man, so I'm not a smart man today, and I don't read the chat well. Damn, Gil, are we a little mad after the game here? That's not we just won energy. Yeah, Gil, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying here, so let me provide you a little bit of clarity, though I really probably shouldn't, because you're just coming in super toxic and a lot of vitriol that really isn't needed at all. We can just have a discussion without you losing your mind. The Rams have not played the best version of themselves right now at this time of year. They're not playing bad football. This is where I know in the hardest places to get to in fan discussion on this stuff, nuance, gray area, rather than everything having to be black or white. You're with me or you're against me, right? This mentality that permeates everything in this day and age. It's about getting into nuance. So the Seattle Seahawks have been building themselves up over the back half of their schedule. They haven't literally lost a game since they played the Rams at home way back about halfway into the year. And they've been building up in the way that they've been playing to play their best ball over the course of these games. It's a brand of ball. It's a style of ball, running the ball, being balanced, not too pass happy, great defense, great special teams, limiting turnovers, all of this interworking together. And that they've been getting better and better as a team, running the ball better and better, defense getting better and better, performance is improving. They were already good leading up to that, but they're only getting better. They're rounding into championship shape. And when it comes to playoffs in the NFL, Gil, maybe you're not aware of this or maybe you don't believe in this, but in NFL history, for a man that's watched this game for many, many decades, what tends to be what holds true in the playoffs for teams is that those teams that are hot going into the playoffs at the end of the year, kind of regardless of record, are those teams that then carry on through into the playoffs, that heat, that momentum to then go find ultimate success. That it becomes less about just merely having a lot of wins stacked, but playing your best brand of football at the end of the year. You're your best version of what you'd ideally like to be when you set your team up in training camp. Everyone's trying to get there, but it's easier said than done. And there's a lot of teams that end up kind of running out of gas at the end of the year or in a little bit of a diminished state from where they would have been earlier on the season. So when I reference that, that's what I'm kind of talking about. Yes, it's one game, but you don't build the style of play that they've built up to just do it into one game. You build it up through the repetition, through the blueprint. And when you look through this back half of the schedule, Gil, and how we've won these football games, the manner by which we've gone about it, it's been by that same blueprint each and every time. So that's kind of what I'm trying to say on it. Don't know if you can kind of get into that with it, but you seem pretty hot for whatever reason. So hopefully you're feeling better. Juno Trupo says, love you, Brando, but you got to battle next week. Go Rams. It ain't going to be easy, man. I ain't saying it's a cakewalk. It's definitely going to be a fight, man. I'm expecting a close, tight game and us being on the edge of our chairs and all that good stuff, Juno. So I'm certainly confident, but I know we're going to be in for a fight. That's for sure. Hell of a fight. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, please remind Jake that dating back to our first matchup, the Rams have needed an exuberant amount of turnovers to win a lot of these games. Laughing out loud. Stands out, it does. And another game in this one where these are the things that we talk about building up performances, building up habits, building up good habits, building up bad habits. For instance, a Ram bad habit that's built up over this course of the season is losing leads in the fourth quarter, right? And I say, well, the playoffs, it doesn't become something just a wholly new animal in the way that you are as a team. You are on the horse that rode you in on this for good, bad, indifferent, or the other. So your Rams team throughout the course of the season has struggled at times to keep and maintain these leads and allow teams back into the fourth quarter, including our Hawks a couple of weeks ago. You did so again today with the Chicago Bears team, right? That held true to form. And likewise, to your point on this, you go back to that first matchup, 4 interceptions, yet takes a missed kick by the Seahawks and their house in that game for us to lose that game. We won the last game and had still a 2 turnover differential to the Rams in that one. Yet still were able to win that game. You have in this game, the Bears with 3 turnovers, yet still in a point very close to going in winning this game, despite the fact the Rams didn't turn the ball over at all. So, yeah, it's a one where this is where we come back to that style of play they played and being protective with the ball and being careful with the ball and making sure that they're having that a little bit at the forefront of what they're thinking about, because if you reduce that, you limit that stuff, knowing what we're seeing against this particular Rams team, for instance, that can be a determining factor to winning the game. A little old snowboard lady, thank you for the $2 donation, says, thanks for covering these games, young man. Well, thank you. I appreciate you for that. Good to see you in the house as well, snowboarder. And been a lot of fun being able to cover these playoffs with you folks in here and really just get to enjoy these games, enjoy this team, and enjoy this community. We got a great community at that. Ski, thank you for another $2 donations. And sorry about the fat finger dono. No, I got it, man. I'm becoming an expert at reading sometimes the, autocorrect, misspell stuff that can come up. So I've gotten good at it through the years. I can kind of just start to fill the letters in a little bit there. Detail-oriented Bobby. Thank you for the $10 donation. Detailed. Boils down to this, Brandon. Seahawks D is better. Special teams is better. Rams offense, slightly better. But their O versus our D versus our offense versus their D, that's an advantage to the Hawks. We should get this. Go Hawks. Hey, man. Go Hawks. And a beautiful breakdown on your part. I don't have a lot to add more than that because I just agree with everything down the line of it. The Rams do have a better D. Rams do have a better special teams. And yeah, the Rams offense is slightly better. Slightly better. Is it leagues ahead of us? I don't think so. No. So how that matchup all breaks down, I think is pretty accurate to your eyes. And I think that does give us that walking into a bit of an advantage coming into this game, along with the home field advantage and a little bit of an extra rest than what the Rams are going to have. All these are just small benefits that'll help us, and they're not going to drive the whole score of the game, but there are definitely helpful advantages that work in our favor and do breed a lot of confidence within us, don't they, Bobby? Go Hawks, man. Beautifully put on your part. Don't have anything to add on that. Just, yeah, we should be able to get this. Where we're playing, how good a brand of football we're playing. Rams traveling for the third straight week on the road. Yeah. I agree 100%. Well said, bro. Well said, Bobby. Devin, thank you for the $5 donation. What does an air-fried ram look like after it's over? It's a little crispy. It's got a little bit of a crunchy vibe to it. Snaps in your fingers at the touch. Something like that there, Devin. I hear it's a delicacy in some countries. The horns especially, if you just smoke them right. Melt in your mouth, I hear. Melt in your mouth. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $5 donation. Feed me. I know every game was different, but Rams were pass happy our last game and more games after that. But I wouldn't be surprised if they get pass happy. Okay, that one's a challenge there, Feed me. Wouldn't be surprised if the gets pee happy, that's an adjunct. No. I'll be right back. One sec, folks. So I think the gist of what you're saying with this is that Rams did get pass happy in our last game. I think even Ram fans would tell you that, if there's a bit of an issue to this Rams offense as far as its approach at times, is that it probably does lean in a little bit too much in getting too pass happy with Stafford. I think Stafford's done a really good job this year of really limiting interceptions in the past, where if he has a game, for instance, like this game today in the past history, I have a Stafford game where he's going to throw 42 attempts in the football game, that you're probably going to see a couple picks from Stafford if you get to that high volume of a point in some years past. Now, you get a lot of high-level throws in there too and a lot of nice plays as well. So there's a tit for tat there that you're getting when he's in that spot. He's done a really good job there, though, in this year in those moments of not necessarily having those games as much where the interceptions are coming up. It's happened a couple times, but it's not as much of the commonality it's been as in past in his game. The thing that I think that they have fallen into the trap to, and I think it was part of what you saw in this game, and we're talking about halfway into the game at times, where he gets away from the running attack, does McVay. And I think what happens here is it's a running attack that's really a 5-yard, 6-yard kind of running attack. It's not going to give you as much of the Kenneth Walker, here's a 30, 40-yarder, right? You're not going to get the home run with Kyron Williams or probably Corum. And so it's really then relying upon McVay to be just patient and working the ball up the field and leaning on that rushing attack. And I thought that he did a really great job in the second Rams game in our house of running the ball really well and staying with it and not getting away from it and not feeling that driving force to have to get the pass happy nature of things. And by not doing so, it allowed Seattle to really have to concentrate and load up on stopping the run, and did feel like it was starting to then free up a lot of the passing game as the game went along in that second half. They just weren't able to get as many points on it. And so then it felt like a little bit like, okay, now you're feeling a temptation here to go back to pass in the second half. And now your offense is finding less successful drives. You're getting into more of 3 and outs. So it is something where I think just McVay falls into it. I think it's part of the double-edged sword of having a strength like Stafford that you want to use it. And you're like, why take these little 3-yard plays and 4-yard plays when I can have him just chunk this thing down the field and just walk right up the field like nothing? But that's going to be a big key, I think, from a Ram perspective. If I walk into this going against the Seahawks team, is go refine that commitment back there to Kyren. Like, have 20 carries in this game for Kyren Williams cut out for him. Certainly, it was also another thing that we saw in the first matchup, right, where Kyren was finding some success in running the ball, and they got too quickly, too fast into passing in that game as well. So it is a part of what you can give the Rams. It is not some fatal flaw issue, but just something that you can sometimes be able to take advantage of if they start to fall in those trappings. And again, I think they did today. I think both coaches did today. Johnson and McVay got way too pass happy in this game for where the conditions are and the elements that were at play. But well said, Femi. It's going to be a factor next week for sure. Quinn, thank you for the $5 donation, Quinn. Also, repeatedly having to watch the cardiac Bears barely lose to teams we'd really like them to beat has been infuriating. Not a fan of Bears football. Yeah, it's a strange kind of team. And props to them today for the defensive performance they put in, because that defense was one that a lot of people were banging on saying, man, this is going to be an ugly game from them. Bears better score 40. They want to win this game. And they really stepped up. But it has been a Bears defense that hasn't been particularly good. It's the opportunistic side of it. You didn't have a lot of opportunism in this game able to take advantage of, so you were just kind of doing what you could do. Now, they played good today, but throughout the course of this year, they've been definitely having some hang on for dear life kind of moments. Bears offense, with all that they've loaded up onto that offense going against this Rams defense today, I would think that you'd think you're going to do a lot more than they did. And if you're going to build a super offense up, you're going to put a first-round pick, number 1 overall pick to Caleb Williams, and you're going to give money to DeAndre Swift, and you're going to give a first-round pick to Colston Loveland, and you're going to put a first-round pick to Roma Dunzier and give up essentially first-round equivalency for DJ Moore, and then a second-round pick for Luther Burden, and then you got all the money they spent on that offensive line, and a right tackle in Darnell Wright. Well, that offense is going to need to hold up more than its end of just the bare minimum. It's going to need to be more than just the 50% at that point, because you structured it that way to have to be that. And that's a hard way to win. It's a hard way to sustain winning from a sustained standpoint of things. And the Bears would probably be smarter to try to find a little bit more counterbalance. One less pass catcher, one more difference-making defender kind of thing, right? That'd probably be a little bit smart for them to go that route with it. But they seem to be really leaning into this super offense mode of operation. And it got them to the playoffs this year, so they probably feel like this has been a success in the grand scheme of things, getting back to the playoffs the first time in a good amount of time, and they'll probably just lean into it even more. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, can we run for 150 to 175 yards next week? Yeah, 100% you can. I mean, the Bears ran for 160 in this game, and we've got a much better rushing attack than they have. So, yeah, you absolutely can. I formation looks that have been coming more to the forefront. I think with LA, what you saw from them today is that they will, when you give them a 2 tight end look, or you give them a 21 personnel look, they're going to be more than happy to run the 3-4 up at you. And we saw a couple weeks ago that when we did that and teams ran the 3-4, we were able to still find some yardage, run the ball, even in those moments like that. So, yeah, we can run on this team. With how we're running the ball, we can absolutely do that. And some of it will be the commitment. I think that we're way better in that commitment front, because this is how we've lived throughout the years, being committed in that way to run the ball. But with how good it's running and how successful you've been at it recently, I think it does carry over, on top of the fact this is a Rams team that can be susceptible to the rushing attack. They did a good job today as the game went along, I thought. But there are holes to be had there. And again, Ben Johnson kind of went out of it at one point or another here, where he kind of just ran away from it, voluntarily speaking, not as much because they were just being stopped by the Rams in that way. I think as well, it's goes really far to you not putting Sam in a position as much to have to, be pushing the ball down the field and throwing those high leverage throws into a lot of guys in coverage, because that's the thing with the Rams do, is that they want to run light boxes by and large, and they're going to drop all those guys into coverage, and you're just throwing into you're throwing into the teeth of the defense when you attack in that fashion. So yeah, I'm expecting Seattle to try to hit for that mark. I'm expecting they absolutely can hit that mark, especially how they run the ball recently. Oh my goodness, you guys are being so kind today with all these donos. Thank you so much. Nolan, thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. Jake saying the Rams won against all odds with a 65% win probability and saying people are going to pick the Hawks because of the game scores. Yeah, they were favored to win this game. So, I don't know if he's going to try to play the underdog. Vegas didn't have them as an underdog. To your point on that. People are going to pick the Hawks because they're playing. It comes back to it's part of this is how the type of football you're playing. And Rams have squeaked by in the playoffs and didn't finish off the season particularly well. And they're fully capable of beating us. Don't get me wrong. But I think it's very fair to say you're not necessarily playing your best football right now. And this is the difference between playing good football and playing championship style football. I think I'd say that as well. And that's hopefully where we can get to with a little bit of the nuance here with how the Rams are playing. This is not bad football. It's not middle of the road average football. But it's that you're playing good. And if you want to go win a Super Bowl, you got to play great football. Are the Rams playing great football? No. Not uniformly, not through three phases interconnected. No. They're playing good and fully capable of coming to our house and taking us down. But we've deserved the right to be the odds-on favorite here. And so if he's taking some other track to that in his outlook of it, it's kind of silly. It has less to do with the score and more to do with everything that's been going on here for recent history. Mabozio, thank you for the $5 donation. Mabozio. Bears not taking early field goals cost them the W. Should have ran last play in OT as well. Greed cost them the game, but go Hawks. Lamb chops, 28-17 Hawks. Let's go, man. Lamb chops. I could go for some lamb chops. And the Bears had more than their share of opportunities in this game from my perspective, Mob. I think that the not taking the field goals was one where you just shake your head at that, where Ben Johnson's already kind of before the game's even declared itself, deciding that this is going to be a shootout. And then in retrospect, you're proven to be pretty silly. And that's why they declare themselves as such an important part of football, because game in and game out, you don't know what's going to happen in a game and how it might play out. You might have it on paper to think it's going to go this way and come to find that it actually plays out quite differently when the rubber meets the road. And rather than operate with that distinction a little bit, Ben gets aggressive early on, aggressive throughout this game, and should have just taken the field goals. Just take the points. And I hope Mike McDonald's watching that in the moment, seeing this happen a lot throughout this playoffs. And it's really the two big lessons I think I learned coming out of this playoffs. There are really three lessons we can learn coming through this playoffs that we've seen as we watch all these games, which is take the points when you're positioned to take the points. You've got the defense that you can rely upon to do that and feel good about that. Maintain a commitment to running the ball. Don't voluntarily get away from it just because you think you have to. And then limit the turnovers and be mindful of the turnovers. Don't play just with this absolute reckless abandonment at times in the passing attack, but operate with a little bit more care. And I think you do those three things, you're going to go get the win next week. I do. But a lot of lessons being taught to if a Mike McDonald's watching this, trying to go like, what can I see as a theme? What can I go as a spine through these games that's been something that is something that I would be smart as a coach to try to pay attention to and take away from in these games. And these coaches are just operating like these are regular season games. They're not changing any of their approach to understand playoff football can be much different. Kind of wild to watch a little bit. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, playing the Rams has me rethinking being vegan. Megan, you can go for a little lamb chop, huh? Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, doesn't Johnson know when you're down by one, you have the quarterback throw a backwards pass at teammate's head and then somebody picks it up in the end zone? Everybody knows that's how you score, don't they? Against the Rams? That's the move against the Rams. You bounce it off Jared versus Hellman. It goes forward on the backwards pass. And then you have one of your guys just kind of randomly low-key pick it up. I guess they didn't film watch, Taker. Didn't watch enough film. That's what I'm going to blame that on. Not enough time in the lab, man. Thank you, though, Taker. Appreciate you. Very funny. Christian B, how would you stop Puka? Now with healthy D-backs? Healthy D-backs that are all capable of playing man-based coverage concepts. And I think the first thing that I'm going to do is try to find a way in targeting my game plan this week to where I can get man-based coverage concepts on Puka. He goes in motion, wherever he goes to motion to, I create a lot of man. I don't want to do necessarily the travel around thing with Devin Witherspoon, though I'm not against that either as a possibility of just have Devin travel with him 24/7. That's not necessarily the worst of ways to go either. But I just think that you've got to play a little bit more man-based coverage concepts with this Rams team and prove that they can create separation in that route running from that spot. Because if you just go zone with Puka, they've shown that they can scheme up, and he's shown he can slaughter zone coverages all over the place. He's going to get his, and he'll find his receptions. I think the thing is, you got to take away the easy receptions off his back. You got to take away those times where they're able to just have him go in motion and end up isolating him on a linebacker. You got to remove those off the books as much as you possibly can in this game, in my opinion. And make somebody else on this Rams team beat you than Puka, especially coming off the last game, in my opinion. So man-based coverage concepts would work in a little bit better and more so. Seattle's been doing a little bit more of that through the back half of the schedule with Carolina Panthers. They did in both the 49er games, a lot of man-based coverage concepts. They might be a little bit more scared to do so with a guy like Stafford and his arm. But I would just press him. I would press him and man him up. Don't allow him free releases. Don't sit in off coverage, dropping to depth, and let him in cut in front of those guys. Run man. But having healthy defensive backs is definitely going to help this situation, especially from the standpoint you don't necessarily have to have a guy like Devin travel then with him. But man, just don't sit back in zone like you did in that last matchup with him and let Stafford let him just run through the zone and go find the clear space. That ain't going to work. Especially because you just don't generate necessarily super fast pressure. So it's definitely going to give Stafford the time in the pocket for that play to kind of develop. Mabozio, thank you for another $5 donation. Mob says 28-17 Hawks win. Predicting Hawks versus Pats in Super Bowl. What are your thoughts? And where do you think we will struggle in the Rams game, as well as if we play the Pats? So I do believe I agree with you, number one, in that I'm going to be predicting a Hawks win. I don't know if I'll go as quite comfortable as you. I think it does come down to probably more of like a 3-point type of game. I do have us getting the win, though, within that win, and that matchup coming down as tight as it is. I think you're also right about the Patriots winning the Super Bowl, or not winning the Super Bowl, the Patriots getting to the Super Bowl. The Broncos are a team that's already offensively kind of deficient when Bo Nix is out there in the best of times. And there's a heavy reliance on Bo Nix's legs to kind of run around back there. He's kind of like a low-key Lamar back there at times with what they ask of him in their legs. I mean, hell, he got injured on a literal read option keeper, right? So they're basically, doing a lot of Lamar stuff with him, and Jared Stidham is not that kind of quarterback. He can't just come in there and just roll like what Bo Nix has rolled with. And so very likely the Patriots kind of just walk right through them, or at least just win. It is on the road in Denver, so it's not an easy game. But then, you'll take on the Patriots, and I think that's a fine matchup for Seattle. As far as what I think we'll struggle with in the Rams game, I think we're going to struggle with, stopping the run. I think that they come back and they stay committed to running the ball and attack in that fashion. And they try to kind of take control of the clock and take control of just kind of the line of scrimmage a little bit. And our light box is good at stopping the run. I don't think we're going to allow them just massive openings, but Kyron Williams is just the type of runner, and that their commitment to running inside is just the type of thing that our scheme is going to be a bit vulnerable to allowing some yardage on the ground. Not that they're going to necessarily gash us, but they should find some success. They should be able to get into some third and shorts. And I think if the Rams are able to stay in third and 3, 3rd and 4, and the whole day and stay in that third makeable kind of situation, that works out very, very well in their favor. So that part has me a little bit scared in the game walking into this. Not scared, but worried about that matchup there. As far as with the Patriots and playing them, I don't know if there's as much something where I think we'd struggle with how we play them. Obviously, off-script ability of Drake May and him ability to kind of work off that script in the way is probably the main thing that I'd be fearful of with that Patriots team. But I think as well, I have a lot of confidence with Mike McDonald going up against second-year quarterbacks. Even second-year quarterbacks that have had the success that May has had. And I think the Patriots are being set up with a pretty easy path to getting to the Super Bowl when you consider the opponents and where they were at. I know they took down the Texans, and that was impressive, but Stroud looks almost like a shell of himself this playoffs. And you got Denver now that you got through, and you had the Chargers who had no offensive linemen healthy. So it's just not a Patriots team to me that's as tough a challenge. This is the Super Bowl this week, Mob. It's this week, in my opinion. And you go get it this week, and you're gonna go win the Super Bowl, whoever the matchup is in there. This is the one right here. And it's gonna be a tough game, man. It's gonna be tight, but I love your confidence, and I hope you're right about the score. OEL, thank you for the $5 donation, OEL. One thing is for sure, Brandon, Rams are not going to drop 500 yards of total offense on the Seahawks defense again. No, that was an outlier of a situation, and it's not happening this week. Absolutely not. This ain't going to be a shootout. I don't know if it'll be a low-scoring game. There'll be some points scored, but it ain't going to be a shootout like the last one was. This is going to be a different game. Every game's going to be a little different when you play this, and Mike's going to have a lot more answers dialed up this week. They're going to clean up the stuff from the last week, and it'll be much more improved from the last matchup a few weeks ago. That's not happening. You're right about that, OEL. I would be gobsmacked if we had that kind of defensive performance once again. And that it's, again, short week. Players point out the game plan being maybe a little bit intricate for how much time they had to implement the game plan and get all the details right. Understandable for why that happened, I guess. It didn't just kind of occur out of randomness, but occurred because of the circumstances of the situation a little bit there. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, it looks like I'm going to the NFC Championship game. Congratulations. We got a couple Hawks nesters getting out there in the stadium. I'd love to see that. Congrats, Jordan. Tear it up out there, man. Cut it up. Make it happen. I know you're going to be bringing the juice in that stadium, but oh my gosh, what a great environment to go into. It's going to be magic in there. Absolute magic. Thank you for the dono, man, and congratulations. Let's go. King Prodigy in the house. Thank you for the $10 donation, King. Very kind of you, man. B, do you fear the game won't be called fair, especially if New England wins? Seems like New England versus LA would be easier to sell to the public. Two MVPs playing each other just seems more appealing to the casuals. So I'm posting this up here for you, King. And when it comes to the concern and worry of this, is there a concern and worry that exists here that could be the case? Yeah. Yeah, it could be the case. Fewest penalties in 2025, Rams. Fewest penalties since 2024, the Rams. Fewest penalties since 2023, the Rams. Fewest penalties since 2022, the Rams. Fewest penalties since 2021, the Rams. Fewest penalties since 2020, Rams. How many penalty yards did they have today? How much were they penalized today, King? Once. 5 yards. Now, the Bears weren't resoundingly, they weren't necessarily as well on the other side of that, like you hugely penalized either. They only had the 3 penalties too. So I'll say this to this degree of it. And when we go back to the first game against the Panthers, LA actually had more penalties on them than the Panthers. So from the first game perspective on it, they didn't do that with the Panther game. And in this game, though there was only 1 penalty called on them, I would offer and say that doesn't necessarily show that the game was slanted in the Rams' favor. I would say that this is a game that what we've seen and what we've seen by and large, I think, throughout the playoffs is the officials are swallowing their whistle and they're not being as much an active part of the games. They're letting the players play this thing out and they're letting them decide and determine it. And I think that was the case again today here in the Bears and the Rams game. I don't think that you can go to a call here or a call there, but they just let the guys play. Let them decide it. And I hope when it comes down to next week that's as much what we see next week. And I think that's what you got in the Seahawks 49er game. They let those players decide it. They weren't sitting there with quick flags that they wanted to pull. Put your flag away. Let the players kind of hash this out. So is it a mild concern considering the recent history with the Rams? And how they have been by and large for about a 5-year period on the right side of history as far as the penalty situations go. Yeah. Is it a concern? Because I can look to a variety of different games over about the last 5-6 years playing specifically this Rams team in a way that I can't with the Cardinals, in a way that I can't with the 49ers, and find a variety of different games where I'm like, that's kind of suspect. That's kind of suspect. Yeah, I can. So it's a little bit of a concern, but I'm just going to hope back and lean in the fact that the NFL's let the teams play, and in letting them play, it's made for a better brand of football and a more entertaining brand of football. You know, the one time that this seems to change itself a little bit in this playoffs is that Denver Bronco Bill game where the Bills have 2 PIs called on them at the end of that game, to me, where those are just bailout calls to me. And they sort of were rewarding the Broncos for kind of throwing up a prayer, basically. And I didn't like that part of it. But a little bit of a concern, but I'm going to lean back and just hope they just let him play because that's what they've done so far this playoffs. And, maybe that is a little more attractive matchup for LA getting to the Super Bowl. That's probably going to be for sure. So that's got you a little bit worried there to that point too, King. But I love how they've called I love how they called the playoffs overall so far. I'm just going to hope that they kind of hold the serve on this point and don't hit a left turn at this point. You know what I mean? Ma Bocio, thank you for the $2 donation. Thoughts on the dark side versus the Legion of Boom? Who had a better team? Well, the Seattle Seahawks have 2013 won the Super Bowl, and that's a team that's set the standard there. So, you've got to still go, earn that right and accomplish that before you're on any kind of land where we talk about some kind of equivalency or really, really bringing the comparison fully true to form. The tough part about this comparison as well becomes Legion of Boom had a couple of years of doing it. What were they? 5 straight years, the number 1 defensive DVOA team in DVOA's history, and no team's done that before or since. And so there was a little bit more of a longer sustained time period of dominance from the defense at that time. But as far as ultimately a season of performance that is as elite as the Legion of Boom was and provided in their years, yeah. You last gave up 16 points this year. The Legion of Boom at the height of their powers, the best. They gave up 14.4 points. And that was at a time in the league when points were down versus where they're at now. More points are scored today than were scored back in 13. So that you got to kind of build that a little bit into the point system. And remember that even with the 16 points where we still ended up as the lowest team in the league with the amount of points we'd given up, remember how much of that was artificially juiced up. Sam Darnold getting strip sacked by the Texans in the end zone and the Texans getting the touchdown. That goes on the defensive back. All those short fields that throughout the early portion of the year and mid portion of the year, you put the defense on with the turnovers and them having to them giving up points at times where it's not really as much on their fault. That artificially pushed those numbers up even more than it would be. So they're step for step with the Legion of Boom as far as an individual season statistically matching right up to that defense, points per game, DVOA, turnovers, pressure rates, whatever you want to kind of point to, on top of the fact that this dark side defense has done it while operating within the best division in all of football. Now, while the Legion of Boom had its bully it had to deal with in the San Francisco 49ers at that time, both the Rams and the Cardinals were in a little bit more of a disparate state. And those were more of 2 teams that you could kind of then be able to beat up a little bit more upon. It wasn't as much of the tough division as it's been this year. So they're on their way, man. They're on the way. And if they get a Super Bowl win this year, say nothing of getting a Super Bowl win on the back of a couple more dominating performances like we saw here this last week, they will have risen themselves to that landscape of things. They'll have deserved to be called that legendary defense because there's just so many stats that bear out to this being such a special crew. Devin, thank you for the $5 donation, Devin, and all of your support today, man. Much, much appreciated. Great football players, he says, make great football plays, quote unquote, Chuck Knox. And indeed they do. I think that's a little bit of a reference to you need the difference makers, man. You can be well coached up, you can be fundamentally sound, but you need your great players to elevate at a given point in time, to go make those plays, to go be difference makers. And Chuck knew what he was talking about with that. And smart coach, man, that old ball coach, Chuck. Hell of an old coach. Would have been great if he had gotten to a Super Bowl. Kind of just the one sad part about him was never able to go get the Super Bowl, be the Bills, Rams, Seahawks. But got very, very, very close. And he was just a hell of a coach. Hell of a coach. Thank you for all of your guys' support, man. Appreciate you. Seth Aloha, I honestly feel confident against the Rams the way they've been playing. They haven't looked good since we last played them. No, it's been a little bit of struggle bus there. Not struggle bus, just hasn't been quite as good, as where they would be. I appreciate your confidence, Mile High, but you got to be looking at Jared Stidham going, okay, this is going to be a tough day at the office to get this done. I mean, I confidence is great, but it's going to be hard for him to pull that one off, even with the mile hair air. Yeah, proper. Stafford was definitely balling against our defense that last matchup. David says, good tweet by Brock Hurd on how it made no sense for Ben Johnson to have Caleb play from the pocket. Ben Johnson's whole approach today was silly to me. He was treating this like they were playing out in sunny weather and it was a normal everyday game, no different there. He took none of what was going on with the elements into account in his game planning, which was just weird because you knew it was coming leading up to the week. And I thought the whole game, lack of commitment to the running game, Caleb at times being asked to make really tough high leverage throws from within the pocket, not finding him some of the easier throws in space at times. Ben Johnson's whole plan of attack was just so weird. Resting, skepting phase. Carroll broke the running backs before the end of the season. McDonald saves them for the postseason run. He was thinking long game. McDonald is very intelligent. I love his vision. Me too, man. Great day, coach. Well said on your part, resting, skepting face. Nothing to add, just well said. Manny says Dennis Allen had some good answers for that offense. Panthers had some nice stuff, and with the Falcons, not for the entirety of the games, but Mike's got some good film to work off of. Yeah, I think he's got some answers in recent weeks. Some teams have thrown some different wrinkles at this Rams team that maybe he can utilize. I think so as well. Some of the shock blitzes you've seen from teams at times in the Rams where you don't show your hand, but you bring that blitz post-snap. Been able to, take a little bit. It's dicey because if Stafford sees it coming, he's going to bury you. But teams have been able to hit him with that a little bit too. It'll be interesting to see what Mike's game plan will be for him. Haven't heard an update on Zach Charbonnet with the imaging quite yet, Jason. I think we would have heard if it was an MCL or an ACL. I think we would have heard today. Spaces of the Niners were ripping down signs this weekend. Yeah. Kendrick Bourne grabbed one of the fan signs that was next to him as they were standing on the sidelines over there. Like, all right, dude. The fan laughed his ass off when he did it too. He's like, all right, bro. Yeah, you showed us. It was good. That was one of those tweets that Rick Wolm was responding to, or whether even where I was responding to her. We didn't feel any of that energy on the field at all. You got it for our fans, but you don't got it for us. Brenny's feeling confident. 30-13. Let's go, Brenny. I like that confidence. I'll say with Ram fans coming in, trash talk is fine. Keep it respectful. Don't attack people individually. Things go too toxic, it derails the discussion, and we don't like that here. Prophet says Rams defense has a good pass rush, but that's kind of it. They're soft. Yeah, I think that, and it's not a bad defense. It's just a one where it's like, does it got the difference makers on the back end? No, not really. Is there definitely some spaces you can attack in that? I thought the Bears did a good job of attacking the inside off-ball linebackers, the Rams today in coverage, especially. So it's got some there, but they can get after it. They've got a kind of it oscillates with them on the ground game. Sometimes they can find some ability to get stifling there with that. And definitely they can provide a pass rush. If you get too pass happy, they can pin their ears back and get after it. Their stunt game and loops and twists are very tough to deal with. Victor says, I'm happy with playing the Rams. Let's finish them off. We have a healthier team this time. Let's go, man. Yes, we do. Finish the deal. King Tay says, that an actual pass rush, 0 sacks in both of our meetings against the Rams. Not good. Got to generate some pressure, bro. You're right about that. Oh, Addicted, thank you, man. Very kind of you for saying that. Gunny says, hey, B, Leonard Williams explained to the presser that he and Gray's able to exchange moves and tips for pass rush moves against the opponent. Mike seems to let players collaborate more than Pete. Yeah, I think that there's just a little bit more willingness to allow guys like Leonard Williams to be able to, freelance and do their thing in there at times too, and trust in that with a guy that's earned that right to be trusted in that way. I think Pete would let a guy like Michael Bennett, for instance, do the same thing when he was at the height of his powers. But a cool moment. Yeah, cool moment of Gray saying, hey, try this thing. This would work on this. We wouldn't have as much an answer for it. Shows you some of the intelligence in Gray as a rookie to kind of pick that sort of stuff up. And then good on Leonard to being humble enough to being willing to listen to what a rookie might have to say. And maybe he's got something to offer. Hear what he's got to say on this. But very cool. And it does speak to just the level of commitment you have on this team. Where I think on other teams, to your point, whether it was, Carroll allowing it or not, Gunny, it would be that, offensive lineman stay to the offensive lineman, defensive lineman stay to the defensive line. It's less than about the team. It's like, well, there's the two separate segments of the team. Whereas with this team, you feel like it all does come together in the way that they do inner work. And it's Cooper Kupp and the influence that he has on the receivers. It's defensive linemen like Uchenna and Leonard and DeMarcus Lawrence and how they can influence the younger guys. And being willing to influence and everybody trying to help each other out. And it's kind of like there's a corniness to it, but it's true. That is team football. Down to that kind of minutia of a level, so to speak. It adds up. Victor says, agreed on man coverage or bracket Nakua. Yeah, we don't like to bracket much. That's where I'm more hopeful. At least we'll pull out the man stuff. Because we don't like to bracket much. Always fear the LA refs. Do you now get this is destiny? I'm scared, but I believe. It's a good, healthy fear at that point. You know what I mean? Orlando is in the Super Bowl on Fox. Listening to Brady potentially calling a Pats Super Bowl would be insufferable. Yeah, that wouldn't be a lot of fun at all. Glad I got the volume off when they're being in the Super Bowl at that point. Daniel says, calling it B. Jake will constantly reference Vikings versus Rams a year ago this week, but if you mention anything about the quality of the past 5 games of the Rams, he'll say it's not 1-1. I'll try to anticipate that argument in advance a little bit, Daniel, because I won't let him get off the hook with that if that's what he's going to try to portray. So I'm sure it gets brought up at some point this week, but you talk about something that's just going to make me roll my eyes. John Rees, big old middle birds for the Rams. Let's go, John. That's the energy we need this week. F the Rams, man. Prophet says no need to play the rest of these playoff games in the season now, please. Oh, goodness. That's awesome, man. Does Brandon have a Discord? Yes, I do have a Discord. Let me see if I can. I think you can find... Well, I'll put it in I'm not really in the Discord much, so you can guys go in there. We've got a little community in there that'll go in there at times. I'll put it in the chat. I'll link it in the chat there for you guys, but I'm not in there very much, admittedly. I probably should be more. He says, Dark Side will overcome the red rigging. Let's go. Steve says running game has been its best down the stretch. It's you creating this running game and it getting better. And it getting better not just by like, well, it just happened to get better. It got better because of the sheer commitment of this team through every single game this year of getting those rushing attempts in the books, of keeping working on it. It's a detail-driven rushing attack that's going to take a little bit of time to get all of the ins and outs of. So you would think with that, hey, a new coordinator, this new system, first half of the year is probably going to be a little bit rougher than the back half of the season. And this is how this is played out in actuality. And so this is one where I think that it tells you that the improvements in the rushing attack have been true and real, and they are going to carry over forward like they carried over in this last game against the Niners because you have put that commitment to it, and it has continued to get better. Juno says, Brando, I knew you'd still be here. Hard-working mother effer. Oh, man, I love what I get to do, bro. It's a good job I got. So how can I not go live on days like this with all that's at play? Playing for the right to go to the Super Bowl, man. If you ain't turned up for days like this, got to check your pulse. The Hawks Daddy says, great stream. Glad to see the Hawks Nest riding this wave. You better believe it, maybe. I'm just enjoying like I have the last couple of weeks. Pig and mud over here, you know? I'm soaking it up. I'm savoring it. I'm loving this season. It's storybook. Couldn't have written it up better. I mean, you ain't smiling about this, you ain't enjoying this, man. You don't love football. This is as good as it gets. Brian says, I don't want us to be in a situation where the quarterback has to carry this team. We are so balanced on offense right now with this defense. We're in every game. I agree. I'd rather build a complete team more than trying to have a quarterback that's got to, carry and throw the superhero outfit on and put the S on his chest. And no, let's win it as a team. Let's build a great team. Mabosio, thank you for another $2 donation, Mob. Any positions that you think we need to upgrade in 2026? I think that there's a couple positions where there's a lot of room to do this. I think that obviously at your right guard, especially, I think that there's a potential spot there to where you could improve that mightily. And it wouldn't take a lot to improve that potentially mightily. You've got, I think the edge group with where it's at right now could be improved. You're not getting a lot of it at Chenna right here through the back half of the schedule. Derek Hall has been improved as a run defender, but he's not giving you a lot extra as a pass rusher. DeMarcus Lawrence is giving you something as a pass rusher, but then with Boyer, you're not getting much as a pass rusher. So there's room there for an upgrade. You maybe could potentially take a look at like a lockdown corner on the outside, where what if you got another lockdown corner to pair with Witherspoon and Eamon Wari? I think that's a possibility there too. Those would be about it though. I think everywhere else you're going to be pretty static. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation, Daniel. Sam has a shot to really shut the doubters up. You better believe he does. And He doesn't even have to be the superhero to do this on this. Play within himself, play within the context of this offense and this team, and you will win a Super Bowl. And you will prove those doubters wrong, and you will change the narrative surrounding you. So he's got a great opportunity for that to be turned into reality. I hope he does it. I'm rooting for this guy for a variety of different reasons. But a grand opportunity for him here to really turn around this narrative that's been so hard-lined around him. So many people are so sure of the fact that he can't. And again, back to why it's so satisfying if he does. Keon Lund, man, thank you for all of your donations the past 2 days, bro. Very, very kind of you, man. If Kupp doesn't fumble right before the half, last Rams game plays out a whole lot different. It's nice to see Sam has some zip on his must-have throws. Part of what I like about Sam, in that whatever he does as a game manager, whenever you do need him to make any kind of particular throw in the book, he can make every particular throw in the book. He's not a guy limited by arm strength or arm talent. He can make them all. And you're right. I think that's where people talk a bit about Darnold not necessarily playing great in that second Rams game either, but outside those 2 interceptions that were there, if Kupp just goes down there and holds onto that ball and that as you're heading out the 2-minute warning there and you go get a score, it's like, 3 of your first 4 drives in that game, you're scoring. You're putting points up on the board. And it starts to make Sam's day look a lot different, doesn't it? So, yeah, agreed. That Kupp fumble definitely changed a lot of the look of that game for first half where, the Rams had like 6 points or something. But he's got a good arm to Sam. He can make every throw in the book. Every throw in the book. And that's part of what I really like about him. A lot of times these guys that are going to be more in the, your run and balanced offense, you're going to have limitations on the arm a little bit. It's like a Brock Purdy, great mobility. There's limitations on that arm. There are throws he's not going to be able to make in certain environments, in certain conditions, certain elements. That's going to limit him at times in certain environments as a QB. And Sam's not limited in that way. Ninjetti, thank you for the $2 donation, Ninjetti. We needed to play the Rams next week. It's destiny. Well, I'll tell you, the way this season's played out and so many storybook turns and wonderful chapters, I can't argue with that, Ninjetti. It is definitely one that feels a little bit like that, where you go, this is part of the storybook. A second trilogy. Okay. No team has this kind of thing go on for a Super Bowl, but this is that nature of this particular season. And you got to just wrap yourself up and embrace it. I'm glad. Great challenge coming into our house. 2 best teams probably in the NFL going toe-to-toe in prime time. All eyes of the nation upon them. Yeah. I'm looking forward to this, man. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, Patrick, somebody said Hutchinson had Schneider ear this week and said if you got Zabel available, take him. He did. So you better grab him, John. How cold will it be? The early forecast, Juno, are going to be 33 to 43 degrees. So it'll be, it'll be chilly. But, compared to what you guys just went through with the Bears, it's going to feel like a tropical environment. Ditch, K9's best games this year came against the Rams. He's the kind of back that I think does potentially give them some problems with some of his game-breaking talent that he can. Because when the Rams have the run game go bad, it can go really wrong. Think like the 92-yarder by Bijan Robinson a couple of weeks ago. Think the 55-yarder by Kenneth Walker a couple of weeks prior before that, or 1 week prior before that. So it's a defense that can happen at times with them, where the big play can be susceptible. So that's where you got him can go hunt on a couple of those big runs and blast them off. Could be a bit of the difference in this game. Definitely Brenny, DJ Moore, and Loveland, to your point, didn't play their best games in this one for the Bears, and they kind of needed to. John says, I want the Rams. Screw it. I want to dominate their face. Make Puka crumble in the corner. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, tough day for Loveland out there, John. Thought he was going to be much more of a key ingredient to that attack for them. He got 4 catches, but 10 targets on the day. Very inefficient. This host of the show should be a player in the NFL. He's built for it. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I could play some safety, a little slot receiver here. I could do some X. And Grenade B, how do you see this team putting away the Rams for the last time? Limiting the turnovers, running the ball. I think if you do those two elements of things, I think you can take it against this Rams team. I think you get pass happy, you get away from the run game, you get a little bit too loose in how you're throwing it and too wild with what you're doing. Turnovers are going to really factor in huge in this game. So, run the ball, limit turnovers. I know it's not the most exciting of Brent, but I really believe in it really being simplified down to that. I trust in the defense, trust in special teams. That's all good, Juno. Ram fans going to be super fired up. I get it. And trash talk is good, but we know how it goes. But sometimes we get the folks come in with the trash talk where they want to take the discussion and pull it off the rails. And that's where it's like, look, trash talk is great, but if we're having fun conversation, you're just coming in here to drop a turd in the punch bowl. Well, that's not cool. But you're good people, Juno. I expect you guys to feel good about yourself. You just won the road twice in the playoffs, back-to-back week. That's hard to do. Jack says, let's be honest, I had no doubt LA was going to be the matchup. You could see it since mid-season. It was LA and us. It was in the destination, in the making. Yeah. Definitely where this thing was just kind of heading towards. Dan says, wait, B, the Rams don't have the difference makers in the backfield. I heard from someone that the Rams have the best defensive back room in the NFL. Yeah, I heard that too. Who said that? Seahawks edit. It's Mike McDonald will figure out how to get pressure and sacks. If Dennis Allen and Raheem Morris figured it out, Mike will too. Love it. Love it. He's got it in his playbook, He's got the play calls in there, that's for sure. Seahawks. Seattle's going to have an extra day off of rest, and the starters only played 3 quarters. Rams played 5 quarters and 1 last day. Good point. Yeah, they almost played that full overtime period, didn't they? Seahawks had an amazing time in the game. It was wild. Hell yeah, man. You guys did a great job in there. Great job in that stadium. Got back that old feeling in the house. All right, I'm sticking with my 24 Hawks until I see a couple injury reports. That sounds about right to me. That feels right. North Star for life. It was inevitable. In my opinion, the 2 most complete teams in the NFL will compete for the right to beat the hell out of the Patriots. Amen, brother. Amen. Jack says, Jake's confidence in his team will be proven on the round table. Will he have the guts to put it on the line and wear the same hat? I doubt it. The seed of doubt is planted. You could say hesitancy to take that bet is the acknowledgement that he doesn't have the supreme confidence, huh? And Jake don't want that smoke. He don't want that smoke. Very excited for this game, Juno. It's going to be a fun one. Seahawks edit says, Jake said Stafford's immune to the crowd noise. And we'll see if everybody else is as well. Lyman and, We don't turn the ball over, win convincingly. It kind of comes down as simply as that, man. I do believe in that. It's more just speaking about how strong this team is that I have that confidence that that's just kind of as simple as what it takes. Mitch says, thank you, Brando. Love jumping in with you and the fan base, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate you hopping in. Folks, you get a chance today, please hit that like button. Maybe sub on up if you get a chance. Helps this channel grow a tremendous amount. Hopefully we got enough money to hold on to the core of the team. We do. Team set themselves up in really great place, JC, for being able to prop open the Super Bowl run and keep it sustained open for a long period of time. Devin Turner, thank you for another $5 donation, man. Appreciate you for that. AC/DC and Crowded House are not flat. They are down under. Is Crowded House Australian? I didn't know that. I did not know that. Thank you, though, Devin. Appreciate the $5. Good to know. Good to know. Hand grenade, thank you for the $5 as well. Momentum is in our favor. Rams had to play extra and cold and fly home, then to Seattle while we got to rest in the fourth. 30-20 Hawks. Ooh, love the confidence there, man. Love the confidence there. And I hope you're right. I'll take a 30-20 victory all day long. And definitely, I think when it comes to the Rams, having to go out there, play on the road the past couple of weeks, having to play basically almost an extra quarter in this game and playing till late, and then having to go back to LA and then back to Seattle this next week, that's a challenge. That's a challenge, especially you understand this isn't week 2 or 3 of this happening. This is after a very long NFL season when those bodies are battered, bruised, beaten, tired. So it just is a little extra hard. Is it a differentiating factor? No. Is this the thing that's going to decide in terms of the game? No. But when it comes to these kind of games that are going to be probably tight down to the line, more likely than not, little advantages, little extras, little boosts in your back pocket can be the point that gets you past the finish line on that opponent that you're so tight with. I could definitely see it going down that way with it, man. But I could see us getting it comfortable too with the way we're playing, man. We're playing a grade A brand of football. Certainly is possible. And I love your confidence, hand grenade, man. Let's go. Yeah, Seahawks edits. I think whoever's getting to the Super Bowl, the NFC, Rams, Seahawks, they're winning it. There's no team out there in the AFC is going to be able to stand up to these two teams. No. No, sir. Orlando B. Didn't multiple teams want Shaheed at the trade deadline? Looks like there'll be a bidding war for him in free agency. What kind of money do you think it'll take to re-sign him? There were some teams out there. I was kind of surprised, quite frankly, Orlando, considering the destitution of some of the teams as far as their receiving core. For instance, like the Buffalo Bills. I thought there'd be a team that would have, if they were as hot to trot on him, that they would have thrown the 3rd round pick compensation to get him in there. Now it's a rental, so maybe there's just teams that were just thinking that's too of a dicey of a proposition. I do think that he's going to make good money on the open market. I don't think that he quite gets into the place of pushing to $20 million per year. Probably is going to land somewhere between 15 and 20, because not only do you get him for what he brings as a receiver, but you get for what he brings as a special teams person as well. So I would tend to think there'll be some team that'll probably offer somewhere in that neighborhood. Seattle will probably be open to offering that, but kind of just depends on how the dollars all work out and what the exact money we're talking on this is. I mean, if he goes off and he has a great Super Bowl run, he gets another kickoff return, he plays really well at the end of a Super Bowl run, it's only going to push everybody's price up, Orlando. It's one of the negative parts about winning the Super Bowl is that you have those guys that then come up for free agency. Teams are going to be signing those guys, and they're going to be paying them more money than they probably should. They're going to overpay for them. And once you start getting to the overpay place, remember with John, he's a guy that certainly is interested in retaining his own free agents, but he does have a price he's willing to spend, and he's not going to go above that price. I would tend to think that if Shaheed continues to play like he is, that he's very likely in a position to potentially price himself out of our market. But I think they'd like to have him come back, and I think in general terms, he'd like to be back. But I'm sure that when John traded for him, he thought in his head, okay, we'll sign him this offseason to like a $13, $14 million per year contract. Not that we're going to sign him this offseason to a $20 million a year contract. And I think that's a key part of this that could come into play. Brian says the other reason I think we have the edge, guys, remember what Ernest said. The Hawks played to the last snap of the game while the Rams have not had a lot. Well, the Rams have not in a lot of these games. No, and the Rams have that tendency within them to allow teams to come back in the fourth quarter, to not have as much of that finishing instinct. And that's a part that can come back to rear its ugly head again in the worst of moments when it's been a commonality of your team throughout the course of the year. Classy Kitty. I discovered your channel during the Mariner playoffs and was so impressed with your coverage that I subbed. Your coverage of the Seahawks is spectacular. I love your channel. Well, Classy Kitty, that is very kind of you to say. Thank you so very much for that. And appreciate you finding us over here. We'll probably be doing a little bit of Mariners coverage this offseason, as that seemed to be pretty popular with the folks. And I love what I get to do, and it's been one hell of a season to be able to get to cover this team. It's been so satisfying. But thank you for watching, and thank you for the kind words. Appreciate you. I got a great job in what I get to do. Kevin says it's crazy to think the Niners are going to be mad because one divisional rival is going to be playing a Super Bowl on their field. It's got to be a tough feeling. I wouldn't like it for somebody being on Lumen Field win the Super Bowl, man. That'd be a little gross, wouldn't it? Automated AI, do you think Ram fans are going to come deep or very little? Very little. 49er fans were barely able to travel last week in the stadium with some of the things that I think that they put in place to shut down some of the ticket resellers. You'll see even less this week. Automated AI. Megan 3, Ox Nest, had 3 hours last night, so I'm going to head out. We'll be at the sports bar for the week 4 that I was for the week 4 game against the Cardinals with the Zorn jersey on. See you on the round table. See you on the round table, Megan. Thank you. Have yourself a great night. Appreciate you. Bubba says, listen to Jesse's post-game show, laughing out loud, poor guy. He's got to write himself a poem now. And yeah, poor guy on Jesse's standpoint. Niner team, they've got a little bit of a crossroads they're walking up to this offseason, aren't they? A little bit of a crossroads about decisions they have to make. And I think Jesse's aware of that. And it's not going to be easy decisions at that. And it's tough division, ain't getting any easier. And he's aware of it. Jesse sees it clearly in that way. But that's a good team, good coach. They'll find their way back around. Gavin says, we are so ready for this. This is manifest destiny. Let's go. Let's go. Bears had how many sacks today? Bears got to Stafford 4 times today. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Mambosio, thank you for another $20 donation. That is tremendous. Let's go. Thank you so much. You were awesome. And you guys are just amazing as ever. You had so many donos yesterday. You guys have dropped a ton on me today. I really, really appreciate that. You guys are so very kind to this channel. All you guys do in your support. Just unbelievable the amount of support to this channel that I get from you guys. Thank you so much for that. Kind words, big dono drops. It's all over the place here, and you guys are just amazing. Ma Bosio says, wanted to thank you for what you do before I get off. Didn't know about your channel until 2 months ago, but enjoy your input in the Hawks fam. When I'm going through the dark in my life, the dark side is always here to help. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for that, Mob, and you're very kind for all of your support today. Just, again, I can't say it enough. It's just unbelievable, and I'm so very thankful for it. I love what I get to do, and you guys allow me to get to what I do with all of this support. It's the community here that makes this place go, and I'm a part of this, but I'm a part of this, and I'm not the driving force of this. This is the community, and I think you get a feel for that in the discussions and the chat and how this can all kind of flow in the way that it does with what we try to turn over here collectively. And I love that about it because it is the family here. We are a community. We are a spirit of one here, and that is the beauty of sports, but that is the beauty of what we hope to foster off the back of what sports can do for a community. This is just an extension of that in my eyes to what you love about football, and that we live in these communities anymore, and we live in these regions that we're all together and very tightly, closely packed in, but we all have our differences, and the differences are driven more than ever before now to separate us. And this is something that brings us together. And there is no place like the Pacific Northwest, as I'm sure right now I'm not getting to see it, but you look out about, and there's Seahawks colors all over the place. There's billboard signs saying "Go Hawks" in front of businesses. the community and that spirit that so sometimes gets torn away from us in this modern era that used to be such a big part of civilization, even in past generations. You get a touch on that. You get to put your foot back in those waters for a moment when you got the sports connecting like it is the community in this way. And it's what I really do love about sports. I love the athleticism, love to watch the entertainment aspect of it, but I love how it connects the community in the way that it does and interconnects people that wouldn't be connected otherwise. And it makes us family in so many ways, man. So thank you for that. Really, really kind of you to say. Really appreciate you being a part of this community. Go Hawks. And I just echo what you got to say. And that's folks like yourself, kind folks like yourself that come in here and, just want to talk football, want to have a good time, want to just chop it up. And you guys have created this great community within that. I've had very little hand in this. It's you guys that have fostered this and put this together. And if we had people that were pulling this off the rails every time we went live and people that were trying to be toxic or people trying to come in and be trolling, we could never get down this, but it's that we got uniformity of people that come in here, even be it Ram fans, even be it 49er fans, other team fans that come in. They fall in line too when they come in here and not fall in line that they've got to agree with what everybody says, but understanding what we're trying to do here. And they go, oh, I get what you guys are doing here. You're trying to have a good open discussion and there's disagreement with that. And then there's back and forth within that. And there's turning over this and turning over that and trying to consider what's going on and just understand this wonderful sport all that much more. But thank you, Mob OCO. That's really kind of you, man. Really, really kind of you. Much appreciated to you as well. Glad you're able to find the channel. And hopefully we can finish up what has been a magical season and get to celebrate this all together. I get to go back up. I'm going to Seattle. If we win the Super Bowl, I will be going to Seattle to the Super Bowl parade. I'm going to be a part of that. I missed the last one, and I was kicking myself for it before. I will not be missing that one this time. I will get up there, and I'm going to go be a part of that. Got to. You know what I mean? I'd have to. Devin Turner, thank you for the 2 donations back to back, and he's with a reminder. And let me just echo what he's got to say on this, which is that if you find yourself in that stadium this week, if you're lucky enough to have a ticket to the conference championship game in the NFC, that you don't walk in there lightly, that you don't walk in there not understanding the task at hand. You are blowing your voice out. You're blowing your ears out. You can wear earplugs if you want, but you're blowing your voice out. You're giving that team all you've got this next week. And that energy, that feeling, that vibe in the stadium this last week, we're almost just off that first kickoff, that electricity that ran through the stadium that basically told you at that point in time, right from the first kickoff, this game's ours. Nobody's beating us in our house here. There's a reason why I pushed so hard to say that this number 1 seed was so dire, so important for this particular Seattle Seahawks team, because the understanding of that this was the type of team that could use that wind at their back, maximize it to the utmost, because I knew how this stadium would change in certain ways and become the best version of itself at this time of the year when the fans knew what was at stake, knew how close they were to greatness, to witnessing greatness. And that's what you got this last week, and that's what you're going to get again this week. Last 3 times you've had the number 1 seed, you went to the Super Bowl. Now this year with the number 1 seed, you've already won the first game and you blew the doors off the 49ers. We need anybody who walks in that stadium, give it all you've got. Be connected to the process. Embrace it fully. Understand it's not just the power of the volume of your voice to cause false starts or make quarterbacks have a hard time of hearing things. It's the effect that has on an offense as you're just nailing them with that all game. Quarterbacks talk about it. They say it can be fatiguing. It can be bad. You get into the third, fourth quarter and you feel fatigued energy-wise as much as that what I can hear and what I can't hear. It has that kind of effect. Like it can also energize your defense and give them the juice. So rock that stadium. Rock it loud, rock it hard. You walk in there, do not go softly. Go hard. And I know you guys will. I don't have to ask for you. You guys will be you'll be on point with that. Kevin says Chicago just showed us a blueprint for Pookie. Man coverage, press coverage, good place to start. Can't let Puka beat us single-handedly. Good lucking. And it's really those zone coverage concepts. How often you see him just running through zone coverages, sitting down in a spot, getting a linebacker matched up against them. There's hard ways to do this. There's easier ways to do this. And if you're setting him up for that and we're going to run our zone and just let him run through the zone and just have our linebackers try to cover him, it's going to be a long day at the office. I'd really like to see them force somebody else to beat us than Puka Nacua. Keon Lund says $15 million for Shaheed is absurd. I do get it. You're not wrong. But we go to the contracts in the NFL for wide receivers. So currently the highest guy being paid on average right now is Jamar Chase at $40.25 million. So when you go down to the wide receivers right now that are making around, let's say, $13 to $20 million on average per season. So, Jerry Jeudy right now is making $17.5 million per year, Keon. Is Rashid Shaheed better as an overall player than Jerry Jeudy? Who, by the way, signed that contract in 2024, 2 years ago. Khalil Shakir is sitting at $13.264 million. Jacoby Myers is sitting at $20 million per year. Stephon Diggs, even at his old ass age of 31 years old, is still sitting at $21.6 million. Even Darnell Mooney, averaging $13 million a year on a 3-year contract that he signed for $39 million, again, back 2 years ago. So it's a little bit of Keon. This is the inflation rates catching up in the NFL as the cap always goes up. But as you look at these other players out there, from Shaheed's standpoint, he can say, I'm better than Jerry Jeudy. I'm better than Darnell Mooney. But admittedly, there's a little bit of the element to this one too, where it gets slanted by what he brings from a special teams aspect of things. And I don't know exactly where the numbers will fall in this when it all breaks down, but I would guess 15 is probably where we're starting. Relax, wish we extended him when we traded for him. I don't think you're going to get much of a discount by signing him to an extension at that point. I think he was pretty well set on saying, I got to just get through halfway through this season. I hit free agency and I can get all the money in the world. It then becomes less about a season and you buying that season out. And it was going to be hard to do that. Plus, John doesn't tend to I think like he had in some of these circumstances, he's talked about not necessarily like in the trading for a guy and then signing him to an extension before you've actually had him here playing. Love it, John. Seattle versus New England. Let's go. Juno Turbo. Yeah, Joe. The Perno's curse wheel creates bad karma. It does. It's mean. I get out of pocket from time to time too, Space. Nobody's above it. Nobody's above it. Dick to Brandon, I know Torrey Horton housed one special teams play before being injured later, but JSN, Horton, Shaheed, and Cup sounds freaking scary. Find a way to work a contract for Shaheed. Yeah, you can find a way to fit it in. We're not limited to our financials right now in the least. You've got top 7 amount of most of cap space right now. You could restructure Cooper Kupp and probably off that restructuring fit Shaheed in. So there's a way to get the deal done. It just all comes down to what John's comfortable in spending and how much he wants to put in the receiver core. Because if you are keeping Kupp and you're going to put JSN on probably like a $42 million in average year per deal, and then you're paying $15 million to Shaheed, now suddenly you're up around $80 million going to your receiving core for a team that wants to be run first, for a team that wants to be driven by its defense. Is that the smartest application of resources? Maybe, maybe not, but I think you can see some of the balancing act that has to exist there within it. Mitch says signing Rashid's going to be such an endearing number. He's a wide receiver 3, but also all-pro special teamer. John values special teams very highly. I don't know about this one. That's where I say I'm not as sure as well as where exactly the cost will land. Some of this just comes down to the players that have signed to the prior deals and what they're averaging and, some of the guys out there and, what they're making to where it's just, I think it sort of pushes the numbers up along with the inflation of the thing, but hard to say exactly on this one too. I don't say it with necessarily ultimate confidence. You're welcome for sending the Niners home. Kevin's feeling confident. Let's go, Kevin. The tiny curse wheel turned on Perna. That's what happened. You play the dark arts, man. You play with the dark arts, and it turns around. You're like, I got control of the demon, man. I'm controlling the demon. No, you're not. He's just getting set to control you. Kurt, what's up, man? How you doing? Let's take down the Rams. That's our only option. It's our only option, man. We got nowhere to go. Nowhere to go but here. John says Shaheed's a weapon as a wide receiver, even if you don't throw to him always. Opposing Ds have to respect his speed and coverage. He stretches the field like DK did. He does. Yeah. He's a good player. And we have been able to maximize him as much as a receiver for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's hard halfway into a year to get a receiver on board with the team already in the midst of a Super Bowl run. Number two, the amount that you're running the ball, the infrequency by which you throw the ball. This has reduced down the number of targets that are going to be thrown in his direction, but it doesn't mean he isn't a very capable wide receiver. Just haven't had to use him that much in that way. Cooper Kupp's a lot in the same manner in this way. Like Kupp's lack of production this year and not doing more isn't about him being cooked and spent. Last game showed that. It's just about the fact you haven't had to utilize him that much. Kagai says, by the way, I know it's not the Super Bowl, but number one defenses have won against number one offenses. Let's go. It's kind of the Super Bowl this next week. Let's go win the whole freaking thing, King Bomber. Why not us, huh? Why? Why not us? Still don't know about the extent of Sharp's knee injury. I would have thought if it was a torn ACL today, we probably would have gotten a report. But maybe they're also just being lock and key. Keon says, I went to the parade. It was amazing. 13 degrees, clear day, and wall-to-wall people on every city block. Never seen so many people so happy together for the same purpose in my entire life. Core memory. I know, I missed it for that reason. I was like, oh, watching that parade and how many people turned out, I was just like, damn, that would be fun to be in. But I'm going there this year. We win it, I'm going. I don't care. I'm going to find a way. Find a way. Addicted Lumen Field drains other team and the juices, ups the Hawks defense. That's right. Hawkaholic, they had to stop the parade a few times to move people back so we could get the trucks through. It was stacked, man. What was it? What'd they say, 1 million people or something? Kevin says, we have leveled up so much while the Rams have really leveled off. Beautiful way of putting it, Kevin. Agreed. We continue to keep improving through game by game by game. And you can see the plan in place. And you can see the blueprint being executed. Rams are a little bit more of, they're not in bad shape, but they're not in their best shape. And a game like this between two close opponents, that, like a lot of these little advantages, can be the thing that's a bit of a differentiating factor. How confident am I in this game? Extremely confident. This team, back around just to what Kevin was talking about with this, Daddy, you played really great football. There was it's something that the anti-Sam folks and the anti-folks to this offense and that they get lost in thinking this offense has not been good in the back half of the schedule somehow in that narrative. It's not been that. It's that you've embraced the blueprint coming off the 4-interception game against the Rams. Sam went, okay, I got to limit down these interceptions. Now, is that maybe going to limit down a little bit of the ultimate productivity of the offense to a degree? Maybe. But it does mean then that we're going to have much better chances of winning our football games because I'm taking this off the board. This is off the table now for you as an opposition. You're going to have to beat us by another method. You leaned into the running game and you've gotten better in your rushing attack. And defensively, you've gotten healthier and then better with it. This improvement that continues to come through the back half of the schedule and continue to build up and continue to mount and then mounts up all the way to your biggest blowout of the year against a playoff team in the San Francisco 49ers. This is coming into bloom because you're building it to become into bloom, not because it just is happening randomly. So a ton of confidence in this upcoming game. Ton of confidence in this team. Dion says running backs are criminally underpaid if Jerry Jeudy's making $14 million per year. Yeah. I mean, Darnell Mooney at $13 million per year. Huh? Deebo Samuel's at $17.5 million per year right now. Like, what has Deebo done in recent years to where he should be at $17.5 million per season? Rashad Bateman's at 12. $12 million for Rashad Bateman? Really? Mabosio, man, thank you again for another $5 donation, Mabosio. Where are you, if I may ask? Live here in Seattle. See you at the parade. Hey, it sounds good. I am currently down in San Diego. We're down here as much. It's for family reasons. So I needed to do some stuff to move down here with where we're at kind of collectively from a family unit standpoint. But someday I will be back up in Seattle. Someday I'll be moving back up there and back home and my stomping grounds and where I should be. So I don't know when exactly, but it will be at some point. I'm looking forward to it and don't know how, don't know where, don't know when, so to speak. But, it is coming up on that side. Give me one sec, folks. San Diego, though, Mabosio. Moved down here a couple years ago to kind of get everybody. We don't have a real big, expansive family, so just kind of the last of the family all kind of moved around each other a little bit. See you at the parade, though, brother. I can't wait. I am definitely coming if we win. Ain't nothing holding me back from that. Think it's a sign Shaheed, trade picks for Crosby, replace Bradford, rest for the remainder of the 2026 draft. Exaggerating, but kind of true. No, I mean, it's kind of something similar to what we probably do. You can do a lot of in-house re-signings, make a trade for Crosby, make the rest of your picks as you need to around, and not a lot needs to be done. You can definitely do that. Team's not going to have a lot of holes moving in this offseason. Joseph John's pretty good for me at the park, given fair deals. He is, and he doesn't tend to overpay. So if there's a happy middle ground, they'll find it. But if she does kind of outprice himself, like you've seen in situations like DJ Reed and Shaquille Griffin, he'll go, okay, that's a little rich for my blood. Best of luck to you. Juno says if Shaheed scores another kick return, he'll get paid. Probably help. Osio, I love San Diego. Was out there last year. Stayed at the Coronado. Would love to move out there someday. I can't lie. It's a beautiful place to live. It's a wonderful spot to be in. And I really love it out here in that way. I miss home. I miss Seattle for sure, but the weather and being able to be active 365 is really nice. Being able to play outdoors and basketball court almost throughout the whole year. It's a hell of a cool thing to be able to do. So I do like that part of it out here. But you do miss home. No, we're confident, Kevin. We're feeling good about this team. Benelli says, I'm eating a rack of lamb next Sunday. Let's go, Benelli. Let's go. Zombie 49ers are finally vanquished. Space, just like wanting to sign Crosby, how much is he worth if he gets up to the Super Bowl? Well, you're probably trading for him without having to sign him to an extension because he just signed an extension at the start of the year. Patrick says, I told Perna the wheel would get its due for protecting the Broncos from the wheel all year. I'm telling you, careful with the black magic, man. You think you got the control of the demons like Solomon, and then they suddenly turn on you. They suddenly freaking twist and turn. Marty McFly, thank you for the $6.12 donation. Marty, that's awesome of you, man. The Rams barely beat the worst playoff team in the last seconds, then got held to 20 by the Bears. I have a feeling I know what's coming. 26-12. Hey, let's go. See, there's confidence in the house here. There's confidence in the house here, and I love it. And that is where I would be of my point on this to the Rams. It ain't a bad Rams team. It's not a Rams team that's like limping and they're in an equivalent place to where the 49ers were. Quite the opposite. They're in pretty decent shape as far as health-wise go. It's a good team. It's not a team that's playing bad or middle of the road. It's still playing good football. It is. And it's playing a brand of football where they can grind out a victory and they can grind out the dirty victories. And it's going to be a challenge this week. But with that said, you playing at home, you having a little extra rest, you playing your best football at this time of the year, you having a brand of football that can take down this Rams team across the board does stand out to me. Doesn't mean that, it could be a game where it's 26-12. Sure. I'm going to have it as down on the way I see it, Marty, where I'll have it a little bit closer on my prediction. But ultimately, the confidence is absolutely still there. And I think it's been well-earned confidence. It's not just I'm a homer and I love my team and I want them to win. It's that I can go A, B, C, D, E, F reasons as to why this is the case as you look at this matchup in this game. So I do see a little closer. I love your confidence, though, Marty. I thank you for your donation. And I could certainly see it going in that direction with the way this thing can kind of twist and turn. Definitely Rams just not quite at their rightest, not quite at their best. They've been kind of searching for it a little bit. And they have felt close at times. They felt right there on the edge in moments. But they also feel like a team that might have played their best ball when we go back to like week 6 or something. There's a little bit of that, feeling inside of me too here with this. A little more of a wonder than a feeling. I wonder if that's a little bit of the case here in what we're seeing with this Rams team. But thank you, Marty. Appreciate the donation. Ram Faithful says, can't wait. This is exactly the way it should be. Me too, man. This is how it was meant to be, isn't it? It was always going to come down to this. And definitely be one where we just get to let the best man decide who gets it. Super excited as well, Ram Faithful. It's going to be a hell of a game. Ram Faithful says, 1,000,000% not scared. It's football. Let's go. Hope all the confidence stays all week. Yeah, I think both teams got a right to feel very confident about where they're at. You guys, not only with what you've done this season, what you've done on the road in the playoffs, what you've done in prior years in the playoffs, to be so very close, winning a Super Bowl a few years ago. And likewise, us feel very confident by where we stand and what we've done this year to earn this right. So both teams absolutely earn the right to have that ultimate confidence coming into this game. I don't think anybody's going to be scared. Addicted. Brandon, do you think Schneider makes a deal for Crosby, or is that a beautiful but wishful thinking dreaming for this Hawks fan? I think John Schneider is going to make a big run at him for sure. I think we'll be one of the main teams in on Crosby. Are we going to be willing to outbid the rest of the other teams that'll be in on the bidding for Crosby? I don't know about that. I think a team could come in and blow the Raiders away with a particular offer. I don't know if John's going to want to go as far as like 3 first-round picks, which is reportedly what the Raiders are going to go out there and ask for Crosby. And I don't know that there isn't going to be maybe a team that's willing to throw 3 first-round picks to them that's a different team in this mix in that way. So hard to say on that one. I don't have a real good feel for it other than I do know he will make a run at him. But there's a little bit of a sneaking suspicion I have here, Addicted, that some team's going to blow the Raiders out the water with an offer and may not be us. JL says, K9 at full speed hitting the hole is where it's at. Should have been doing this the whole time. Maybe there wasn't a hole to hit. I just don't think that there was as many holes created. I think that the coaches have talked about this. McDonald and Kubiak have spoken about this. The players have spoken about this. This rushing attack was going to take time to develop, and it was going to take a lot of work and a lot of chipping away and a lot of chipping away and a lot of chipping away to kind of fully eventually break through. But I think it's breaking through at this time of year because of how much of the commitment they put into the running game to get it legitimate. Not Vexo, hey B, I know it's early, but what's the game plan for this Rams team because the Rams have decreased since the Thursday game? Well, you need to stay committed to running the ball. The first game that you played against the Rams, you did not stay committed to running the ball. The second game against the Rams, you found some commitment in running the ball. I think there's even more room there to lean into it. I think that you've got to work off the play action game offensively, off that rushing attack to a heavy margin. I think that you can't be just absolutely frightful of this pass rush from the Rams, that you got to get the guys out in space to run the routes. You can't be chipping guys up at the line of scrimmage with 2 chippers and run 3 people out in routes and expect the 7-man coverage looks the Rams to hold up. The Rams want to live in light boxes, not Vexo. Not light boxes are going to be vulnerable to the run game. First game, instead of taking advantage of that vulnerability, you passed too much. Second game, you ran a little bit more. So commitment to the running game offensively is going to be a big part of this. Limiting turnovers will be a big part of this from Sam's perspective and how he plays this game. And then defensively speaking, I'm obviously still working on a little bit of some of this, but you got to stop the run first and foremost with your light boxes. So both the Rams defense and Seahawks defense have kind of the same thing going on at once. I think defensively, there's going to be some really specific keys that you got to deal with as far as to deal with Stafford and deal with the rest of that attack. And they're all kind of small details. It's things like hands in the passing lanes, looking for your keys on the tight end screens, man press looks, to not find yourself in zone as much for Puka to be able to get after you in that way, especially. Careful with the eye manipulation of Stafford at times. Tackle on reception, like we've seen from this team this year, where you're up on the ball. If it's a catch made, you bring the guy down instantaneously after the catch. Little things like, being wary and mindful of Stafford with the quick snaps. Sometimes he gets to the line of scrimmage and he quick snaps it to catch you off guard so you don't get your adjustments in play. What is your plan of attack to deal with that? And then as well, what are you going to do with Puka Nacua? How is your plan applied there? Do you have a multi-level plan? Do you have something with some complexity to it? Or are you just going to try to trot out there and run it like you've run it? So I would really like to see them, when it comes to that offense, try to lock in on a few of those key things. You're not going to take everything away from this Rams offense, but find some of the things that you can take away from them. Find where you can force them to play a little bit more left-handed. Jesus says the Super Bowl will be won by an NFC West team. This is going to be good. Let's go, man. Johns, at least the refs stayed out of this last game for the most part. They did indeed, man. Let the players play. Patrick says, I thought your cat was getting your computer to repeat messages for a while. Probably just me. Probably just me. Ernest Jones deal is a bargain. Sir. Dick to Brandon, 2026-27 first for Crosby. Wouldn't that get it done? Number 2, 2026, and any right guard not named Bradford. Probably going to take a little bit more than that. 2 1s plus is what's going to cost. Maybe they get the 3 first-round picks, but it might be 2 1s and a 2. That's that hard part. I'm not sure, man. It's tough to see. There's going to be a lot of teams. He's going to be a very hot to trot candidate for a lot of teams out there. And does the Detroit Lions team go, man, what if we could pair him with Aiden Hutchinson? That takes us up over the top. Here's 3 1s, Raiders, and then we're out of it at that point. And that just all it takes is one team. Who returns to the Seattle first? Brandon of the Sonics. Adam Silver said the decision on expansion will be announced in 2026. Fingers crossed. They keep pushing off the Seattle decision there with the Sonics. Probably me at this point. Probably me. NBA feels like they're a little bit in regression mode. Ace says, do you think Russell's tweet about the Hawks and Sam Darnold's comeback is him hinting he wants to come back to be the backup? Heard he did finally get rid of his agent, and that would certainly help. Let me look at the tweet. Oh, man, what the hell? Bro, what is going on here? No. Russell says, last night's game shows how legit the Seahawks team is, and I love Sam Darnold's comeback story. I don't know. I think he's just being real about it. I think he likes what he sees from Sam, and as a guy that's been an underrated, underlooked guy a lot of times through his career, he can definitely relate to a guy that's been, overlooked. I think with Russ, I just don't think that door is a lot of ways closed. It was not a great ending on his way out of town. You have Drew Lock on a 2-year quarterback contract. You have Jalen Milroe as your heir apparent ace. So there's really not. No, I don't think there's really a pathway there. I think if anything, Russell's probably heading towards retirement this offseason. Jesus says the way the defense is playing and setting the tone early is the perfect recipe to destroy any offense. It's a timeless brand of ball to play if you can get your defense rip roaring like we are, to your point, Jesus. So that's part of that confidence we have in them. Mom says, I lived here my whole life, and every time I think about moving, I can't imagine not enjoying all the places I spend here with my dad who recently passed. Keeps him alive with me. Oh, understandable, man. And there's always a special place in my heart for the Pacific Northwest. I grew up there. I was there for many, many years. It's a beautiful area. It's a great people. I definitely do miss it. Eventually we'll get around to it. I understand completely the draw. Definitely one of the prettiest places in the world too. Yeah, 3 first is ridiculous. The key on this with the Crosby thing is it is ridiculous, but here is the key with this for why the Raiders might be able to get the 3 first-round picks. Number 1, there's not going to be an asset like Crosby on the open available market to go and get. Number 2, Crosby just signed his contract extension before the start of the season. So anybody that's picking up the contract for Crosby is going to get Crosby at less than top end price for what you're going to have him on your books for. So the Raiders can go to them and say, look, we got to eat the dead money. We're giving you a basically kind of a not cheap Crosby, but certainly not a super hyper expensive Crosby for those 3 first-round picks. You're saving some money here. Give us some extra draft capital. I'm anticipating that that's the way that this thing's going to go. Because when you see a Khalil Mack get moved, he immediately signs a contract extension. When you see a guy like Micah Parsons moved, he immediately signs a contract extension. That removes down some of the draft capital that the other team can get back in return at that point. This is not in the fold in this one. It's going to increase the draft capital. It will be beyond 2 firsts. Does it get to 3? We'll see. But that's where we come down to, Chris. It just takes a bidding war. If 2 1s and a 2 is the floor, 3 teams in a bidding war, and you quickly get to 3. I get that hesitancy on not wanting to throw 3 picks, folks. I completely do. But it's more of, this is not speaking about what I'd want to do necessarily, just what I think will be the driving price for it. Keon says San Diego's cool town, but that's scrubland and monotonous weather I get tired of. I get it, man. I like the monotonous sunny weather myself. I love San Diego. It's one of my favorite places to vacation. It is beautiful here. Gino, you're good people. No worries. Dig to Brandon. Push comes to shove. Maybe 1, a number 1 and 27 and a 2. Not a 1 for Crosby. Hard to stomach 3 number 1s for me. I get it. Oh, in 2026, number 2 for a right guard. Any pros or cons with Emmanuel Pregnon moving to right guard? I don't think you're going to be able to get Emmanuel Pregnon to move right guard. I don't know if Emmanuel is going to be quite the fit either for the system we're running right now. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. When you think of Emmanuel Pregnon, yes, he can be absolutely moved to right guard. So he's probably likely to be moved to right guard. For my opinion, when you think of Emmanuel Pregnon addicted, think of Damian Lewis. And so Damian Lewis, one of the reasons that you let him walk here is you're looking for more of the athletic lineman into the future. I think that the team would be more in a similar state with Pregnon, but he is going to need to probably move to right guard when he goes to the pro level, in my opinion. But he's a little bit of that big, traditional, wide, big dimensions to him for his size. Typical right guard, kind of. Not as much of a mover in space, though. Do I think Ben Johnson cost the Bears the game? Yeah. I think that game plan was pretty ass. I think his intention to throw the ball so much in the elements like that, to not stay committed to running the ball, was stupid. I thought that they had more than enough opportunities by that defense to go out there and win the game, and they got really cute with the game planning at times, and then they would choose to have other moments where they would get hyper conservative at other times, hyper predictable at other times. I mean, the 3rd and short runs up the middle over and over again that were going nowhere. What was that? It's like you're putting the ball in Caleb's hands way too much through the course of the game, and then the key moments where you probably should have the ball into Caleb's hands, you take it out to try to run the ball into a sea of bodies of the Rams. Yeah, I didn't not like the game plan from Ben Johnson. Keon says, Matt Stafford's going to retire with liver issue because he'll be hitting the bottle after this game. Let's go. Addis, good night, 12s. Good night, Brandon. See y'all next stream. Go Hawks. Can't wait for next Sunday. Big opportunity. It's been a while. Hey, man, have a good one, Addis. Love your energy, bro. Appreciate you. And let's get it this week. Yeah, Devin's with me. Says Caleb Williams and Ben cost this game. They had the game on the line and blew it. And that's where I go more to Ben to me, Devin, because when you have a second-year quarterback, you shouldn't be expecting this much of him in a playoff game. You should be trying to take the weight off of his shoulders a little bit rather than stacking more of the weight upon his shoulders. And I thought Ben did not do a good job of the game planning of giving him enough easy throws in space to get to. Everything was really hard. A lot of operating from the pocket. You didn't try to move him out of the pocket at times. You didn't try to half field read him at times. You sort of had him set up to try to just get it done, Caleb. And when you add on top of the fact that you absolutely went away from the run game in this game way too often considering the elements, I have a hard time with this one with Ben myself. Kind of shake my head towards Ben on this one. Bankers, I don't want the Patriots back on top. They deserve 10 more years of losing. I don't either, man. They need to go away for a while. It is very annoying. Oh, the confidence, Devin. Let's go. Yeah, I think Russ could be a solid backup for another team. I do. We've just kind of made our bed here. Brenny says, hopefully Crosby forces his way here because I'm not sure the Raiders want to trade him. I think they'll take the biggest draft capital back in return for him, I'm sure. So it's, if there's another team offering more than us, that'll end up probably moving the needle more than anything else, I would estimate. We were definitely in on them at the trade deadline for sure. Imagine Max Crosby on this defense right now. Dev Dong says, Nick Emanwari is what Pete thought Jamal Adams would be for us. Kind of, yeah. Agreed. Banker Alpriz, man, thank you for another $2 donation. Hope you're doing well. Congrats today on the win. I feel bad for most. I feel the bad for the most for the Texans D. Send Stroud to the Jets. Yeah, Texans D, definitely hard luck defense with that offense this year, and that, you were sensational and your offense just never stepped forward this season. Big part of this comes down to Banker in that if you have a young quarterback, don't put him behind a craptastic offensive line. It should be a pretty simple axiom. It should be a pretty hard rule of thumb. How many times have we seen so many young quarterbacks fail behind a craptastic offensive line? And, CJ Stroud may end up proving to be not a good enough quarterback. CJ Stroud may end up proving to be a guy that when the bright lights come on in the playoffs, he can't stand tall in those moments. But the problem becomes on this, that when you don't take care of business as far as from a franchise standpoint and actually make sure you've put the investment in to make that determination, you're making the determination in an incomplete fashion without all the data. The Texans literally, and I'm consistent on this, Banker, when I talked about this offseason, the Texans tangibly walked into this offseason with CJ Stroud in this defense, and they said, we are going to knowingly take a step back on a bad offensive line from the prior year. Let me say that again. We are knowingly going to take a step backwards on what was a bad offensive line the prior year. They tried to blame it on Slowick and fire him and make it all his problem. But make no mistake about it, you could see the players they're putting on this offensive line were crap. I mean, they signed Cam Robinson to a $15 million deal. The same Cam Robinson, Banker, that your Rams obliterated in the playoffs last year against the Vikings. They watched that Vikings tape and they're like, yeah, give us that for $15 million. And they replaced Tunsil with that. So they kicked Tunsil out so they could put that in place. It's a team that you could see this coming with Stroud in the situation. And the problem with when you put him behind a bad offensive line like that, and now he's getting beat up and he's getting banged every game, getting just destroyed every game, getting racked every game. And now you get through a full season of play, and now you're starting to get a guy seeing ghosts. Now you're starting to get a guy that's getting jumpy. Now you're getting a guy, he's anticipating pressure when he wouldn't have if this was 2 years ago. And this is the problem with this. You don't only not maximize your quarterback, but you break your quarterback. And I can't for the life of me understand the Texans' approach on this one. You have a quarterback, protect your most valuable asset. Instead, they went, no, our most valuable asset's defense. He needs to elevate. It's really unfair, in my opinion, to CJ. It's not to let him off the hook of his performance today. It just becomes that, to me, you get a place where you can't make an honest assessment of the situation because you haven't taken care of your fundamentals from a team-based standpoint. And I don't know what in the name of God motivated them to believe that going backwards on their offensive line this year for a team that they thought could be Super Bowl bound was going to be a smart process. Juno says, did you see Ben Johnson did not go for 2 in the Rams game? Mike McDonald would have done so and probably would have won. I love it, Juno. Hell yeah. And yeah, Ben, for all of his aggressiveness, huh? All of his aggressiveness, wasn't willing to do that, was he? You're playing at home, though. I guess the coaching rule book is there that you do just take the extra point playing at home there. But hey, like to your point, we didn't a couple weeks ago. Go get the win. Go take the win. Yeah. And that's certainly a difference today in this game. Rams took it. Bears did not. Both teams had plenty of opportunities, and the Rams did take the opportunity. Gooey says, I'd pay 2 first and a really good roster player for Crosby for sure. He is well worth it. I'd file him under elite player, laughing out loud. He is an elite player, man. And maybe well worth it on that. I could be talked into it for sure. Addicted Brandon, thanks for the Pregno info. I don't have 22 films for college. Interesting to hear he's not a road road grader or a better pass blocker than Bradford. Well, he is a road grader. So, I mean, let me give you the deal on this, right? I'll give you the breakdown, Addicted, because you're interested in him on this. A mauling left guard with the ideal type of build. Wide and extra thick, but good weight with long arms and big and has grown man thighs. Just a big, wide, big body, okay? Trash can full of dirt like we talk about, Addicted. But you've heard me and Brendan talk about this. What you'll get with trash can of dirt is I got a guy that can maul. Damian Lewis can maul. Damian Lewis can drive guys off the ball. Damian Lewis is a quality guard in this sport. Damian Lewis has got to be in a gap-based system, man-on-man based system. That's where you got to have that guy. So guards, not every guard's created equally. Not every system asks for the same type of thing from a guard or a center within their system or a tackle. This system as it currently operates wants more a mobile offensive lineman. You've got to be able to move. So it's not just about going and finding a good offensive lineman. You've got to find the guy that athletically is a fit to this scheme. Otherwise, all you're doing is matching up a bunch of trash cans full of dirts in a system that's going to ask them to move in space, and they're going to lose those blocks because you're not asking them to do what is really, truly their strength. So when it comes to him, yeah, he can knock guys off in as a run blocker. He's got some lumbering feet in pass pro, but he's not a great mover in space. He loses power when he's got to be on the move. He drops his head when he moves in space, loses sight of the block. He's got to be really in the phone booth, mano-a-mano. I'm going at this guy right in front of me. I know my block is at. Bam, take him and drive him off the line. And that's not the system you're really running as much per se. So it's just the difference. You have gap and you have zone systems. You have some offensive linemen Addicted that can run gap. You have some offensive linemen that can run zone. You have some that can do both. It's a rarity skill. They both can do both at a high level. But in this system, you want to have guys that are going to maybe be a little bit lighter. Think of Jalen Sundell, for instance, at the center position, who can be athletic and move in space. This is why this system oftentimes has its tackles that can get converted from college to guards, because you just can't find that athletic guard in the college level. See Pregnon. You just can't find that athletic guard at the college level. So you got to take the college tackle and then move him into guard or move him into center, like we've done with Grace Abel. So it is a key point that I would hammer on. And it's not to say that he isn't a good player. Pregnon is a good player. I got him in the 3rd round, right where Damian Lewis went in the draft that we took him out of LSU. But this is the problem with the prior offensive line, was that we would have guys like Damian Lewis on the line while we brought in Waldron. And here you've got Waldron, who needs guys that are mobile offensive linemen, and he's got trash cans full of dirt all over the place. Gabe Jackson here and Damian Lewis over here. And it didn't quite work, you know? So that's where with Pregnon, he's a good player. I don't want to undersell that, but that's kind of the important part for me, is I don't want to go back down that road we've gone before with this, which is just not a good place to be, because you need those guys to be able to be mobile. You need them to be able to block on the move, on the run, get down to the second level. It's key in the scheme. We change scheme, then we can do something else. But Kevin, I didn't like Ben Johnson going for it all over the place on 4th down either. Take the points in the playoffs. Take the points, and take the points, especially before the game declares itself. Don't anticipate a shootout. Make sure that you know a shootout is actually occurring. And instead of doing that, he decided to make it act like he was sure this was going to be a shootout with some of that early decision making. Kevin says Ben Johnson lost this game. It's 100% his fault. Didn't run the ball, made Caleb take silly risks. Amen. That's where I have a hard time going back to Caleb on this. That's a 2nd-year quarterback. You're putting all of that weight on him. It doesn't seem very fair. And it doesn't seem very smart. Mocio, good night, everyone. Appreciate it all. Go Hawks, man. Brian says, what happened to Stroud today is what happened to Darnold last year. There we go. Bingo. Brian's touching on it perfectly. Is that part that drives me crazy about the whole ghost thing and everything being, it's on this quarterback. And it's that simplistic mindset of people where they'll go and they just want to throw everything on a QB and not take into account any of the context involved for what drove the performance of the player. The Texans have absolutely, over the past 2 years, screwed the pooch. You gave him a bad offensive line last year, and you gave Stroud a worse offensive line this year for a guy that gave you a lot of indications that he was going to be one of the next young, great up-and-coming quarterbacks in this sport. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you give him more help rather than rip the help away from him? It just didn't make any sense at all. And it's It's why they failed this year. It's why they fall short of those Super Bowl hopes that they had. Chris is right too. Justin Herbert's another guy this is this way. Context has got to be applied to quarterbacks all the time. You're just trying to arrive at this. The guy sucks. The guy's awesome. And you're not taking any of that stuff into account. You're not taking into account the whole story of what's at play. Brian says Texas was an OL problem, period. Stroud has what it takes as long as he got protection. If he doesn't get more than 1 second to throw, he's going to look like S. Amen. We saw it firsthand in our game, Brian. How much pressure did we get on Stroud in that game? I mean, every time he's hitting his back foot, you've got a guy right there in his face. Every time it felt like in that game. No quarterback is going to succeed in that environment. And if that environment persists and lasts for game after game after game, quarterbacks are going to eventually become diminished. You can ask the guy to stand tall in a given game and take a racking. You can't ask a guy for a 7, 8, 9, 10 game period to take a racking or a 2-year period to take a racking, and that there's not going to be some flinching at times going on from them when they drop back in the pocket. It adds up, and it's why you have to avoid it. You have to avoid it. Doesn't mean he played great today, but it means that this performance it's like everything else on this. It's built up to this performance. It didn't just happen and occur. This has been building up, and it's been building up by the Texans' ineptitude and roster building. Retired, young and traveling. Thank you for the $5 donation. Retired. The universe is aligning for an all-grudge match playoff run. Let's effing go, Hawks. Let's go, man. Well, they got the year of the Pope and has maybe got a bit of a Hawk fan. Maybe not. Maybe. And setting up the stage right, he is it from above, maybe perhaps for our team. And universal aligning is the right way of putting it, man. You get the two trilogies, and you get to take down the Patriots potentially. How satisfying a year. And you get to do that all while potentially getting that Patriots team in Levi Stadium in the Niners house. Or as I will call it forever future, the Hawks house, if we win there. Pretty cool. I'm retired. Storybook season just keeps on adding chapters. He says, well, the Texans defense never left the field either. Laughing out loud. Addicted Brandon, is the itch growing for your Senior Bowl Seahawks syndicate trip? I'll be expecting daily videos. Just hope the cops don't knock on the hotel door. Teasing. No, we got an Airbnb, man. And I am looking forward to it. We're heading out. It's going to be kind of wild because we got the game wrapping up on Sunday, and then I'm going to be leaving out on Monday morning to Mobile, Alabama. And it's going to be a lot of fun, man. And boy, how cool will it be if we get to go to Mobile and we're going to the Super Bowl, and it's going to be like, you talk about feeling myself, all these content creators out there for all these different teams. And it's like, just walking in with the hot colors, big old smile on my face, wearing the shades. Hey, what's up? Hey, how you doing? Yeah, we're in the Super Bowl. I know. Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Oh yeah, how's your rebuilding going? Oh yeah, that's good. Maybe you guys make the playoffs this year, huh? Maybe. That'd be nice. Yeah. No, we got to take the Patriots on next week. No, we're taking on the Broncos next week with Stidham. Tim says Ben Johnson not going for 2 seems smart in the moment. Yeah, I can rip a lot of Ben Johnson in the day. I won't kill him for the not going for the 2-point conversion. There's some more low hanging fruit that you could pick on there with him, I think. And that wouldn't be the one. Yeah, that's fair. Keon says Stidham is like Drew Lock, if I remember correctly. Not great, but can get done with a good defense. He's a functional backup. I think it's as much of, I look at that situation, I think about Bo Nix's legs, and that's the part you really lose. And that's the part that for a Bronco offense that just kind of gets by, it's one of the big requirements in that get by approach is his ability to be able to play off script and use his legs. Never know. Maybe he goes on a Nick Foles run here. Chris is watching a Seahawks special on King 5. Crazy how Ken Behring wanted Dan McGuire while Knox wanted Favre. Indeed. I had a chance to interview Randy Mueller, former general manager on the channel a couple of years ago, and I asked him about this very thing. And I knew that what essentially happened there is that Ken Behring was a baseball fan. He really wanted to own a baseball team. He settled for a football team, but he wanted that football team to be in LA. And essentially he liked Mark McGuire. He was from California, probably an A's fan. So literally you drafted Dan McGuire because of his affinity. You were the owner at the time for Mark McGuire, his brother. Well, his brothers are great baseball players, and this guy's got to be a good football player, right? And at the same point, Chuck Knox wanted in that very same draft Brett Favre. Ken Behring, man. Worst owner in Seattle history, maybe even beyond Howard Schultz. And that's saying something. Uzi Brandon, I hate the Seahawks. Very annoying team. But you make such entertaining content. Damn it. I can't wait for you and Jake stream this week. Let's have it go. Oh, me and Jake are going to have a great discussion, man. I really look forward to chopping up with him every time, and I know we're going to go long. Hey, man, that's a good hate. And this is like something that I was talking about last week on the round table that I think gets lost in all this, but I hope it doesn't for all the fan base's perspective on this. And it's tough to do so. I'll admit that on this when we're all in the heat of this. The hate's all good. And the hate just speaks to the depth of the rivalry that is growing, and the depth of the rivalry. I mean, it's been there with us in the Niners for years, but now we're starting to feel it grow here with the Rams. And I think it's a beautiful thing. And I think we got the most competitive division in all of football, and that puts the bright lights on us. And whether the East Coast perspective wants to talk about it or not, or they want to acknowledge it or not, we can acknowledge it amongst ourselves. We got a great division. We got teams that are all pushing for greatness, all trying to make so many smart decisions and do all they can to drive towards that ultimate goal. And it just makes these games that much better. It makes this rivalry that much better. It makes covering these teams that much better. You're not speaking to the fact you overtook this team because they got dumbasses running things across the board. You go, no, we took down a great team, and it took our great effort, and we earned that. And with these two teams being one of these two teams getting the Super Bowl, they've earned the right to be the one of the representatives of this NFC at that point. And I love it about this division, man. I love how competitive it is. I love that everybody's really good. And it's been a great season to be able to have these teams doing what they're doing throughout the NFL, running roughshod basically through the rest of the NFL. And appreciate your kind words, man. Let's up and go. It's a good, healthy hate, Uzi, It's a healthy hate. It's the kind that can sustain you, not that it cripples you. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Ben Johnson also nearly screwed the pooch in the Packers game. Yeah, I didn't have the greatest of game in that one either, man. Correct. Yeah, I'm with you there, Randall. Strange game plans in the playoffs from Ben Johnson. And to come into this game and the elements and not to have it to where you're going to run the ball 35 times. To come into this game where you've got DeAndre Swift having a lot of luck early in this game, yet you're doing that. We're going to go to the two running back system where Monungai's much less effective than what you're getting from DeAndre Swift. I would have, by the time we got into the late second quarter, be like, look, we're getting DeAndre Swift 25 touches in this game, and it's not going to take the overtime to get that touches to him. I don't know for the life of me what he was seeing or thinking there, Ben Johnson, with this Rams game coming in this week in the approach. Just don't know what. Still don't understand the game plan that he was trying to apply there. Noah says after the Bears got the first down in overtime, all they had to do was run the ball and pick up 15 yards. Instead, they throw the ball deep and get picked. Yeah. And that's part and parcel of what they did throughout the course of this day, in my opinion, Noah. You overthought it time and time again. You got pass happy. I've seen it in this playoffs with a variety of teams who just can't seem to stay in the pocket or running the ball. It's kind of wild to watch at times. I even thought the Rams had that problem with that today. Rams got too pass happy today too. Like, sometimes don't overthink it. You're getting 5 yards a pop. Keep running the ball. Keon says, where are all the top tier quarterbacks this year? 6 and 10, barely 500. It's a new era, man. New era. It's about team ball right now, this era of football we find ourselves. A little bit less about got to find the superhero quarterback. It's going to be more about what kind of team you got built. Keon says the quarterback is everything mindset has not worked for all those teams that have drafted top 10, 5-pick quarterbacks. Those teams are always bad because they think in a decade-old mindset. And gee, they're behind the ball. They're thinking in the old ways. And it gets always a little bit of a lazy thinking, even the best of times when it did kind of work. We won't make a lot of smart decisions. We won't spend a lot of smart money. We'll just draft this quarterback and make him our miracle worker. He'll solve everything. He'll save all. It's a hell of a way to operate an organization. Carmen's still live. Amazing. Thank you, Carmen. Got a lot of folks in the house tonight. Victor Brandon sporting the Hawks colors mobile. Love it. Party hardy, young man. Oh, it's going to be fun. We're going to have a good time out there. Noah says, I think if you go for it ever, fourth and short, your philosophy should probably be also to go for 2. But I get why they didn't. I just think getting a 2-point is easier than beating the Rams in OT. I get it, man. Comes back to like why we went for the OT a couple weeks ago. Don't want to put the ball back in Stafford's hands. Don't want to let him have that opportunity. But I do get where Ben Johnson came from in that moment at that point versus us. We had a little bit of course, the tiebreaker situation that, of course, was driving some of that decision-making. And Ben's playing at home there. Your defense is playing well in the game. So there's a little bit of that that declares itself to you that you want to be considering a little bit and making that choice. Mace has enjoyed the trip, B. Sounds like lap. Jesus had 12 men too. A blast. Oh, it's going to be fun. Still going. Let's have a go. Let's go, Flag. Actor says, Brand's a trooper. You can tell he loves this stuff. Reminds me of my nephew. Oh, man, this is a great job that I get to do, man. Such a pleasure to be able to chop it up with y'all. It's going to be a blast, Megan. Be out there for a full week. And yeah, you guys will be getting probably daily content out there regarding the Senior Bowl and what's going down. Dan McGuire was like Frank Stallone, living off the name. Great reference. Yeah, it's wild. And I thought when I asked Randy that he was going to put cold water on it and he was going to come back to me like, no, we liked his size and just good arm. But it was like, he confirmed it. He's like, yeah, it's kind of the truth. It's like, I can't believe that's the truth. You still sometimes just get blown away by people in sometimes big powers of positions that make just some of the stupidest moves that you can imagine. Like that was the process that drove us then. You talk about how far our organization has come. Seahawks, that is, Brandon, do you think Sam Darnold's a top 10 quarterback? Yes, I do. I think he's probably somewhere between 8 to 10. And you could kind of probably talk me into wherever you wanted to rank him on that spectrum. Level Skip says, Ram fans are such cornballs. Check out their subreddit that was AstroTurf during their 2018 Super Bowl. Their defense looks like S, and Stafford played poorly today. Yeah, I did go and take a look at their, I looked at their subreddit here last night. I noticed the same thing. It's kind of like, oh, what's going on here? It's a little weird. They're a young fan base in a lot of ways. They're kind of finding their way through a little bit. Some of them are old school LA fans. Some of them are old school St. Louis fans, but some of them are LA fans that have just been re-indoctrinated into the team a bit. Joseph, if you get 3.5 yards every run, you are unstoppable. It's the part where I think a lot of people in the playoffs have kind of lost that thread a bit. I think your Rams today lost that thread a little bit. I think it was probably, as I said in the game, as we were looking at it, the team that decides to get into a little bit more commitment to running the ball actually is going to be the one that wins this game. And I don't think the Rams ever fully embraced it fully, but you at least ran a little bit more in the back in that game where found a little bit of footing with it to kind of punch through. But if you're getting 4 or 5 yards of carry in this playoffs, I can say really succinctly on this and watching so many of these teams, there is a heavy draw from offensive coordinators to believe that they have to get back to the passing attack, that they can't just stay in the pocket of that running approach. And I just come back to it saying, make them stop you. Make them show that they can stop you. And in this game for your Rams, I didn't think that they ever showed that they could really stop Kyron Williams. 21 carries, 87 yards, 2 touchdowns, 4.1 yard per carry average. I mean, I know you didn't light the world on fire run the ball, but 42 passing attempts in that environment, that weather conditions. Brandon Davis, how's it going, man? How you doing? We had a lot of fun with Megan. Who raised the 12 yesterday? We had Doug Baldwin yesterday. Hopefully we can get Pete Carroll out there this next week. Come on, Pete. Come on. Mr. Juice Man, let's get the juice. Let's get the juice. WR3 says, I honestly think this is our year, full stop. The way the Rams have been playing after their loss to us doesn't have me scared. Anything can happen in football, but our destiny is now. Beautifully put. I got nothing more to add. Your feelings are where I stand myself as well. This is how I feel coming to this game. I got quiet confidence. I'm not going to be out here and be super brash. Game can go in either way. I got to respect enough for the playoffs to know the ball can bounce in odd directions. And official calls go in odd directions against you in certain games. But look, the team has earned the right, I think, for us to have this confidence in them and to feel really good about what they've done. And they have built the right kind of team that can win the playoffs. They can build the right kind of team that can win a Super Bowl. 2 more games. That's all it takes. Long season, down to 2 more games. Chris says Darnold's definitely a top 10 quarterback. Look what he's accomplished. What he's got, great support. Vikings, Seahawks. He's still learning too. Amen, man. Amen. And I feel very heartily 10 is the floor minimum. Megan says, B, I think you may have missed me saying that you mentioned the Pope when I was walking past my church, laughing out loud. Hey, maybe we're onto something with this, Megan. I'm just saying. If God was a Seahawks fan, I couldn't blame him. They're a fun team. Jill says it'll be hilarious if Sam wins a Super Bowl or 2 or 3, or you get it. He gets hated on pretty tough. Boy, does he ever, man. I don't know if I've seen another quarterback in recent NFL history who has played good football, 2 years of good football, and there are fans that can not wait to bash him any which way they can find. He just gets beat up on in a way that I find pretty amazing. He doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. So many other players get the benefit of the doubt. And for similar situations, it's been quite unfair. And it does just make me root for the guy that much more when there's that many people that are up against you. And so for such unfair reasons. Yeah, Chris, I want to see Pete chomping on the gum and raising that flag. Come on, Pete. Back in the organization, back home, back where you need to be. I know there's some bitterness there. Put it away. Seahawks edits. It's Jody Allen raising the flag. The owner always raises during the NFC Championship. That makes sense. Can't be mad at that either. Jody's definitely in the right to raise the flag here too. Respectfully, Sam still has to prove it this week against the Rams. I mean, by that measure, every quarterback's got to prove it every week, right? Or do they all? Or do some quarterbacks don't have to prove it, and it's just they get determined that they're in a certain state of place, and then other quarterbacks have to constantly keep proving it. The field goals with Sam have been moved constantly, Antoine, over and over throughout the course of the season. It became, he's not going to replicate what happened with Minnesota. Then he replicates what happens in Minnesota, and he actually plays even better than when he was playing with Minnesota. Well, then it says, well, then he's got to do it when you need him, when you're down the game and you need a drive at the end of the game. And then he does that multiple times over. Then it's, well, you got to do it against a really a quality opponent. You got to really you got to do it against a team that's really a true challenge, like a real team, not just like an average to less average team. Does that multiple times over. Then they move the goalposts once again and they go, no, it's actually, he's got to win a playoff game and not perform badly in a playoff game and actually be, helpful in that he's got to prove that now. And then he proves that and no, now he's got to prove this week. What it really comes down to, Antoine, and I appreciate you being respectful on it, it just kind of comes down to this goalpost keeps moving. And why is it that Sam uniquely has these goalposts applied to him when it's no other quarterback? When I can go to a Justin Herbert and everybody's like, yeah, Justin Herbert's great. Never won a playoff game. People can go to a CJ Stroud and go, CJ's great. He's going to be obviously top 10 quarterback. Never won a playoff game. And these guys don't ever have really much of anything to prove. It's just kind of, they got the benefit of the doubt that it's determined that they get the pass. But with Sam, somehow he's held to this standard that nobody else gets held to. And I don't quite understand why. It's not to say Sam's in a place of being a top 5 quarterback. He's not in the realm of a Burrow or a Josh Allen or a Stafford. I ain't trying to dress him up to that degree, but that he hasn't proven that he's a top 10 quarterback through 2 straight years of play, through winning 14 games on 2 different teams that didn't have the success prior or after either of the 2 stops, where you can't just say, well, he just took over a machine. Well, if he took over a machine in Minnesota, why did Minnesota miss the playoffs this year? If he took over a machine in Seattle, why did Seattle miss the playoffs last year? The math doesn't quite add up on this. So I would disagree. I think that he's done more than prove himself. And I think that there's just this, if there was other quarterbacks I saw being put to this same type of comparison point or held to this type of standard, go, well, that's the standard and everybody's held to it. But I don't see everybody held to it to an equivalent fashion. It seems like just kind of a Sam metric to me a little bit. Seahawks Rock says next weekend's the de facto Super Bowl. Hard to see either AFC team beating the Seahawks. Agreed. I could see it that way for sure. Rodney says, Brando, I'm nervous to play the Rams. Please tell me I should feel confident. You should feel confident. Rams are a great team. This is going to be basically our Super Bowl right here. This is the toughest team that remains in the rest of this playoffs. So from that standpoint, be nervous because it's a great team you're playing. But you got this game at home. You got this game with a little bit more rest than they're going to have. You're in a very healthy state. You're playing your best football at this time of year. You've got a blueprint for how to win football games that you have applied over and over through the back half of the schedule. I think that should breed confidence. I think it should. I'm feeling good, man. Flag says, Jesus, are people still doing Sam? Yeah. It doesn't go away. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That goalpost thing. It's just, it's never going to go away for him specifically until he literally raises the Lombardi, I think. He goes out here and plays well this week. They'll still be, well, I mean, the Rams didn't play their best ball, and there'll be a lot of superlatives and explanations for why it's not him doing well in the game. I've been facing it all year long on a weekly basis, on a stream by stream basis, you know? Justin, I'm to the point where when Sam throws it, I'm pumped because I know it's going to be a dope pass. Same way I felt about Russ with his deep ball. He's plenty good. It's a team sport. Well said. Amen. Amen. Jordan says, did everyone miss the throw Sam made to JSN in the playoff game? That isn't seeing ghosts. That was a very high-level throw. Yes, sir, it was. He made a few of them that game. Didn't have a lot of attempts. Didn't have to have a lot of attempts. Made the most out of them for what you gave him. 110 rating on the day. Played well. Flag says, not Jody. It'll be a player. It's been top 50 players all season. Get Marshawn raise the flag if it's not Jody. If it's not Jody, then get Pete. Get Pete in there. Taker 610, thank you for the $5 donation. Taker. He says the 2027 future home opponents section of the main website lists the Bears twice, once with their actual logo and once with the Bengals logo. Somebody messed up out there then. You're only playing them once, then you're not playing the Bengals next year. So kind of odd. Their colors are kind of close together, but somebody probably an intern messed up or something there, Taker. The 2027 future opponents. Well, maybe that's right. I was thinking 26. I was thinking you meant 26, but 27, that might be right. You come back and you play the North, and yeah, because you play the AFC West next year, you're going to play the South. So it would be Bengals and Bears, Taker, for 27 by the divisional foes that you face, right? The two random divisions that you go through. Those would be the next ones up. Roddy says, I'm nervous, Brando, because we don't match up against them. Football's about matchups. Well, I think that they've got some things that they can attack and vulnerabilities that you have existing from a stylistic standpoint. I think that there's things that we're able to attack on them. I think it goes tit for tat on this one. You know, you're 2 games better than them on the win-loss record this year, Rodney. They didn't play a significantly more difficult schedule than you did. You beat them in the last matchup. You had 4 interceptions in the first matchup you played them, and you still had that game come down to a field goal. So, you know, it's both 2 games you've lost the turnover battle and you've won one of the games. I think that these games have been very close up into this point. And look, this one probably comes down to being a close game too and should make you nervous. But we stand up with them as every bit as well as they stand up with us. It's 2 evenly matched teams, and it'll probably be a game that comes down the line. You know, but you should feel nervous, but you shouldn't feel worried. How about that? That's the right way to put it. Seahawks. Sam could raise the Super Bowl trophy and people will still hate on him. He won it because of the defense. They said that same thing about Russ. They will. And that's fine at that point. Because I just think it all comes back to the ridiculousness of where we started out with this thing with Sam and trying to get to how good is bad Sam. It's really hard for anyone to make the argument at this point that Sam is not a top 10 quarterback. For you to say that there's going to be 10 other quarterbacks, not that you're making this argument, but anybody to say there's 10 quarterbacks better than him right now and how they're playing, it's wrong. There's 2 years of data disproves that fully and wholly. Average per attempt, quarterback rating, yards thrown, touchdown passes, wins. What do we want to throw out there, right? For what we want to use as a metric. That's not just like, well, my gut instinct just says he's not 10. Like, we're actually tangibly trying to turn over what he's done, statistically speaking and productivity wise. And so people may say that, but the whole point of this argument was, like with Russ before, because there's a preoccupation of fans with believing that you need a superhero quarterback does not make it the truth. Because there's a lot of fans that think, I got to go find Superman at quarterback or else I'll never win a Super Bowl. Just because a lot of people think it, don't make it true. And it especially doesn't make it true when you look at the recent history of the NFL, not going back 50 years, not going back to 1985 to cherry pick, I go back through the last 15 years of this sport and I can find innumerable examples of teams winning a Super Bowl trophy. Not the magical hero quarterback on high, shoots laser beams out of his eyes. Not that, but the opposite of that. And that's the point of this whole, debate when it comes to the Sam Darnold talk is, can a top 10 quarterback win you a Super Bowl with a great team around him? Yes is the answer. And that's where really this should get down to a simplified point with Sam and not get so caught up in the weeds and down in the mud and the gunk. But we can't, right? It always goes back to this sort of thing that steps outside of that, which is really unnecessary because it's a very straightforward argument that's very easily proven over the last 15 years of football. And it'd be proven in this case if Sam raises the trophy. So if people want to deny it at that point, they're just denying reality of the NFL. And that's certainly something we see a lot of, right? So that is also a commonality. Daniel says, he's going to get the three-peat before they start giving Sam credit. Seahawks edit, Brandon, what do you think about the schedule next year? It's not bad. I think it's not quite as easy as this year, but it's the hard opponents are at home. Chicago, the Chargers, the Patriots, kind of the toughest matchups you're going to face are at home. You do got the Broncos and the Eagles that are going to be on the road, and those are going to be two tough games, but those are really the only two that stand out on the road that are really kind of vicious sort of matchups. Washington, Carolina, the Raiders, you can handle those ones on the road. So the toughest ones at home, a couple of opponents that probably are not going to be as tough at home, Dallas, Giants, Kansas City may not have Mahomes if you're going to play them early on in the year. Where's Mahomes at on his deal? Where the Chiefs at as far as their status into next year at that point. So I think it's on the easier side, I would say, but not quite as easy as this year's schedule. Because the Sam talk, in my opinion, comes from people not wanting to admit they were wrong about Sam as it ruins their BS. I'm used to it now and won't change my mind. Fight USC, fight on Sam. Fight on Sam. I agree, Megan. Same place I'm kind of at with it. Julian says, Mike needs to dial up the pressure just like the Bears did to Stafford. Some of those shock blitzes they ran today. Julian, I'd love to see them implement some of that, especially when they get Matt trying to do some of that fast snap stuff, because in one degree, you can get up there on the line and get the fast snap quick, and that's helpful for the defense not being able to adjust before you hit the snap. But as well, you also have not had a chance to adjust your protections when you go to that fast snap from Stafford's perspective. And it felt like the Bears attacked that, understanding the protections didn't have enough time to change because he's snapping the ball so quick. So doing that again, not the worst of ways to go. Utilizing some of that, not the worst of ways to go. North Star for Life. I want Russell Wilson to raise the flag. He gave us a couple of Super Bowls. I'd be okay with that. Meow. She's a little talkative right now, huh? Abel says the Eagles blew out the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, even though the Chiefs were the favorable matchup. Another place where the rule of thumb plays out to be true. The greater team wins the game. More than the superhero quarterback, it's about the team. People don't like to hear that all the time, but it's resoundingly the truth. The Bears. Rodney, I feel Sean McVay to a point has out-coached Mike McDonald. Am I wrong? I get a Thursday game was a short week, but still. Again, I think being nervous about the game is one thing, but that's not accurate to what's going on here, Rodney. I mean, last year you played them at home and you held down their offense really well. Took them in overtime and it took Woolen going into his freaking ice shelf in the overtime and forgetting how to play the cornerback position on two particular plays. That's why you lost the game. It's not the Rams owning McDonald or anything else. And of course, Geno Smith played really wild and had a lot of turnovers in that game. The first matchup, Rodney, you held him to 130 passing yards, right? So is he out coaching him at that point on the day where he's got 130 passing yards? Mike can't do anything about the day where I'll just have to go to this bottom line. This, Rodney, no, I'm not as worried about that being the case. I don't think that he's come up with some solution or solving. I think that these are all individual matchups that are a little bit sample size when you're talking about just 2 years of data between the teams playing in this way. Mike has been a process of getting the team on a right point. He's been developing this team. The last matchup was on a short week, back to your point. On that short week, part of what I've referenced on this, and it's not an excuse, it's the reality of the situation. You've moved from a Coach Carroll defense, which is highly simplified, in which every week runs the same kind of game plan out week after week, regardless of the opponent. Mike McDonald is going to handcraft a defensive game plan to each individual opponent he's going to play. And it's going to be intricate. That's the benefit of going to this defense, is that you can have a lot of answers that you can go to for any opponent in anything that they may do. instead of, hey, we're just going to line up and run what we run. But within that intricacy, within that depth, within that detail, requires the player to need a full week of time to implement the intricate game plan against that opponent. So when you have this short week against a high quality offense like the Rams, and Mike tries to instill that complicated game plan and do so on the short week, it got exposed. The players themselves spoke about this. We missed some details. We had some points of communication that we weren't on the fine-tuned button details of the scheme and what we were trying to do on that day. It was not them beating us. It was that our scheme was just not fully able to get cooked all the way because you're on that short week. And when you come back and you look at the first matchup and see that they only gave up the 130 yards passing and you were able to limit down their rushing attack, it kind of makes sense that if we want to call it an excuse, kind of tracks. So I think that he's not had the success, to your point, Rodney, of what you've seen from Mike going up against Shanahan for sure. And McVay's had a little bit more success than him on that. But I think that Mike McDonald could also say in a couple of these games, Rodney, hey, you know what? If my quarterback can stop turning the ball over, we're just going to win these games. I don't need overtime in that second game. I don't need it to come down to a 60-yard field goal attempt at the end of the game in the first matchup. We can just go out there and win the game comfortably if my guy can just stop turning the ball over. Because last year, Geno turning the ball over. First matchup this year, 4 interceptions with Sam, turning the ball over. Sam, 2 more interceptions in the last game. Don't turn the ball over, we're going to win the game. So it really is just less to the Mike thing on this and more to the more of each of these matchups. You got to kind of pull each of them apart for what they were. But he did good in the first one, man. Had plenty of answers in that matchup for sure. Predicted Brandon, does John Schneider ascend a rare level if he wins a Super Bowl with 2 different quarterbacks? Lots of teams win 2 or more rings, but usually with the same QB. It's happened a couple times in NFL history. So, Bill Parcells pulled this off for the Giants in getting 2 separate ones as the same general manager or same. I think they had the same GM there too and same head coach. So it has happened, I think, a couple times, but it'd be rare. It would be rare. And yeah, Givenchy, I think the Rams defense is kind of mid. Not bad, but just there's not a lot of exciting elements to what they do. I don't know if they got a lot of difference makers on that side of the ball. Chris's Pumpkin's getting pissed about the Darnold hate. Yes, she is. North Star for Life. We win Super Bowls. Sam Darnold ain't getting the credit. It's the dark side responsible for that. I think it's the team responsible for that. I would say dark side leading the way, but they didn't just pull the dead carcass of our offense and our special teams with them either, right? They were all contributing factors. Pumpkin's definitely craving some salmon snacks. Will Taylor Swift become a Hawk fan? She would if she was smart. Yeah, first matchup, McDonald out Coach McVay. It's where it gets hard on the been solved or something. There's a problem between the two on that. It's what it is. It's what's going to be, I think, with Shanahan as we go in the future. Just more of a chess match, and there'll be some tit for tat. Brian says, you wonder how much the chirpers know about football if all their energy is focused on evaluating the quarterbacks above all else. It's captured the imagination of a lot of general fans, and it becomes very quarterback-centric, their thinking towards the sport. I see it all over the place. I see it on the round table in some of the discussions we have over there, Brian. And I think that this is just a modern NFL fan kind of thing that's just a commonality. I don't have a lot of explanation for it aside from the fact that I think that we've come out of the era of 2 GOATs in Brady and Mahomes, and I think that that's heavily influenced people's thinking when it comes to quarterbacks. It's kind of slanted their view. Like, this is the new norm, rather than a little bit of an outlier for NFL history. Sorry about blocking the face there. Rams to choke in the lead, 12s, B, discussed. Possible. It's been a commonality of them this season so far, hasn't it, Megan? See it coming up again. Level skip, Ben Johnson's play calling makes me believe this league is rigged. No way he's that dumb to call that deep pass in overtime where Caleb got picked. Don't know what was going Ben Johnson's play calling today, level skip.
I don't. I found it to be pretty atrocious today. The game plan and the run pass balance, what he put on Caleb Williams' shoulders. And hard for me as much to see it rigged as it felt like the hubris of a coach who wasn't really taking account and everything into what was going into the situation, including the weather, including the elements, including the fact you have a second-year quarterback in the playoffs, and you want to be a little protective of a guy like that. You don't want to be on this like go for broke, put a ton of pressure on him to have to get this thing done. Take as much as you can. Where did we see Ben Johnson today relieving pressure off Caleb Williams with his game plan? Hawks forever, 100% Thursday nighter impacted the defense last game and the crowd noise communication, but we saw the communication on point last night. Yeah. I've little worry at all that you're going to see any kind of replication of what we saw from a couple weeks ago from our defense. Not Vexo, you beat the Rams. Maybe you also send Stafford to retirement. Ooh, a little bit extra bonus on top. I could go for that. Beat or go Hawks. 49ers beat us in our house. Then we beat them barely. Then we beat them barely. Then we blew them out. Rams beat us. Then we squeezed one out. Blowout coming our way. Seems like a pattern to me. Go Hawks. I could go for that. I could definitely go for that rhythm. Carmen says, I need to get my head on about this game. I'm overthinking recent struggles with the Rams. Yeah. And look, I get the last defensive performance is one that stands out in a season that was so dominant. It makes you wonder a little bit. I get that part, but got to look at the full spectrum of what's going on with this team in that particular game and how Mike's played this Rams offense prior to this. Daniel says, be the dumbest part about Darnold argument. The goalpost has moved so far, they prove our point. This week it was Sam did nothing of value and the team carried him. So we don't need an elite quarterback. Yeah, it becomes a little bit circular, the logic there, doesn't it, Daniel? And that's the thing that's made more frustrating is like they can wrap their head around this point and they get it, but they're kind of being truculent a little bit in their, digging their heels in. It's probably where some of the frustration comes in. Like you're not really believing what you're thinking. You're just kind of like a child going, no. Right about where I'm at, 24-20, Kakai. Do you think the Rams are going to come out deep like the Niners at this game? Do you think the Rams are going to come out deep like the 49ers at this game? No, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to take over the stadium. I think that's what you're asking there. Dan says, Caleb can't run a traditional offense. Everything's backyard like Russ, but Russ didn't turn over. Never win the playoffs like that. There should be a move off of him and won't. Tracy McGrady of the NFL. Well, he's not second-year kid too, man. He's coming along. I think he's got a lot of room. He's got to grow and get better, to your point, on the on-schedule stuff and being able to run traditional football and not have it all be that improvisational thing. But, it takes time. It does take time. And Russ was really good about really understanding, to your point, that methodology of approach of how to create those big plays but still play careful, how to avoid the bad turnovers, especially in the playoffs. Brian says, right on, Brandon. Brady, Mahomes, Allen, they're unicorns. And everyone treats that as the standard, bottom line standard. Yeah, they do. And that's the base requirement that you must have. And if you don't have that, you're going to fall short. And that's where this argument kind of begins from. And it's broken. It's not what reality fits to. And that's been the frustrating part of this, is that reality is pretty succinct on this one. I don't need to have that to go win a Super Bowl. Literally the last year just proved it. Go look at Hurts last year. That's a guy that you're going to have a hard time arguing to me that that's a top 10 quarterback in this sport. Went and won a Super Bowl. Why? Because he had a great team. Great offensive line, great running back, great skill position players, quality tight end, great A defense. That's why you win and won the Super Bowl. And that can work once again. You better believe it. Ninjetti, thank you for the $5 donation. B, we all miss Pumpkin. I see her next to you. Take care of her and give her spot back. I'm trying, man. They've stopped doing the cat tree thing as much when I've had it here next to my side. They don't want to jump up in it anymore. So I got to find a new cat tree that gets her stoked or something, because she don't like the old one for whatever reason. She don't like the new one for whatever reason. I don't know why. They're very picky, these cats. Daniel B, the reason why there's so much focus on quarterback is because it's an easier talking point for casuals, and the majority of fans are casual. Yeah, that's a little bit of it. Again, too, I think it's a bit of the Mahomes-Brady effect. You've had 15 years, 20 years of back-to-back GOAT quarterbacks come through the sport. It slants people's view just a little bit. Addicted, Brandon, do you have any Georgia satellite tunes or other Southern rock on playlist? No. No, I'm not a Southern. I'm not a Kettering guy. Rodney, Brandon, I'll say this. I do know we will show up and be ready to play. It'll be loud and a raucous crowd. It's going to help, man. One of those little benefits we've got at our back that are going to help us out in this game. You better believe that. And you know that environment's going to be lit, bro. Kyler Murray to the Rams and the Stafford. There's no way he'd take Kyler. Flag. Rams are going to turn this into a Kevin Dotson revenge game for the Phantom Stomp. Oh, Jesus, I know. Is he ever complaining about that thing? Hawks forever. I think the talk about Darnold would be legit if the run game hadn't been taking over basically since week 11. People talking about Darnold as the be-all or not football people. True. Agreed. Nelly, my voice box hurts today, raspy and dry. You did put in good work last night if you're in that stadium, man. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $5 donation, Peter. And you guys are cooking up still, well over 700 people in the chat tonight. Please hit that like button, sub up if you get a chance. Peter, thank you for the $5 donation. Who's the only team to not turn the ball over in the playoffs? All this talk, all this Sam talk, and everyone else has so many turnovers. Keep up the good work, Sam. It's a great point, Peter. And it's something that stands out to me too as well here as I look at this team and I go, one thing you guys have done, one thing that's been fantastic is that you built this, you went off that Rams game, 4 interceptions, and you came back to Sam, and Sam to himself looked inside himself and looked, I got to change something here. This can't continue like this. That led up to that point of like, okay, interceptions have been bopping along here through the year, and now you got up to this apex kind of point here, up to this high level point, up to this top on end point. And you went off that game, you went, okay, we got to correct something here. I got to play safer. I got to start limiting this stuff. I'm costing my team games. I cost my team this game by these turnovers. And from there, found a way to, okay, how do I play within myself, find effectiveness as a quarterback while limiting those turnovers? How do I kind of glean that cube? And that's what Sam's been able to do. But it was a thing that's happened by purposefulness of his approach. It's happened by intention. And within that intention, you're running the ball more. And with that intention, maybe you're getting a few less of the super explosive plays down the field. But he's limiting down those turnovers. And as I watch these teams in the playoffs, Peter, it just strikes me so much where they're playing so wild and loose out here. And they're pass happy and they're throwing the ball over the field and throwing the ball over the field into the elements. And they're getting turnovers. There's fumbles everywhere. And I'm seeing sloppy play. I'm seeing less than stellar playoff play from some of these teams. And I come back to going, these are teams that are not operating, understanding what it takes in the playoffs to win. This is what it takes to win the playoffs, is limiting this type of stuff down. And the Rams did a good job of it today. They didn't allow Stafford 42 attempts, did not throw an interception. That's a big part of this game and getting that win, a huge part of this game. And not going to be one that a lot of people talk about. But it's been on purpose. It's going to stand out in a playoffs like this where so many teams are getting so crazy with the ball. But it is why it's not a thing that means, well, just him limiting himself. It's not him limiting himself down. He's still got to make plenty of throws in a game. He's still got to do plenty to go help you go win games. The point of this is just back to the team drives this win. It's the team as a whole that'll get you here. It ain't just, well, the defense throws everybody else on their back and they carry them like a backpack to the Super Bowl. No, defense is great, best in football, but so is the special teams unit. And your running game is running like one of the best running games in the sport right now, the back half of the schedule. That combination together, regardless of what's going on with the quarterback, is winning football, is championship football, has been championship football for decades in football. They can absolutely win again. Elena says, I want to see a big tight end game versus the Rams, Arroyo and Barner. Barner lit it up in that first game, man. Elena. Maybe you can do it again. It's midnight here. Turn into pumpkin. See y'all later. Have a good one, Patrick. Thank you, man. Texans should pick up a Kirk Cousins at quarterback. I mean, it's not going to do anything to fix their offensive line if they did. Cousins would get demolished behind that line. Demolished. Keon says, where are Brady, Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, Herbert, Dak, Burrow? Where are they playing this week? Let's go. All right, y'all. I think we got down here to the end of the chat, and we're starting to kind of wrap it up. I need to get some food here, as we've gone almost 7 hours today on the stream after a long one yesterday. So we're going to put a bit of a wrap up on this. Manny says, walk with me here. Imagine this game, 23-20. Stafford driving down, deep pass down the sideline, picked off by Quandre Diggs. Laughing out loud, just kidding. But man, does Diggs know how to pick him off? Yeah, he practiced against him for many years. He knows how Stafford thinks. He knows how he operates. I don't think that the Texans, HG, Gil, I don't think they're going to be looking at Stroud as the problem there. I think they're going to recognize the fact that the offensive line was toilet paper this year. And they built it like toilet paper. But we'll see. Maybe you guys are right on this one. Yeah, Cross seems to be all right, Benelli. Precautionary is what Mike McDonald was saying last night. HG, Trent Williams acknowledged the Texans, kind of threw shade at the Seahawks defense. All right. I mean, they got 9 points against us in 8 quarters, no touchdowns. Dig it, Brandon. Good night. Maybe wear something special, unique for Jesse's prom. Adios for now. I'll try to see if I can come up with something. Lit Baby Gaiman. What do you think will be the formula for winning against the Rams in the NFC Championship? A balanced offensive attack, limiting the turnovers, and being willing to run some man coverage concepts against guys like Puka Nacua, not let him beat you. But I do think it just comes down to a commitment to running the ball and limiting turnovers as much as anything else. I think is going to will carry you to going into the championship. This was one where I think it could be as kind of simple as that. Obviously, how you defend against the Rams and how they want to run the ball on you against your light box is going to be a big part of this as well. But I just come down to, like, if you find consistency and run the ball, you put another 180 yards rushing up on the attack and you don't turn the ball over, I think that's a win, in my opinion, just off those base parameters alone. Kill Out Cam says, hey man, Ravens fans rooting for y'all. Chill out. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Peter says, praying for good news this week on Charbonnet. Well, it was good to see him on that bike. At least showed you they didn't instantaneously feel something there in the knee, and good that we didn't hear today any update about a torn ACL or something like that. That's probably encouraging. We'll see how it goes with him and if he can bounce back. Definitely Ernest Jones playing all pro level, bro. For sure. Flag says, thanks for getting me halfway through my drive to work, B. Don't forget to like the stream, everybody. That's right, man. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance on the stream today. Thank you for that reminder, Flag. As well, please do sub on up. We're on the road here to 30,000. You can help us get there a little closer today by subbing on up. Hawk forever. I love how we've seen Reek really grow this year, man. He's really come forward, it seems like. Have yourself a good night, Peter. Thank you for all of your support. Really, really appreciate you. Chemical, love you, B. Go get some grub. No Ryan, though. No Ryan grub. Regular grub. It's going to be cold, dry on Sunday. Looks like the weather's not going to be a huge factor there, Greg. Tim says, as a Steeler fan, laughing out loud, your channel. I think that's a compliment, Tim. I'm going to take that as a compliment, Tim. And I appreciate you for checking out the channel, man. Thank you. Yeah, Trent can have all his opinions he wants out there in Cabo. Enjoy yourself, my man. Enjoy retirement. King Bomber, obviously the Rams are going to be a tougher matchup than the Bears, but the storyline, if we pull this off, is going to be incredible. Storybook season, man. That's what I've been calling it, King, and it has maintained that all the way through, and it will become that. Absolutely. Tim says, Steeler fan, love your channel. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that, Tim. Really appreciate that, and interesting to see what you guys are doing with your coaching shirts, man. Swizzle Staus, the Rams guy. You guys going to hire him? You going to go back to the well there like you did with Tomlin 25 years ago and and go for the cherub-faced young man with can't grow a beard yet. Hey, it worked for you once, so I ain't knocking it. Interesting how the box kind of looked that potentially is the way you could be going there. But thank you, man. That's really kind of you. Super Bowl tickets at $3,300. Boy, as inflation kicked in. I remember back the New York Super Bowl that you get tickets for $1,000 back there. Whew. That's a hefty price. Hawks Forever says, let's get excited to see Big Byron blow up the interior again and show the league what an all-pro looks like. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We need him to play his best game this week with those light boxes we're going to run against that Rams team that wants to get downhill on you in the running game. Justin says, feeling good this week. Go Hawks. Let's get this, brother. It's our time. I'm telling you, folks, this team has earned the right to be the front runner at this point. Earned the right for you to have the confidence you have. Be nervous. Be concerned. It's going to be a tough Rams team. It ain't going to be easy. I'm not calling it an easy day at the office taking on this Los Angeles Rams team. This is the Super Bowl next week. No two ways about that. This is the true Super Bowl. It's going to take a mighty effort by the Seahawks to win it. But look, you've done a lot to set the stage for you to go get this victory, and how you built this team and where your health is at and how the type of games and how you're winning football games to the end of this season and how well that has married itself well to playoff football when you get into playoff football. Play great defense, run the ball, play great special teams, quarterback play within yourself, and don't make mistakes. Limit the turnovers. You throw that all together and you can go out there and you can beat anybody. So it's our time, man. This team has earned rounding into the shape in this way. They have grinded to get to this place. Now you just got to finish the process. 2 more wins, Super Bowl champions, raising the Lombardi, Levi Stadium. See the dream, my people. See the dream. King says if Donald can protect the ball, make some schematic adjustments to run the ball more efficiently, making easier throws, getting easy drives, and the defense steps up, we got this in the bag. It can be just as simple as that, because this is how the formula has gone through the back half of the schedule, isn't it, King? It's not one you got to apply just to this Rams team. You got to come up with in this moment to make it work here for this team and how you got to face them. It's the modality by which you have applied in every single game through the back half of this schedule. We just got to be who we've been, stay who we are, stay in that pocket of exactly the identity that you've operated out of. And if you can do that, you got yourself a Super Bowl championship, man. You better believe you do. $85,000 in Section 1 for the Super Bowl ticket. They're capping on that. Oof. Antoine, much respect to your channel. I'm a Rams fan, but congrats and good luck Sunday. Well, thank you, man. And Antoine, it's we get a lot of Niner fans in here, and it gets real toxic when they're playing them. I got to say with you guys, it was a lot more really respectful leading into that week of the Thursday night game. I'm very much expecting more of the same. Ram fans coming in here. Look, everybody's welcome in here. We ask that, you are able to be a little respectful in the approach, and that, okay, trash talking is good, but as much as we can kind of get to more of like, let's talk about the details of this game and break down, 1 second here. More than that, just, let's break down this game. Let's have fun chopping up this week and turning this matchup over. Let's celebrate these two teams and understanding that both of us as fan bases are going to agree going into this. These are the two best teams in the sport. Jake's been saying, I've been saying it. It's absolutely proven itself to be the truth as we get in the playoffs at this time of year, and that this is as much of, this will be heated and this will be hot and you're going to have trash talk. There's also, let's have that point where we appreciate it, where it's a great position to be at this time of year. And there's a lot of football fans that are licking their wounds and looking at teams that they don't have a lot that they feel good about. And we got two teams riding high, playing a great brand of football who seem to be the two front runners to go win this Super Bowl. And we're going to get one hell of a matchup this next Sunday. And I'm going to enjoy all of that. And I love having you guys come in. It just rounds out the perspective having outsiders come into channels like this. And I think it makes these channels better because the discussion can be this much more open and doesn't just get centric to the team itself, but get centric to the NFL itself. And there's a lot of interesting things to always talk about this sport. It's why we go so long here at times. Can't wait though either, Antoine. Can't wait. May the best man win. Shielhaas. That's it, Chris. That's it. Shielhaas. Hawks Forever watched at a bar with a friend earlier this season and was explaining the defense. He didn't get it. Today he texted me, Hawks are champs. People are finally getting it. It's taken a while for them to wrap their head around this. And there's defensive dominance rising back into form in the last couple of years, and the timing of all this and what's going on with the sport. Some of this is the cylindrical nature of football. And we've moved out of the cylindrical nature of where the spread concepts permeated everything and young quarterbacks could walk in and instantly find a tremendous amount of success. Take a little bit more time now. Defenses are taking back some of the measure of the rope with the cover 2 shell proliferation. And that's reduced down some of the spread concepts. But on the back of all of this, it's allowed for defense to rise more to the forefront than it has if we were in 2019, let's say. That's why we find ourselves at the end of this year. And you look at the best defenses in this sport as we went into this weekend: Houston Texans, New England Patriots, Seattle Seahawks, in on that mix with it. Denver Broncos. I think there's a reason that these top defenses in this sport, and not necessarily the top offenses in this sport, are still playing at this time of year. It's a brand of football that plays in any area, I tell you. Ramilia, props, Brando. Glad Stafford got his stinker out of the way with a dub now on to Seattle. Let's go. Let's go, Ramilia. It's on, brother. It's on. It's going to be a tough game, Antoine. I think it comes down to the line, man. I think it comes down to the end on this one. Bubba says, if Sam wins the Super Bowl, do you think he'll try to break the bank or take a discount in a few years? Hard to say. There are a few quarterbacks that are willing to take a discount, Bubba. So it's very hard to count on as a factor of real. It's like a thing that you'd love to see from a quarterback, but it's so very rare. So we'll just have to see. I think even if you win the Super Bowl this year, you're not signing him doing a contract extension necessarily because he still has 2 years left on the deal. But kind of will be interesting to see how Sam goes when that comes up in 2 years down the line, and the way Seattle operates within that deal and what he might try to ask for. So hard to say. It'd be cool if he'd be one of those quarterbacks that got it and was like, no, let me just hit $33 million a year. I'm making a tidy sum and my team's going to be able to build up a super team around me. I've always said, I feel like there should be more quarterbacks that can kind of do that math where it's like, I take less money, I perform better, I'm able to sustain myself longer, I'm able to earn more money down the line at a bigger rate because I sustain myself longer. But all the quarterbacks are always kind of bird in hand on this one. Daniel says, I already can imagine Jake's analysis. Rams put up 30 plus points last game. Last game, Rams played Sam in the playoffs. Defense killed him. It'll likely be close, but I could see a 14-point game in the Rams' favor. Yeah, if you're applying that methodology of approach, I guess. That's where we come back to that simplistic is very rarely accurate when you drive to simplicity, right? Versus the complexity of the sport itself. But I can see Jake saying that. Yeah. You relax. No, the problem is Rams fans think their team is ordained by God himself and no other team can come close. John says the John Cena of the time is now needs to be our song. Let's go. Rams offense got stifled and Seattle fully healthy off a week of practice. Yes, sir. 130 yards you held them to. Flags, Seahawks need to give Brandon press credentials so we can get some Super Bowl coverage. I'd love it, man. I'd be on that with 2 feet if they would. Hawks Nest, we did a phenomenal job covering those in-breaking routes against the Niners the past 2 games. Can we take that and do that against the Rams? We know that they love that play too. Yeah. I think it gets a little bit harder in that with the 49ers, you're doing that because you don't trust Brock Purdy can throw it outside the numbers with his arm strength. With Stafford, you have a guy that can throw it outside the numbers with his arm strength in every way. So it is a little bit of this is a different opponent, and you can't just apply that same model to a different opponent who's got a quarterback that can make all the throws. This is also why Ethan and I will always tell you, arm strength for a quarterback is one of my number 2 things, one of 2 things that I look for in a QB, because it's something that you can't really improve better. You got it or you don't. And if you don't have it, there are ways I can limit you down and force you to have to, make throws you're kind of not capable to make. So can't quite apply the same model. You can lean a little bit into trying to take away that stuff, but Rams can hit you on the outside. Stafford sees you lean into the inside and he'll hit you deep. He'll attack deep over the top. Berto, Brandon, you're still streaming. We're wrapping up here. We're getting close to the end. Johnson, maybe we should have a Hawks Nest Mafia somewhere and watch the game and go crazy when we win. All dressed up in Seahawks attire, dark side attire. That'd be cool. Someday at some point. That'd be awesome, man. Great suggestion. Alberto, can't wait next Sunday. Also, that game took years off of my life, especially after the Hail Mary. Understandable there. Alberto can't wait for next Sunday. Also, that game took years off my life, especially after the Hail Mary, but literally the play calling by McVay was so bad. No running game for the most part. I'm glad you mentioned. I was seeing the same thing. I don't know why it's McVay's tendency, man. You know, he's got it in him a little bit where he gets away from that running game at times. He just can't help himself. Drive me crazy as a Rams fan. It would drive me crazy today. At least he did get back around to it by the end of the game, but it didn't have to be like this, right, Alberto? I think you guys could have just stayed with the running game through 3-4 quarters of this and you win this game without going into overtime. But Chicago also was falling prey to this. I was not on my bingo card that in those elements you're going to get all pass happy for both teams. John said, I told you guys Gino would never win a playoff game. Y'all didn't believe me. I never doubted Sam, though. And definitely Sam had some really legitimate throws in that last game, man. He was awesome. Rob says, Ram fans have Dodger fan syndrome, most likely because they are Dodger fans. And you know the Niners are not loving life knowing that one of us is probably raising that Lombardi in their house, Alberto. It's no longer going to be Levi Stadium. And within a couple weeks, it will now forever be known as either Hawks house or Rams house. You no longer get to have the naming rights to your stadium when your rivals win a Super Bowl in your home. That's the reality of it. It's like gravity. Well, Hendrickson says, love the show, Brandon, and all you do. I appreciate you for that, Will. Thank you so much. And Sam's got all the talent in the world, John. You're right about that, brother. Well said. Caleb Williams' accuracy is all over the place, Kevin. All over the place. I think he did bang his finger in this game, and I think that was affecting some things. But boy, he has a lot of balls that will just sail on him. Like the wind's taking it, you know? Like he throws in, the wind just goes like this with it. He has way too many throws that are just too far off. And I think mechanically speaking, the problem comes down to the replication of motion. There's too much of falling off the back foot. There's not enough of stepping into the throw. There's too much of like getting lazy on the arm angles, you know? And if you're not replicating the same throwing motion time and time again, but kind of making it up new every time you throw it, this is what's going to then lead to you having balls where you're not exactly sure of where the thing's going all the time. King says someone in the NFC West was in every playoff game except the Bears-Packers. Insane. That is crazy. Taker610, thank you for another $5 donation. And you guys have just been amazing as ever again today with all of the support and donations. Unbelievable on your guys' part. The two AFC teams remaining are the teams we previously played in the Super Bowl. K9 running it in for a game-clinching score against the Pats would be funny. That would be very funny. And a great finish to a storybook season if we can get there, Taker, right? Great finish to the storybook season. So I would love to see it, man. Well said on your part. And we've got a chance to really put the final few chapters here on this storybook season and close this out in a major way. That is for sure. Well, folks, I know you guys would go all night with me if we could. We just about crossed here 7 hours on the show today, and we put in about 9 yesterday. So I'm going to give myself some food. I'm going to call a little bit of a day here on this side of it. If you could do me this favor today and you hit that like button, I would really appreciate it so very much. Kitty wants to get down right now. And really thank you guys for watching today. Again, if you can hit that like button for me, hit the sub button. It's a big deal. It's free. Doesn't cost you a thing. Helps me show up on that algorithm as well. I have a lot of Hawk fans this week looking for great Seahawks coverage. You hitting that like button says, hey, go look at this guy to YouTube. Go put this out to people that are looking for searches as far as Seahawks coverage goes. You help me out in a big way by doing that when you guys hit that like button, and subbing on up does that as well in addition to that. So really want to thank you for that, Taker. Unbelievable support on your part, man. Thank you for all of your donations. And again, just you guys are the last 2 days throughout this season, second to none, the type of support that I get here on this channel. It's just very kind of all of you guys for all you guys do for this channel to allow me to get to do what I do. I'm going to Mobile, Alabama here in 2 weeks. You guys paid for that trip to allow me to go out there and be there for a week and take in those prospects and do some evaluation out there and some scouting. And hopefully I'm going to get to do it while our Seattle Seahawks are on their Super Bowl bye week in the lead up in the game here a week out from then. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see how the season goes. The storybook just keeps on getting written, keeps on going, keeps on motoring. Your Seattle Seahawks with a blowout win last week 2 days ago. My brain's going. Everything's right there for the taking. 2 wins, 2 more wins. Long season. Remember I was talking 6 weeks ago. We can just win 5 straight games out. Then we can win 3 games out. Then we can go get the Super Bowl. How far out you were. How close you've gotten now. You're right there. You're right there on the edge. You get to play the Los Angeles Rams at home, prime time, final game of the evening in the conference championship for the right to go to the Super Bowl. The path is right there in front of the Seahawks team. The hunger is there for them. They are connected. The leaders are leading. The players on all sides of the ball are operating together. 3 phases working together. The vibes are right. The health is good. It's going to be a tough opponent this week. It ain't going to be an easy day at the office. It's going to take a mighty effort. It's going to take our best brand of football to win that game. But this team is set up to go do it. They've got the means. They got the methodology. They got the approach. They got the quarterback. Have faith this week, my fellow Seahawks contingent. Be a little nervous. Be on the edge of your seat. Be a little sweaty. That's all norm. That's all apropos for playoff football. But also have a quiet confidence in your heart. They've earned the right to be here. They are just this damn good. And we're ready for this fucking Rams team. I'm telling you, we are ready. Lock in, my fellow Seahawks fans. It's going to be one hell of a crazy week. And boy, I am ever looking forward to it. It's been a magical season. It's been a wonderful year being able to experience it with you guys. And how much fun has it been? Boy, what a season. One of the greatest in all time for Seahawks, and maybe the greatest all time for Seahawks when it's all said and done. We'll just have to see how it all plays out. I thank you for watching today. I thank you for all of the amazing support and hitting the like button and subbing up like you guys do, and especially for keeping the comments peppering and going and just keeping me thinking, keeping me laughing, and keeping me thinking at all times. You guys do every time I get to go live. Thank you to all the others that came out on the outside in. Niner fans, Ram fans, you're welcome in here. All are welcome in here. Good open discussion. That's all we're looking for. I will be back soon, maybe within even 24 hours. You never know. Some shock shows coming at you this week as we prep for this game, look at some film, talk about the ways of what it will take for the Seattle Seahawks team to go get the victory. So lock in, ride with me, my fellow Seahawks fans. But beyond all else, I shouldn't have to remind you as you're on the precipice of a Super Bowl. I shouldn't have to remind you as you're on the precipice of raising a Lombardi trophy potentially in your rival's house. I shouldn't have to remind you as you're now going to get a chance for a second trilogy to take down that team that's had your number in this division for so many years. I shouldn't have to remind you with so much at stake, but I'm going to do so anyway. Don't you ever forget. Don't you dare. Not now. Lock in. Confidence. You earned it. We're going to go get this win. So don't you ever forget, my fellow Seahawks fans. Don't you damn well dare. Go Hawks.